Certified salute, what it is, what it do, man. Welcome to the Black Alpha Network, Certified Black Society, foundational Black American made, foundational Black American owned, foundational Black American excellence. We're going to get to it today and we're going to celebrate ourselves. We're going to have a real certified block party. I got some real special guests coming through and we're going to break it down from the East Coast to West Coast, down South, up North, everything in between. Because we know a lot of folks is out there trying to run with our culture. We know a lot of folks is out there trying to steal what we create. We're well aware of that. So we're going to do what foundational Black Americans always do whenever put in that situation. We're going to regulate. But before we regulate, let me ask this question to everybody. Can you please put where you're from in the chat? Let's represent where we're from. Let's give it to them for real, full effect, FBA roll call, certified salute to everybody. So no matter where you tapping in from, let the whole world know, because the more we represent ourselves, the more they fall back, and the more they fall back, the more we are in control. So we're going to go 100 miles an hour like we always do, top, drop, down, and I'm going to bring in my brothers right here, and I'm going to bring in some of our sisters, and we just going to have a real big FBA celebration because it's time we celebrate our goddamn self. That's what it is. People hate on you, then love yourself more. People hate on you, then shine even more. And we're going to be very, very arrogant with it today. The Black Alpha way, the certified way, the foundational Black American way. So with that said, we're going to travel all the way out to the West Coast, West Side. We're going to represent, and I'm going to bring in my brother, your brother, our brother, Dewan B. How you doing, brother?
What's up, y'all? How y'all doing today?
Man, brother, I can't wait to chop it up already. And I know you know a lot of things, brother. I can't wait for the documentary, by the way. But I want to break down a lot of stuff that you got cooking all across the board, man, so we can break it down, fam. So I'm glad you pulled through. Thank you, fam.
Appreciate the invite.
Always, brother. Now, this next brother that we're going to pull up, y'all know him as well. Y'all know on the Black Alpha Network, we bring the stars out, the motherfucking stars. With that said right here, y'all say hello to my brother, your brother, our brother, Torian Reigns. As I always say, reloaded.
What's going on, everybody? Glad to be here. I can't wait to see what we about to talk about tonight.
People don't know. I don't ever tell nobody what we really talking about. I just invite them on the show because we all brothers and sisters. So I'm just like, hey, man, y'all come on. And then when we get to the back channel, we kind of start discussing what we're going to talk about and how we're going to break things down. But I think this episode is pretty self-explanatory. I think we know right now what really needs to go on because we see, all the news clippings and we just live life and we understand that these people are out here trying to get in on our culture. So it's time we regulate because like we always say, we are the originators, we're the innovators, and we got to be the regulators at the same time because nobody's going to gatekeep our culture better than us and nobody's going to do it with the style that we got. So with that said, before we get into some clips, because we're going to go 100 miles an hour, I'm going to play a lot of clips. I'm going to have everybody comment on it and I just want to break down what's really, 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 really going on in these foundational Black American streets. Dewan B, I'm going to ask you first, brother. How do you feel about hip hop in terms of where the status is of hip hop, where it's going, and then we're going to rewind and talk about where it came from. But how do you feel about the current status of hip hop? Because we know everybody got their little paws in it, these little tether fingers with their ashy ass knuckles. They all trying to get it. God, how do you feel about hip hop and the status, man? And how do we gatekeep it?
I feel a couple ways about hip hop. One, I feel hip hop is dead. It's been dead for a while. It's time for us to go on something new. This shit, hip hop is a relic. We as Black Americans, we generally pump out a new genre every 3 to 5 years. All this 50-year shit. That means we've been slipping on our pimping because we done came out with so much, and so in such a little bit of time. What we came out with between the 1930s and 1973 was nothing short of amazing. Basically, most of the stuff you see in my Black American music family tree was done in that 50-year period. You know what I mean? And so, less than 50-year period, I should say, and including hip hop. So on that end, we've evolved and we're going on. How my coverage, my Wi-Fi right there, but god damn, this shit tripping. But no, so so I feel that on one end, I feel okay. It's time to move on and to create something new. We have to do that because we've always done it. Two, moving on doesn't mean giving it away. We still got to hold on to it, and people are trying to take it. And what America's trying to do right now is they're trying to other our greatness. They're basically saying Black people, you did all these things in hip hop. And what these niggas is falling in line with is they making it seem as if hip hop is the end all be all of our music. When at the end of the day, hip hop, it's like they picture a tree, picture a huge oak tree. Hip hop is one of the branches on a huge oak tree that we created. And so they keep trying to make it seem like, okay, hip hop, black hip hop, black hip hop. That's been done over the last 20 years. And just made it basically seem as if hip hop is the only thing that we can put out over the last 20, 25 years. And now that they've othered us and we've accepted, because they're not that powerful. We accept this shit. When you hear black people talk about music, when we first came in, you and Torian were talking about Whitney Houston's voice. You know what I mean? And when you talk, how often do you hear men talk about singers, women singers, male singers, and jazz and other forms of music that we create? It seems as if only time we talk, we're only talking about top fives and rappers and this and that. Mm-hmm. So a lot of that, they tried it, but we accepted. We didn't have to accept it. I know I didn't accept it. I mean, shit. You ask me for my top five, I'm putting Count Basie in that motherfucker, and you're gonna be like, huh? So for me, so we've accepted that, and so since we've accepted that role over the last 20 years, what's happened now is they're bringing in Fat Joe, Busta Rhymes, and all these weirdos to turn around and say that they own hip hop, and the whole plan behind that is for them to, for us to, like we usually do, give up credit. We're not doing it this time, but we usually do give up the credit, and that's what they thought we'd do. And then once Fat Joe and Busta Rhymes successfully took the shit from us, according to their plan, they will go to fight each other like Latins and Jamaicans do. They hate each other. They can't stand each other. And they'll go back to fighting each other, and then them two fight each other. Rick Rubin's going to be the greatest, the person that created rap, and the Beastie Boys are going to be the first NWA, and Eminem is going to be greater than Jesus in about 25 years. So that's the big plan. But I know that was a lot, but that's really where we go. That's where I'm be kind of needling on as we get talking throughout the rest of the discussion.
What about you, Brother Torian? How you feel about the status of hip hop, where we're heading? I got another question. I'm gonna piggyback off what you said, but how do you feel, Torian, about the status of hip hop culturally, the grip we have on it, and just the outsiders influencing it?
I can't even tell you the last few times the most recent hip hop artist right now. I can't even tell you the last time I listened to the radio. A lot of times when I go and listen to, like, if you look at my playlist that I have on my phone, most of it is R&B.
Yep.
Most of it is R&B, whether from like back then or even some R&B singers that I listen to that sound good today. Because I'll give it to, there are some that I can actually, my ears can actually listen to without bleeding. But the status of hip hop today is nowhere near where it was back in its inception. And as it started to go forward, like 10, maybe 20, maybe even 30 years. I've always said that the golden era of music for me was the 90s and the early 2000s. And I don't know if that's me being biased because I was born in 89, grew up like raised in the 90s and early 2000s, and the music just sounded different. It was just better then to me. It's a nostalgic feel for myself, as a matter of fact. I forgot I was listening to something before I even came on here, and I think it was a song from the 80s. So it's like, it's not that I'm stuck in that time. It's just that the music was better, and I have no problem saying that. And especially when it comes to like hip hop like that, again, that's another reason why you couldn't nowadays you couldn't catch me dead watching the BET Awards. Because when I saw that, like, just the highlights alone, I'm saying to myself, I'm so glad that I didn't even subject myself to that foolishness. And that's crazy because back then the BET Awards was actually worth watching.
Oh man.
Like in the first decade of the BET Awards was really worth watching. Like the performances and the surprises. One of the best moments for the BET Awards was in 2004 when James Brown got the Lifetime Achievement Award and Michael Jackson came out and put the cape on him. When I tell you, my then 15-year-old self almost jumped through the roof. I mean, I don't think I ever jumped so high to the point where my head almost touched the damn ceiling. I was literally in my chair jumping up and down. My mother was like, "Get off that damn chair when you break it." But it was like, it's moments like that you're not going to get again. And it makes you so glad and fortunate that you grew up in that time frame. Because when you ask a lot of people who was my age, well, not my age now, but my age then, when a 15-year-old now versus my 15-year-old self then, it's no comparison in a lot of aspects of life, especially when it comes to music. I'm like, y'all have no clue what it was like to go out and buy a CD y'all have no clue what it was like to go out and buy a cassette tape or how to record songs off the radio where you had to press the 2 buttons to catch the song on the radio. You would probably hear the last part of the DJ introducing the song and the song fading out and the DJ coming back in. Y'all had no idea. Even back then when you had like an MP3 player or an iPod, and I'm gonna just put it out there because let's be real here, we did mess with LimeWire and FrostWire. We risked getting a virus, and Napster, we risked getting a virus. The Zune, like they listen, they have no clue what that was like at that time period. I'm like, if y'all only knew how good y'all actually have it now, as far as like when it comes to streaming, that was streaming back then. That was considered streaming back then.
Torian and Black Alpha, y'all remember that feeling of a tape or a CD, the minute you take the wrapper off?
Oh,
remember how it would feel? It would be like
it was like that. It was real crispy. And then when you opened it up, it was like it didn't open up so hard. Like you had to like click it like that. And then on top of it, you just couldn't slide the book out. You had to like kind of get, because if you try to pull it, you would probably rip it. So yeah.
Remember when you listened to a song and you knew that song when you first played it? And within the first couple songs, I'm gonna listen to this song for 10 years. 10 years tops. Like this already.
And don't forget walking around, like for me, like when I was in middle school, walking around with the whole CD player in your pocket, and you had to carry an extra pair of batteries because like throughout the day the batteries would be dead. And that's how a lot of kids was hustling back then. They would be selling batteries. Like they would go to the store, buy some batteries and sell it to people because they knew people would carry them CD players around them, and them CD players were gonna end up dying. So they needed some like 2 AA batteries to take the dead ones out and put some new ones in to get them through the day. I said, man, I feel like I'm in a time capsule right now. Like I really do. Just even bringing that up. Like you tell a kid today like what that is. It's crazy when you ask, like when you tell someone or ask someone today who was maybe a preteen or something like that, do you know what a cassette tape is? Or do you know what a CD player is? Do you even know what a VHS is? And they looking at you like you got 2 heads.
Oh, brother, you know what gets me all the time? Y'all remember the CD Walkman, and then they had the anti-shock one where it wouldn't skip? That motherfucker still skipped on. I don't know about y'all's, but my shit was still skipping. I was like, God, every time
the bus hit the road, hit a bump.
Right.
Man, that shit drive me insane. Hey, all right, so in terms of them trying to steal hip hop, see, our music has been stolen before. We know this. Everybody knows this. Duan, and I'm gonna ask you, Torian, as well. What are some of the telltale signs that you start to notice when they are stealing us? Because I think when we talk about people trying to steal our culture, motherfuckers act like this is the first go around. This ain't the first rodeo. People have done it before. We actually have an actual frame of the way they do it, like with rock and roll, every damn thing. What are some of the things you start noticing when you know that the fix is in?
That's a dope question. Because it starts with us. They don't steal it as fast as we give it away. It starts with a dumbing down of our sound. Our sound is highly sophisticated, and when we stay up here, can't nobody reach us. See, something happened with rock and roll. Little Richard knew. As a drummer, and every musician knows this. Black people, we dance in the pocket of the beat. That's why I call it pocket. We dance in between the 2 and the 4. Everything that we do happens between the beats. The beats are there to just remind us where we are. So we like our music slower with a deeper groove. As a drummer, I have to lay the crack on that snare as late as possible. Pop! To make you give you as much time as you can to dig in that pocket. And that's how we get down. See, pocket scares other people. If you look at white people, look at age, look how the rest of them dance. They dance like a goddamn pogo stick. Dun, 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 dun. They're on top of the beat. And so what we do, what Chuck Berry did, what Little Richard did, was intentionally sped the music up and play with a bounce on top of the beat. Because what that does, when you hear that, that was Chuck Berry. It's black music, and there are segments of black society who do get down with that. But we tend to like our music slower. So when you speed it up, you're intentionally looking to cross over to them. So Chuck Berry intentionally went that way. Little Richard intentionally went that way. And all they needed was about 5 years, 6 years, about 10. White folks need about a decade, 5 to 10 years to catch up to us. After about a decade, that's when you get the Beatles. That's when you get the Rolling Stones. And so what they do is they take Chuck Berry and because he now put it at a tempo that they can hang with. And then that's when it comes at. Same thing that happened with disco. Disco was in the pocket. Go back and listen to Love's Themes. Go back and listen to the Sound of Philadelphia and that early disco from 73, 74, 75. It's still on the floor, but we're at about 91 to about 110 beats a minute. Then when we put it up to 115, 120 BPM, that put it at a tempo that they can now groove with it. Now you get the BGs. Now you get this stuff. So now we put it at a tempo to where they can figure it out. You know what I mean? When it came to the blues, they could never get the blues. But when Jimi Hendrix came along and put that loud guitar amp to it and made it electric and sped it up, that's where we get heavy metal from. They could never get the blues. But when Jimi Hendrix sped the blues up and made it loud, because they like their music loud. We like complexity. We like dynamics, ups and downs, crescendos, decrescendos, space, breathing. They like, And so Jimi Hendrix came and made it loud. So that opened the door for Pink Floyd. That opened the door for Aerosmith. And then Funkadelic, before they got to funk, they were doing heavy metal. You know what I mean? So we put it at a tempo for them to finally catch it. And then once they catch on, look what happened. I'm going to finish with this. Going back to the era of the 2000s. In the 80s and the 90s, rap was highly sophisticated. You had to have bars, and your bars couldn't just be bars. You had to say something within the bars. Nowadays, they just be like, oh, he spit that. Okay, what did the nigga say? Biggie said he sucked his daddy's dick. Is that what you talking calling the bar, nigga? But back in the day, you had to really say something with some substance behind it. So as the mid-90s came along, when Bad Boy came around, and then the late 90s and really the 2000s started to hit, it's no longer about substance. It's about hoes and clothes, cash, the singing left. Like, go back to like 97, 98. Mariah Carey goes from belting out music to whispering. JS, three sisters who could really sing. The whisper era post 1996, R. Kelly brought that in with his production. You had all these people who can really sing, but you got these black women whispering. And so when the whisper era segued to the auto-tune era. So when the auto-tune era comes in, now you can get a non-FBA like Rihanna, because R&B is our music. They can't. When it comes to singing, like, rap is a less sophisticated form of rhythm and blues. Like, you can get a buster who can kind of cosplay. When it comes to rhythm and blues and that true 80s style, 70s style singing, Shaka Khan, Stephanie Mills, Whitney Houston, non-FBA women can't get that. So what they had to do is they had to bring in the auto-tune. They had to bring in the whisper era. We introduce it. Now, Rihanna, you can have a career. Now, Drake, you can have a career. Now, all these other people, now we take the singing down to where no one appreciates singing. So now when Jill Scott drops an album in 2014, the same year as Adele, Jill Scott dropped two dope-ass women albums, but I see black women big up in Adele. Why the fuck would we ever acknowledge Adele? She sings this cheese, pizza, mayonnaise, generic-ass version of dumbed-down R&B. But that's because R&B had been getting dumbed down progressively since the 80s. So since it's been getting progressively dumbed down, now that creates an environment for Adele to thrive. That creates an environment so that's the pattern. When you see our music getting slow and stupid, when you see our music getting less sophisticated, the white folks that are releasing these albums, they know, okay, we have about 3 to 5 more years before we can put one of ours in there, as long as these niggas keep dumbing their own music down. So that's what we got to check it.
Brother, you also mentioned before about how they changed the strings and the sounds and the instrumentation and how that messes with people vibrationally. Can you touch on that real quick?
What that does is, see strings, music is supposed to represent the 4 elements of life: earth, air, water, fire. Those are the 4 elements that everything is built on, that we live here on earth. And music is a sonic interpretation of those 4 elements. Drums is the earth. Drums and bass is your earth. Your strings, that's your wind. That's the wind. That's the breath. Your horns are your fire, and your keys are your water, and the vocals kind of go between those 3. And so what happens is when you write in strings. I was talking to my father-in-law about strings the other night because I'm still trying to get him in my documentary. And I was asking him about like his string arrangements, like when he did Zoom by the Commodores, that string arrangements. He'd always talk about how when he wrote his strings were always, he would write, he would listen, he would record the music, demo it, have it ready, And then he wrote his strings around the feeling of the song. He called it ear candy, spirit candy, because the strings attach to your spirit and they get the things swirling, they get things moving. And the strings is what gets your heart warm. That's why we have heart strings. Strings connects us all. When you can listen to Barry White, and the reason why his music is so timeless, and the reason why those string parts keep getting sampled over and over and over again, because they really do connect to your heart. And so the first thing that they did was they took the strings out the music, and you see that around 79, because it started with Songs in the Key of Life by Stevie Wonder. When he did the song Village Ghetto Land, that was the first song ever recorded with a fully synthetic string arrangement. And so as we get to 78, 79, even with Earth and the Fire, their Faces album, you see some of the string parts were no longer live strings. They're now in 78 when Fantasy came out, when that's those are live strings. In 80, when they dropped Faces, you're now starting to hear more programmed strings. And then as you get to the 80s, as you get through the 80s, the string sections are done. The next thing they took out was background singers and drums, live drums. Take the live drums out. If you pay attention, the music was flowering with bands throughout the 70s. Lakeside, Earth and the Fire, the Barcades, the Ohio Players, Slave. We can go down the list. Then when you get to 80, you see Slave don't make it, but they let Steve Arrington live, but he had to get rid of Slave. You know what I mean? You see the Ohio Players don't make it past the 80s. Confunction don't make it. Only bands that made it out of the 70s and into the 80s are the ones who had to ditch their bands, the Gap Band. They had to pick up a more electronic sound. Cameo used to have a huge band. Larry Blackman was a drummer. They made him get off the drums, put on that ugly-ass red cup in the flat top, and made him start singing lead, and then went to a synthetic sound. Midnight Star. They went from being a big band to a synthetic sound. So if you're going to survive through the 80s, you had to get rid of your bands, and you had to play with a more synthetic style. And then the people, Nile Rodgers and Bernard Edwards had to get rid of Chic. So they started making music for Madonna. So you see how that worked? And so what happened was from 79 to 83, you see basically every band get wiped out, almost like 95% of them. So go back and look. You got to ask yourself, these bands Confunction never made a bad album. You dig what I'm saying? Tower of Power, these bands never made bad albums. They just didn't get renewed. Brides of Funkenstein, Funkadelic, Boosie's Rubber Band, none of them made bad albums. They just didn't resign these black folks. And so they took the spirit, the live sound out of the music. And as you get to the 80s, the plan was all done by 85. They took the horns out. And so you listen to Luther Vandross, listen to his first album with Did You Know That, with those Paul Reiser string arrangements, and then go and listen to Dance with My Father as you get to the end of his career. Even though Dance with My Father was a great song, you can't compare Dance with My Father to what Luther was doing in 1980 with Did You Know That? No songs. And that right there is just a synopsis of how it was intentionally, they took the live music out, and what that did was take spirit, that took the harmony, that took the love, that took the cohesiveness, and that took the beauty and harmony out of music, and it took it from being a spiritual thing to just a song. So now we don't talk music, we talk top 10, because music no longer has spirit in it. It's just a beat. And it's repetitive and it's quantized. Music is supposed to breathe, it's supposed to stretch. The time is supposed to waver a little bit, just like life. When it's quantized and in a box, that's where it puts your mind. So if you listen to the average music thinker, where's their mind? In a box. All by design.
Damn. I never heard it put like that with the heartstrings. That's why they call it heartstrings. I never thought about that. What about you, Brother Torian? What are some of the signs you see when they start to put their fingers in the music, and when the takeover starts to come in, when they start to water down what we do and then start sliding in the Adeles and the Justin Bieber, Justin Timberlakes? What are the things that you pick up on, brother?
Well, for me, I've noticed is when they start to mimic certain bands, or they try to, like, even down to the name. You had New Edition, and then in comes New Kids on the Block. You have Blackstreet, then in comes the Backstreet Boys. So like when I'm looking at the names and the titles of these bands, and I said, I see what they're mimicking. And then for me, like in the growing up in the 90s, I definitely saw it with the sound, like how the songs were sounding. I'm like, a lot of people wasn't expecting like those type of bands to have that type of sound. And I will always wonder, is there a black producer in the background that was working on these songs? And you actually find that that's the case. I said, that's why it sounds like that beat would have went well with a black group. And I wouldn't be surprised if it was for a black group, but they gave it to a white group in order to push them forward. They do that quite often. because like I said, when I was like, you had your NSYNCs, your Backstreet Boys, even over in the UK, you had the Spice Girls. So like when you listen to a lot of their songs back then, listen to the production and the beat. It sounds like an R&B song there, like with with every aspect of it, whether it's a ballad or a upbeat song that would make you want to dance. And when I'm listening to it, even down to how they have them sing, it almost sounds like it should be on the R&B ish type side. Then of course you get into your later 90s. That's when you get your Britney Spears and your Christina Aguilera's, and you know they always try to pump Christina Aguilera to sound more black, because if you listen to how she sings, she does a lot of belting and a lot of yelling. Like she has like a lot, almost like how you have a lot of singers from like even in the 80s belting out these loud, powerful type notes. And I noticed that even early on as a child, because again, that's my era right there. And I noticed that even then. And then these other groups, like a lot of groups that we would watch or listen to, they just kind of fade into the abyss. And it's like you really never hear from them again. And then they push all these other groups forward. But that's something else that like I really know, even down to how they have them dance. You know, like if you look at some of the choreography that they have. I'm not sure if y'all Dewan, you may have heard of him, Darren Henson.
Yeah.
The actor. He's also a choreographer. He did a lot of choreography for a lot of these white artists in the late 90s. He did choreography for Britney Spears, Christina Aguilera, the Backstreet Boys, NSYNC. A lot of those dance moves that you saw was choreographed by him. And you can tell, because when you look at the dances, I was like, some of the stuff that they were doing in there, you will see probably other like black predominant groups actually do, because the dance styles were like similar to each other. I'll give you another example. Shantae Moore.
Queen.
I something just told me when I mentioned Shantae Moore, you're gonna feel the type of way about that, and for good
reason. I love Shantae Moore.
She had a song. I forgot the name of the song, and she already recorded it and everything like that. The song was already set to get ready to be released. And the song that she did was written by produced by Rodney Jerkins. You know, Rodney Jerkins Darkchild is a very popular producer. And he did it. And then all of a sudden, one day, Diddy called him, or as back then he was called Puff Daddy, Puffy, called him, and he heard the song. And he said, I like that song, but can you give this song to this artist that I'm working with? And he was like, what? But the song's already recorded. Like, you just want me to give this song to another person? He's like, yeah, I'll even pay you to give this song to this person. That person was J-Lo. And the name of the song that she released was called If You Had My Love. Mm-hmm. If you go back and you listen to Shantae Moore's version of that song, it wasn't called If You Had My Love. But when you hear it, it has that same ding 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 ding. It has that same beat, that same tone and everything, but they switched the lyrics up and they pushed J-Lo's out there. Well, she was Jennifer Lopez at the time. They pushed hers out there, and nobody really heard Shantae Moore's version. And the thing is, Shantae Moore actually performed that version live on some show, but it immediately just kind of got overshadowed because Diddy was trying to push J-Lo as this next big star. And that's something else that J-Lo, this has been known for years, that J-Lo's been stealing stuff from a lot of people. That One Thing song, the story behind that, one of Amerie's biggest songs, they had to release that song because J-Lo and her team at the time were literally coming right behind it, trying to steal it and record it. J-Lo and her producer had to go. Amerie and her producer had to run down to a radio station and literally pay that DJ to play that song on the radio before J-Lo and her team had a chance to release their version of the song. I couldn't even imagine how a J-Lo version of that song would have sounded, because One Thing by Amerie is a classic song.
Hey, Torian, you bring up some good. I want to back up what you're saying with some things that actually happened, because you saying everything exactly right. And I'm going to tell you how it happened. First off, Amerie got screwed over by J-Lo and Beyonce. And again, it always starts with us. Look, who you mentioned? Diddy. Diddy's a problem. And you know, there are people out there who we love that we got to really bring out. I was saying on my room last night. Diddy's a problem. Jay-Z's a problem. Beyonce's a problem. There are problems. Just because you're black, I don't like when you do what white people do, go around stealing people's shit. I don't like that because because if you're great, you should be able to be great over here and let them be great. A. Marie got ripped apart. Look what happened to her career because people who we now idolize as all-time greats took from that woman instead of competing against that woman. You know what I mean? And so, but
because she definitely had a distinct sound, she had a sound, and because she's from the DMV, so she was starting to, so she was like re-emerging that go-go sound, like she was bring it was already in the mainstream, but she was helping to continue to bring it back in there.
For Dark Child, and she signed in the late '90s to sing with them, and but she didn't have the look. You know what I mean? She didn't have the look. Just being honest, but she had the voice. She didn't the look. So they basically started making her right for people who have the look. And they started making her jump a couple years ago because a lot of things happened to her. So, I
think it's in the Matrix, Dewan.
You're right.
Hey, you know, let's not forget with J-Lo. First off, with Diddy, how'd that work out there, Puff?
There we go. Is that it? Am I back?
Now you got you.
Yeah. Okay.
You was cooking. Go ahead, brother.
So what they did was with J-Lo, what they do is that they take the black producers, because it's all in production. 90% of any hit's a producer. I'll say it's 50%, it's 40% producer, 30% producer, 80% market, 70% marketing. You know, I'll say 69% marketing, 2% the artist. It really comes down to production and marketing. But the production, when a song is a hit, it's a hit no matter who delivers. A hit is a hit is a hit is a hit. You know what I mean? And so what they do is the producers that make the best hits, they pay them crazy amounts of money to record that music for white artists. That's what they do. When Nile Rodgers and Bernard, they remove them from Chic and put them with Madonna, you know, and that's what they do. They take our best producers, Pharrell. You put Pharrell with Justin Timberlake. You know, then when Pharrell was at his zenith, and they do is they get the producers who put out hits for black artists, and when they get to the top, to that level, let's pay them a fuck. You're not gonna say no because the money's crazy. I wouldn't even tell a producer to say no because these are just artists. You know what I mean? They're like, here, we'll pin a hit on you. Now, Diddy, I mean, we ain't gonna talk about him, but I'm talking about your producers. Just as artists. You know what I mean? And so that's what they do. Pay them a lot of money to separate the top producers from the top black acts. Or Beyonce or one black person get the hot producers. And the rest of them, they got to figure it out on their own. And the only way an artist can really take out is if they match with the right producers. And they remove the black production, the best black producers from the best black singers, and put them with other people. That's how it works.
That's how Pink got put. That's how Pink really blew up because she was working with L.A. Reid.
Remember, she came out. She was trying to act like a black girl.
Yeah. And then all of a sudden, she ended up transitioning into rock.
Yeah, a damn rocker. Like, get out of here. The boys say they kind of culture votes in them way. Culture
just like Kid Rock.
Kid Rock. Oh,
Kid Rock did the same. Yeah, Kid Rock did the same thing. Miley Cyrus even did it.
Yep.
Miley Cyrus did it. That's the formula.
Justin Bieber did it too.
Yep, that's true. It's funny because Justin Timberlake kind of did it in reverse.
There's one person, there's only one white artist that didn't do that. And that's Tina Marie.
Right. And someone had mentioned Tina Marie in the chat.
I love Tina.
Rick James was having it.
But I remember, going to what you said about like the producers, I remember I was talking recently about my father-in-law. He was real hot when he did he had a real good streak from really making the Jackson 5 hot to making the Commodores hot, then to making Atlantic Star hot. So when you get to like 88, 89, the industry was basically offering him a blank check to produce New Kids on the Block, They offered him a blank check to produce all them white acts. He just said no. When he just retired. He just retired like from like 1990, and he was done. But they would call him. I mean, as recently as the last 6 or 7 years to produce white acts because he never missed. He never got with a band that didn't take off. I mean, when you do Michael Jackson, Lionel Richie, the Commodores, and Atlantic Star. I mean, they offered him unlimited money to produce some white acts. He just wouldn't do it because he just was done with music. But that's what they do. They're trying to get him away from black acts. He just left music in general.
Mm-hmm. You know what always got me too is whenever you watch all of the artists come out, you already can kind of see the angle that they're pushing. Like y'all was saying, you start seeing them telltale signs, and then you know where they're heading. You can tell that vulture. Machine Gun Kelly, he's another dude. He came out as a rap. He's from Cleveland, well, allegedly. And then the way he turned Marky Mark, I see that right there in the chat. You know,
that's a vulture.
Oh, hey, man, that dude went from wearing goddamn Dickies to a damn pink fucking dress with a damn guitar on. That dude's a sucker. He's a sucker. Now, speaking of culture vultures, I put this out earlier, and I wanted everybody to say this. Now, see this, and I want to show the family for those who didn't. You know, and I want the brothers to comment on this right here. You know, this right here to me is indicative of what really go on. You got your three culture vultures. You
That's
see the
funny.
SPA at the top, and you see the culture vultures at the bottom right there. You know,
when I first saw this, I thought the birds were shaved. When I first saw it, I thought they were shaved, but I didn't realize that I didn't realize that the feathers were still there.
You know what's funny to me too is that you could go right there and tell everybody, like, you got your culture vultures coming from Senegal, and then you got your ones from Jamaica, you got your Puerto Ricans, and it tells everybody that when it comes to our culture, people want in from everywhere. It doesn't matter where they come from. It doesn't matter, you know, how cool they are for the moment, because these people right here, they was all coming in on some foundational Black American kind of culture they was trying to mimic. Fat Joe was running around here, hanging out with Digging in the Crates and all the black dudes out there in the Bronx. Busta Rhymes as well. Got his name from a football player, right? If I'm not mistaken. And then Akon, remember, I'm locked up. Now he says all these things about foundational Black Americans. You know, he kind of talks down on our culture and stuff, but at the same time, it's like, brother, you run around here trying to glorify street culture. And
it's funny that he's being so disrespectful because, like, when that picture that you made, he's in a picture with a person that he worked with, and that was Michael Jackson. When Michael Jackson did the 25th anniversary of the Thriller album, when they was working on like new songs, he was literally in the studio working with Michael Jackson on some of those new songs. So for him to say that, just the utmost disrespect.
Yeah, he got to spend time with Michael, man. That's like spending time with God. You gonna do some shit like that? No.
Just disrespectful, Tether. Now, speaking of disrespectful, Tether, first off, the main thing that's disrespectful on him is that fake ass motherfucking hairline. That's disrespectful to my eyes, your eyes, all of our eyes. I don't know who the hell fuck that was. Man, if you don't do some of that Tether fucking hairline, you got a Tether transplant.
And the thing is that you got all. I'm like, you got this money. You could easily have gotten that to look way more natural than what it is.
His hair look like a miniature golf field.
Man, where the hell's the hair club for men? Now I want to play this video real quick, and I want y'all to comment on it. A lot of people seen it. I caught this over the weekend where he was speaking to I want to say it was Drink Champs, I think it is, with Noriega. And he said some real disrespectful shit about foundational Black Americans. I want the family to see it. I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna run it back and I'm gonna play it. I want everybody to go ahead and comment on this and what you heard from this sucker right here, because it's real as ever. Here we go. This is I call him Don Aquarius, because y'all know at the end of the day he's in that mirror acting like he's a foundational Black American. But this is him talking down on the culture.
You think that's still true to this? It's 100%. I think Africa will start to become its fullest potential. Y'all all go back home. Right. Like, and even y'all, what's interesting is that everything that y'all fight for over here, you get on a slow battle there. Like, it's like you guys want to suffer. Like, y'all motherfuckers just want to just be fucked up.
Y'all heard what he just said. He said it's like y'all want to suffer. If there's ever been a disrespectful thing ever said to Foundation, first off, ain't no motherfucker from Africa gonna tell us about wanting to suffer when they done been colonizing every goddamn country on the planet. If you want to talk about suffering, Tamir Rice, brother, I got a video where an African was calling that shit out. So I don't know what Tether motherfucking drink he been drinking on. I'm gonna run that every day.
So flat over there, like it's like you guys want to suffer. Like y'all
look at Norian over there. Hey, what you say the other day, Dewan? I'm talking about these. What Ice Cube say, Dewan, about folks showing their teeth?
But gotta watch these niggas that show their teeth. I'll watch these teeth showing niggas, boy. If I see too much of your teeth,
look at
I can't trust you. Yeah.
Look at them teeth.
No, carry chewing knee ass nigga.
This motherfucker ain't even FBA his goddamn self. Speaking on behalf again.
Because you don't have to be. It's like, believe me, they wouldn't want nothing better than to ship all y'all niggas back to Africa, but they're not even knowing this for y'all best interest. Y'all would actually be better off. Wow.
Fair use, by the way. Fair motherfucking use. All right, before we start chopping that dude up, I'm sure the family gonna chop it. I'm gonna bring on two other brothers that is in the back channel that I want to bring up too. We're gonna go back to the West Coast. We're gonna go straight to the East Coast. So we got the whole 50 states up in here. I'm gonna bring it in right now so everybody can check it on out. First and foremost, we have our brother, our brother Sage coming from Brooklyn. What it do, man?
It's good, Sage.
Peace, and love to the family. Black first.
Sage.
All day, every day. All right, and then on top of that, right here, we also have our brother coming from the West Coast. So right now, we got the DMV. I don't know what y'all is in the DMV, brother. Is that South? Is that East Coast? Torian? Somebody tell me.
Technically, it is the South, but or you can say it's like that middle. It's like that divide between the North and the South. So I mean, it all depends on who you ask.
All right,
bunch of Mason Dixon ass niggas.
Man, hey, you gotta be careful. You say that to the wrong person. That they I'll be like, damn.
That used to be an endless debate when I was in college. That one right there.
Man, so we got the DMV. So I guess we're gonna say East, South, and then we got the East Coast. We got the West Coast, Midwest, and the real South, Georgia. No offense to nobody. And then we're gonna bring on as well brother Beatzilla coming from the West Coast. What it do, man?
What's going on, family? How you doing, man? Black first, everybody. Man,
I want to ask y'all. Okay, I want to ask everybody about this situation with Akon running his mouth, as well as these other people that talk about foundational Black Americans. Because the roast. Y'all know we's only gonna go so far before we roast it. We laid down the format. Now it's time to turn the motherfucking pressure up 350. I'll start off with you, Brother Sage. How do you feel about Akon, Fat Joe, Busta Rhymes, all of the culture vultures, but in particular, that bullshit that Akon was saying right there?
So let me make my way to Akon. As far as Busta Rhymes, as far as my knowledge, when Busta Rhymes came out in the 90s, he wasn't on no I'm Jamaican tip. So for anyone running around here, and again, I wanted to I actually visited 1520 Sedgwick Boulevard today, which is actually Hip Hop Avenue in New York. That's where the party that Kool Herc, that's where that took place, 1520. What I wanted to do, but the weather was crazy up in New York. I don't know if you felt any of that, Torian, but the weather was crazy. But what I wanted to do was there's a lot of people that's always outside taking photos, whatever. You can catch a lot of the old hip hop heads over there, and a lot of them that are not known will tell you the damn truth. They'll tell you what they seen as growing up. And my thing with Busta Rhymes is I want y'all to catch that. When Busta Rhymes came out with, Give Me Some Mo, he wasn't on that Rasta, I'm Jamaican, let's move in with my culture, trying to take over your culture. He wasn't doing any of that back in the 90s. When he was rapping with a Tribe Called Quest, where was the Jamaican flags at? You have to speak the truth on that. As far as Fat Joe's another one. Fat Joe was more of like a drug dealer. No one really respected Fat Joe lyrically. Honestly, Big Pun was more talented than Fat Joe, but Big Pun himself said that he was a visitor when it came to hip hop. Puerto Ricans today do not like to mess with blacks when it comes to New York City. I don't know about this melting pot thing that they try to portray that New York City is. It's not that. We don't live amongst each other in New York City. We live with the blacks, the Asians live with the Asians, the Hispanics with the Hispanics, the whites with the whites. We don't live amongst each other as some big melting pot. So for anyone that does not live in New York City, do not allow them to lie. As far as Akon, he's saying about Africa, and let's go back to Africa, but that show was taped in Miami. Why you in Miami promoting? That I don't understand that about him. You're selling me on something that you can't relate to. Your first hit, quote unquote, hit was, saying that you're locked up, sir. And then didn't the Foundational Black American bring him in the game, such as Styles P? Wasn't his first single with Styles P, if I'm not mistaken?
I believe so.
So
yes,
my thing is, again, you've rolled our coattails, and I know that the getting is not so good no more, because ain't nobody really checking for him after that. I want to make nah track he put out that was straight garbage. Nobody checking for him since that. So my thing is, you're selling some type of agenda that we're not buying. Sell that to the people from Senegal, where you're from, and have them go back. Because here's the thing, there probably are more Black Africans in America today than Caribbeans. And I may be going out on a limb with that, but I know there's a big number of Africans from the mother continent in America.
Absolutely.
Why do they come here? Schools, opportunities, financial gain.
White people.
All gonna get there. White women.
Next.
That's the fourth one. So my thing is, what are you selling? What is waiting for us over there? Because again, we have foundational Black Americans that are over there that are saying this is a hell story. This is like, this is just, a damn nightmare. So again, what are you trying to sell us on, brother? Anyway, like I said, that show is filmed in Miami. Why are you in Miami, sir? Take your ass back to Senegal. There's no reason for you to be over here selling us some bullshit tickets. Marcus Garvey, we're not believing in that type of ideology of let's just buy a boat and sail back. We're not doing that, sir. And with that, I'll pass it to my brothers.
What about you, Brother Zilla? How you feel about that whole thing? Hey, somebody get Noriega on bus ass for me too, man.
Yeah. Can I touch on that too? I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother.
So Nori is from Lefrak City. Okay, it's pronounced Lefrak. I know his ass says Lefrak. It's pronounced Lefrak City. Okay, so Nori's another one. When Nori first came out with the what, Nori wasn't Puerto Rican. Okay, nowhere you can catch him when he was saying he was Puerto Rican. Nori was running around with Capone. And shout out to Capone, because a lot of my people know Capone. Nori was running around with Capone, and they were CNN, and they were just brown-skinned Black men.
Facts.
Just like Nas. Nori was trying to blend in. Nori was following the damn coat. All them Queens people were following Nas, okay? Absolutely. All of them. So my thing is, Nori was riding Nas' coattail. Mobb Deep also came in with the Nas, that whole umbrella. They also... To get back on Nori. Nori has been very explicit about he was the only Puerto Rican family that lived in Lefrak City. So what does that tell you about Puerto Ricans and Blacks? We don't live together.
Yep.
Because if you're the only family, only one, I'm sure Brother Dwan B could name one family that lives in, Malibu. One Black family, okay, that lives in this area. I'm pretty sure that there's one Black family that lives on the north side of Chicago, of course, but that tells you that we don't live together. So again, I wasn't alive in the early 70s. I wasn't even thought of yet, to be honest with y'all. But I know how it is today. And if it's like that today, we're supposed to be more accepting today. What the hell you think it was like back in the 70s when there wasn't no internet, when there wasn't no hate crimes in which, well, there's still no hate crimes for us, but, there was no hate crimes in which, people can be accused or their charges could be ballooned over race. What do you really think? Seriously, guys, sit back. Do you really think that Puerto Ricans were walking hand in hand with Black people?
Hell no. Hell no.
No, they definitely wasn't. But to answer that question, brother, about Akon, there's a few things that I take from when Akon speaks. Akon speaks because he has so much Americanism on him that he does kind of understand how to not be sounding so tetherish.
He's
However,
a skilled tether.
He's a very skilled speaking tether. So what he does is he comes in with the same colonized mind conversation. Because notice when people start doing this, and brother, I live in Portland, Oregon. It is as white as you get. So looking at how I don't change what I am for no one. So I can maneuver in this. He's the type of people that talk like, man, there's too many of them out here, man. What they gonna do to me? And so he's already conceded that he is under the hierarchy of supremacy without actually acknowledging it. So what those failed individuals tend to do is start acting like they have some high-minded position and start talking down on us to say we just want to be treated horribly. No, we built this country. What are you talking about? And the reason that you're here and the reason that you have a viable income is our art form. So that's everything about us and our culture that you wanted to come be part of so you could get next to those people that you think we should flee from. That is very skilled tether talk. But nonetheless, also remember something else. When Busta Rhymes came out with that last album of his, and he was real heavy with, what was that called? The Czar. I think that's the single he came out with on that record. Yeah. He did all of his interviews. If you remember, he was talking heavy on the West Indian. Well, it was the West Indian upbringing. It was the West Indian culture and the culture of the West Indies. So we should have caught on to that then, that there was a plan in place. The powers that be sent and rolled him on out there. And he was doing it because, oh, Busta's back. So we like, oh, okay, it's kind of hot. But at the end of the day, we don't know what all that West, his hip hop understanding comes from West Indian culture. Where? Calypso? No. I mean, like, what is this dude talking about? There's no steel pans in Busta Rhymes music. So if he was so Caribbean influence, we should be hearing some steel pans and some flutes, and we hear none of it. So another thing about his rhyming style, how he was able to kind of smoke screen everybody, is because he's a drummer. So he understood the rhythms within a 16 count, and within a 4 count. If I'm just talking musical jargon, but that just like bop, 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 bop. So he knows how to maneuver in between those spaces. So it's not
16th note triplets is what he be hitting.
Facts. And he uses drum knowledge to execute his rhyme patterns. So I don't know if a lot of people knew that about him, but that's his case. Now, what you were saying before about Dwan B, real quick, those artists, those gatekeeping artists that end up ruining smaller artists and for all intents and purposes use backroom dealings and their influence and power to get other artists straight done. So A. Marie's one. Y'all don't see much from Keisha Cole now, do you? And let's keep it a buck. There's 2 women that kind of played ping pong with that sister's career. Beyonce. And then, if you notice, there's Beyonce will drop a record, and then there will be a 6 to 8 month to a year time span. Then Mary J comes out. That leaves no room for anyone else. And if you've noticed, where's Rihanna's last album? Rihanna hasn't been able to even jump in that mix. So we do have a very big issue of these gatekeepers, Jay-Z, Diddy, Beyonce, and some of those other folks whose names you don't know because you don't hear them. But nonetheless, those type of individuals, they are all the way down with the machine, not the people. They use the people as the fuel, but they ain't for the people at all. And they will straight do in other artists. So
Real
what they
talk.
say.
And it's interesting that you brought up like Beyonce, because she has a few artists that are signed to her label. I was watching a video and it was like breaking down like the artists that are signed to her label, but a lot of people don't know who they are because they didn't get the push that they should. They said the only two that really got some kind of a push with Beyonce as her artist was Chloe and Halle.
Chloe and Halle. That's
But
it.
this was
Those are
Beyonce,
like the only two that kind of got a push, but even Chloe is struggling.
Beyonce, the reason why I go so hard because we have the tethers, but they all on all ends they learn from us how to get it done, and when it comes down to it, these tethers don't have space. Look, I said this on my space last night. Just look at how Jay-Z moves. When he took over Def Jam, what's the first thing Jay-Z did? He got rid of LL Cool J.
Yep.
You don't get rid of an archetype of somebody who built the label. You'll never see Justin Timberlake take over a label. And the first thing he does is take out Eric Clapton. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so for all the soft shoe cool that LL's been doing, we still understand who he is, his place is musically in our sound. We know that whether you like him or not, he built Def Jam Records. Period.
Yep.
You dig what I'm saying? So when you see Jay-Z come and do that, instead of lionizing and immortalizing somebody who did something that great, you cut them because that's what white people do. Jay-Z, we saw what he did. When we saw what he did with Dame Dash, we should have known back then. You went with the white boys over Dame Dash, because we gotta remember how Jay-Z got here. Jay-Z was around when Cube dropped America's Most Wanted. Jay-Z was around when Nas dropped Illmatic. Jay-Z was around when Outkast, when all these people who we call legends that came. Jay-Z was around when Snoop dropped The Chronic. Jay-Z's always been there.
Yep.
He didn't become relevant until Tupac and Biggie died, and then a few years later, when they basically stopped re-signing the talent in the mid to late 90s, when they come in with that new 2000s fuckboy era, spend money on hoes and clothes and cash, and you're a man because you spend more money, archetype style of music. And what did niggas do? Oh, Jay-Z, go! When he take everybody else's fucking line. Of course, you can be the GOAT when you're a human jukebox. And I'm gonna prove it. You know what I mean? You're taking things that we already like, and you're tremendously skillfully putting it together. Yes. Great job. But it's not. So we promoted that. We allowed him to do what he did with Dame Jazz unchecked, without checking them. You see what he did with LL Cool J. And these are moves he made well before Kaepernick. People started to think that the Kaepernick thing, this is shit Jay-Z was doing last decade. Facts. You know what I mean? And then when you look at Beyonce, she stomps out. She has old videos saying, "I'm coming in here stealing." She steals shit. And then what they do is, this is what they do. If it's another artist that can possibly compete with you, you sign them and sit on them. Facts. That's what they do. You sign them and sit on them. And that's what I'm going to sign you so you can't blow up. And that's not music to me. Shaka Khan wasn't worried about what Gladys Knight was putting out. Marvin Gaye wasn't worried about what Lionel Richie was doing. Al Green wasn't worried about what Isaac Hayes was doing. When they used to put out music, it was a competition. I remember when I was talking to my father-in-law about the Commodores. I remember asking him, I was like, man, every year you guys were the Commodores, y'all had to release albums in between the Isley Brothers, Parliament Funkadelic, Earth and Fire. How did you do it? He was like, well, he said, I knew we couldn't do what the Isley Brothers do because the Isley Brothers would kick our ass. Right. We couldn't do what Earth and Fire do because Earth and Fire would kick our ass. Right. We had to do the best that we can do. And it was all about just getting good, getting great, getting good. It wasn't about what the next person was doing. It was about making the best music you can possibly make. Brick House was a jam session. When they did Brick House, that was a jam session. And then he heard something. All right, keep that bass line in there. And then he went and stewed that shit up. But that's because he was so worried. He knew that whatever came out next, I know Parliament's dropping some shit. I know the Barcades are going. I know Kool and the Gang is coming out. I know Slave is coming out with some shit. Yes, and whatever I come out with, that shit better bring it. That's what music is. Then when we get to the Beyonce, Jay-Z, Diddy era, it's not about that. It's about getting the competition and stifling them, taking it from them, stealing from them. we black people, we have to be the hardest on black people who steal from black people. I ain't talking about the poverty, because we can tend to be hard on the ones that's poverty stricken. I'm talking about those who already have. You already have resources. You already have notoriety. You already have fame. How much is too much? How can we continue to exalt people who steal from black people and you rich? You know what I'm you already rich. So I said that to say that is how it's, to finish off your point of how it starts, that's how it starts. And then the people who have tribal issues back at home, they coming over there rubbing their hands together. And it's usually one of these niggas that hire them. Usually it's gonna be a Jay-Z Diddy style nigga that even hires these motherfuckers to be there in the first place.
That's how go ahead, bro.
Go ahead.
See something that you said earlier about like Britney Spears and Christina Aguilera. Justin Timberlake was also on the Mickey Mouse Club. Now, this is a true story from my own history. I was in a group at the time, and we were trying, talking to this producer. He was actually affiliated with the dude who is behind Backstreet Boys. So he's out here from Florida, right? And he has this audition, and he asked me like, "Hey, did you just write that song?" Because he wanted to know what we sounded like on the fly. So I told him I wrote. He was like, "Well, okay, well, don't sing me anything that you have already wrote. Write something right now and sing it." So, I went into the bathroom. Five minutes later, we came back out. I was like, "Here it is." He was like, "Damn, you just wrote that?" I was like, "You told me what you wanted it to sound like." And so I just went and wrote it. So he pulls me aside and is like, "Hey, because we were actually going as a gospel group at the time. This is the 90s, So he's like, you're really talented, but I don't have a need for a gospel group. There's this kid that I think you should meet. Right now, we're grooming him up, and he actually has a group coming out. This is before NSYNC even hit. There was no thought of NSYNC. They had the whole formatted scope out plan for Justin Timberlake as a kid. And we're also all of these black artists that have teamed up with Justin Timberlake over the years, they were probably approached just like I was. I was approached in the 90s to write for that kid. So all of these other people that you see, that like when they're not just coming out of nowhere. These people are placed and planted, and a lot of money is invested in making sure they succeed. So if a person like myself, Sage, Dwan B, we got a hot record. If we can't get that to a DJ partner, they'll do stuff like this. They will tell all the record, because they own the record stations, well, they'll tell them, don't play your records. Anybody to play your records getting fired. And you're done. And that's pretty much it. That's how the game works. So sometimes when you see those folks that get man, they hot, because the internet allows people to get in touch with their audience lickety split. But the machine is still the machine, and they are always fighting for control because they got 30 years invested into like Justin Timberlake. So you always just watch out for those type of artists like Britney Spears. Why is she dropping a new record? Looking like a sick anorexic drug addict in all these weird TikTok videos.
She ain't looking like one. She is one. Yeah. Hey, now I'm gonna answer your point. Nothing happens by accident. Everything happens on purpose, right? Especially when it comes to stealing foundational Black American culture. Everything we do. We had a conversation, me, Dewan, and our brother Torian before everything popped off. There's a person, and if y'all look right here in the backdrop, we all know he is the king of music, okay? And y'all know who I'm getting at. Every single year, there's a new person that they say is the new Michael Jackson. Now, one thing that we've all noticed is that when it comes to Michael Jackson, we are the only ones keeping Michael Jackson's legacy alive. From the fake-ass documentaries that they put out on Michael Jackson to these fake-ass hit pieces, all the people that were supposedly his friends who sold him out, the whole spectrum. We know that every week they're trying to replace Michael, because somebody told me a long time ago, they said a new Michael Jackson super fan is born every day. I know people that have children that were not nowhere near born when Michael Jackson passed away. And they think Michael Jackson is still alive. And then when they were told that Michael Jackson passed away, they cried when they weren't even alive when the man.
Facts.
There's nobody. There never will be another Michael Jackson. But when you leave it up to the dominant society, they're always trying to tell us that there's a new Michael Jackson every week. And by the way, the people that they say is the new Michael Jackson every week, it's always somebody from their community. There's a person that came out about a year ago. And by the way, Jay-Z is on record saying that he could help this person become the biggest star in all of music. So once again, you see that culture vulture assister, the escort, when you start talking about Jay-Z. This person right here, ladies and gentlemen, I just showed you the real Michael Jackson. This is who the dominant society is telling us is the new Michael Jackson. Y'all tell me right now, is this motherfucker right here the new Michael Jackson? The answer is hell to the no. Torian, brother, I gotta let you take this and lead this one off, brother. Go ahead, family, because this Harry Styles or whoever the fuck his name is. This is the guy. Go ahead.
Yeah,
brother.
I remember when this first popped up right here, and they said how the new king of pop set the music world aflame. The only thing I see aflame in this picture is what he has on in the flames and them candles on that cake. Like I was like, nah, because the thing is, when I saw this, I knew who he was. He was from that group One Direction. You know, that's another one of those groups they tried to prop them up like they were the new age Beatles. Like literally, that's what they were trying to prop them like they was the new Beatles or something like that.
So like, man.
But when I saw this, I was like, nah. I'm like, I can't even name one Harry Styles song. I couldn't even name one Direction song. So how is he the new king of pop or the king of anything? You ask anybody what your favorite Michael Jackson song is, you'll have them stuck because they can't name one because there's so many. You ask them what their favorite album is, some of them say, "Oh, I don't know," because it's as a couple of them. But I couldn't name one of his songs. I could, whether when he as a solo artist or as in a group. So even with the Jackson 5, later the Jacksons, you can name off some of their songs. Some may be able to name off their whole discography. I couldn't do it with him. But yeah, I remember when they tried to push this out there, and Twitter more than anything lit Rolling Stone ass up. And rightfully so, when this came out. Also, furthermore, speaking of Rolling Stone, remember when they came out with that list of the top 200 greatest artists of all time, and some of the placements of them artists did not make any sense of where they was placing some of the black artists, and some of the black artists didn't even make the list that should have been well on that list. Man. So Rolling Stone had to be, I don't know if they were ski sloping with Hunter Biden that day when they made this cover and made this statement, but they could not have been in sober and sound and sane mind when they decided to put this up there talking about he's the new king of pop. Where?
Hey, how you feel about that, brother Dewan?
They do that with that's what they do. They have to always put their face on our shit. And it's nothing new. They were doing it back in the 20s. I forgot that white boy's name that was trying to say he was better than Louis Armstrong. I forgot his name. But then you saw it in the 1930s. You saw 40s. Benny Goodman was a white boy. They labeled Benny Goodman the king of swing. And this is during the time that Duke Ellington was in his prime, Count Basie's in his prime, Jimmy Lunceford's in his prime, Chick Webb's in his prime. They're all in their prime, the swing masters. But the king of swing was Benny Goodman until Benny did. And this how bold white folks are. Benny Goodman in 1937 went down to the Savoy Ballroom in New York City, and he challenged Chick Webb to a battle. And
really?
Chick Webb, Chick Webb, because that whole battle culture that we think is synonymous with hip hop. You want to be the baddest band in the land, you had to go to the Savoy Ballroom during the 1930s and see Chick Webb. Chick Webb was a 4'11" a black man drummer I think he had spinal stenosis or something like that. He couldn't stand up straight. And when he got Ella Fitzgerald in his band, when she came down to audition, he called the person that sent her over. Was like, "This woman can sing, but she sure is ugly." You know, my niggas talk shit. Well, anyway,
Right.
Chick Webb, you know, Benny Goodman's a king of swing. Chick Webb was like, you think you got to come here. So Benny Goodman went down to the Harlem Ballroom, the Savoy Ballroom in Harlem, and by halfway through the first song, Benny Goodman starts off first. Halfway through Chick Webb's first song, they smoked they motherfucking ass. And the whole night, they picked up the Benny Goodman band, them white boys, they picked the motherfuckers and knocked their ass on the ground and knocked their ass out, fucked them up, beat their motherfucking ass, choked them out, had his hair all over his head like Big Red from them, fucked them up. And when all that said and done, everyone saw what happened. What did the newspaper say in the New York in the Time papers the next day? Chick Webb's band did a great job against the Benny Goodman Orchestra. You know, it was a tough night for Benny Goodman Orchestra, but Benny Goodman is still the king of swing.
Wow.
And they go right back to calling him the king of swing. So what does that tell you about them? They got over 100-year head start of using their power of fiat, calling those things that be not as though they are. For you Christian niggas out there who talk about faith, that's what faith really is. Calling things, the faith is putting the shit out there and saying it's true and standing on it, even though it ain't. That's what they do, and that's something that we can take from them and learn from them, because we don't call things out that aren't true. All we gotta do is tell the truth and just stand in it. If these motherfuckers stand on lies the way they do, you know what I mean? They've been doing that. I gave up a story from 1937 just to show how long of a head start they've had on us doing this shit. So it's something that like we just have to expect. And when they do it, we laugh at it, because how many next Michael Jacksons have we seen over the last 25, 30 years? We forgot more than we remember, because every year it's always going to be a new one. Right. So we got to know how they're going to act. Don't let it get to us, but use our words to fight back. And then when we have our Beyonce, Jay-Z's, and Diddy's internal Negroes, them is the ones we got to go at, because we got some control over them. We ain't got, the white folks, they're going to say what they say in Rolling Stone. We just got to make sure we fight back. That's all.
Hey, yes, everybody, hey, you just threw me an alley-oop right there, Dewan, straight up. Look at this, everybody. If you check out the screen, these are all publications from the dominant society. Listen to this. Y'all going to be like, what the hell? Is Adele the new Michael Jackson? Okay. What? Then they said, how Justin Timberlake is becoming a worthy heir to the Michael Jackson throne. Okay. So that's Adele and Justin Timberlake. Then hear this one out. Michael Jackson's death 3 years later. So this was right after Michael Jackson passed. It's not even that long ago. Michael Jackson's death 3 years later, Justin Bieber may be the next king of pop. Yeah, that's from another W publication. And then this one right here. This is the fucking terrible take. Lady Gaga is the new Michael Jackson. That shit is not made up. That is not Photoshop. That's literally the type of games that they're playing, and exactly what our brother Dewan was just mentioning.
And notice they are all of them are white artists. Dang. They didn't even bring up any black artists to say is the new Michael Jackson. Not that I would have agreed with that either, but they brought up all white artists. That's definitely intentional.
Adele, man, that bitch ain't the new Tina Marie.
Right.
He ain't the new Sinead O'Connor. What the fuck?
Right. And truth be told,
Sarah Song. What the fuck?
Oh. And what's up with Chris Brown? I mean, y'all say what you will about the brother, but that dude's talent outweighs any of them people that they put up there.
Torian, make the point that you were telling me, Torian, about Chris Brown.
Years ago. This is before Michael Jackson had passed away. This is like probably when right around the time when Chris Brown first got started. When he had run it. Like, listen, when Chris Brown first came out, that kid at the time had a run, and I tell you, that man had a run. But around that time with his first album, Michael Jackson had personally told Chris Brown that he was the next big thing.
Wow.
Like Michael Jackson actually it's almost like he knighted him, like saying like you are going to be the next big thing. And Michael Jackson was not going to give that kind of statement out to just anybody. He wasn't just going to tell anybody that. So that had to be like one hell of a compliment. As a matter of fact, I remember, if y'all remember, it was a show on MTV back in the day called Sweet 16.
Yep.
And they would talk about like different celebrities having these big outlandish type of parties, and they did one on Chris Brown. And in that episode, when Chris Brown was having a party, they actually stopped the party because they had music playing and everything, and they said Michael Jackson is on the phone. Like they literally cut all the music off and everything like that. Michael Jackson actually personally called Chris Brown to tell him happy birthday.
Damn.
Now, see, stuff like that. That's what, like, and Dewan B, I know you can, and probably Sage, you too, you can agree. The business, when they see stuff like that, and that stamp from number one, they hating Michael Jackson. So right off the rip, he's dubbing this young man. And then what you see after that, they've been dragging that brother nonstop. And then when it comes down to talking about talent, he never gets mentioned. And it's
like you talking about this kid used, like when he first got started, he was doing backflips and acrobatics on stage. I was like, am I watching a performance or a circus act? Because the way he was maneuvering and his way he was dancing and moving his body, because it was such a while since we have seen someone dance and move like that and still be able to sing live. It's been a long time since we've actually seen something like that, and he literally was the embodiment of talent. I remember watching 106 in Park when he first came on the show, when he first got started, like on that first album. Them girls probably cut school that day. I'm almost certain they did, because they literally flooded that studio. And I don't know if any of y'all have ever been to like the 106 in Park studio, but it's not big. It's small. It's really small. It's real cramped. And you can kind of tell that it is if you like the way the camera angles were. But them girls was going crazy in there. And like I said, he just got started. He wasn't even out maybe even 2 months. And you would have thought he would have been out for years. The way that he was able to engage a fan base that fast. And for someone like Michael Jackson to tell you that you're the next big thing, and this is just off of your first album. He saw something in him off of his first album, not 2 albums or 3 albums later. He saw something off of the first album, because for Michael Jackson to say that means that he saw himself in him, just a more modern version of himself in him. Could you imagine what a Michael Jackson and Chris Brown performance would have looked like back then?
Oh
man,
internet would have shut down.
You know what Chris Brown missed out, the reason, and what I said Chris Brown was a victim of rhythm and blues in the 2000s. R&B in 2000s sucked. R&B is the most expensive form of music to make. Out of all of the sounds, whether you're talking about jazz or blues, whatever, rhythm and blues is the most expensive. Because if it's going to be done right, you need live musicians. You need a full string arrangement, and I'm talking about 32 pieces. You know what I mean? You can get away with 3, but when you got the 32 piece, or at least the 16 piece. You know what I mean? You with orchestra, with strings behind you. Then you need those. You know, my bad. You need that, and I'm gonna have to get off after I say this part. I gotta make that call back. But you need those strings. You need those horns. You know what I mean? You need that lifeblood. You need a trumpet, saxophone, and trombone. You need that live guitar, preferably 2. You know what I mean?
Yep.
You need that bass. You need that, and then you need the background singers. 3 is ideal. Sometimes, depending on the song, you might need a full choir, but you're gonna need that alto, soprano, tenor. You know what I mean? And then when it comes to singing, sometimes when you be Zilla when you record music. I remember one time I was recording a song with this band, and we spent almost a week on the word "that," because just that one word. You know how that goes? Yep. People don't understand. You hear a song and the part of the song went "that's," right? But how are we going to phrase that? How are we going to enunciate it? How are we going to blend it? And every time we thought we had it and we'll move on the song, it would never fit with the rest of the song. So we spent over a week on the word "that," and had to have the singers redo that part You know what I'm talking about.
Oh,
and so this
brutal.
is the process behind music. And once you get all that stuff done, that's very expensive for a song that may never even come out.
Facts.
I remember I was talking to my father-in-law again about recently about a song. He did a whole album with Marvin Gaye that Motown never released. And in this album, he has some songs with 64-piece orchestras. It was just music heaven, but it was just too futuristic at the time. So I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of dollars back then they invested in an album that never came out. So if R&B is gonna be done, it needs to be done right. And now Adele gets that kind of production, Justin Timberlake gets that kind of production, Sam Smith gets that kind of production. But when it comes to Chris Brown, let's get this nigga a beat. Now go sing.
Yep.
It's funny that you were talking about the live band and everything like that, and this is going back to A. Marie.
For real.
I remember when she first dropped the song One Thing, like as soon as it comes in, you hear those instruments that dun, 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 dun. So, and even in the video, she has the band in there. And every time she performed that song live, she always had a live band. I forgot what performance she did of that song live, but the backdrop reminded me of an old 1940 style with the band with the podium. She had Sheila E. there on the drums. I remember she had Sheila E. there on the drums, one of the best drummers ever. And she had Sheila E., she was directing the drummer. She even drummed a little bit herself, and it was one of the best performances I ever seen from her live of that particular song. I forgot what award show it was, but it was back in like 2005.
Because live music is that thing. We need it.
Yeah.
And they don't give it to the black artists. When A. Marie came out and did it, they took it from her.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Unfortunately.
Erykah, but that's why I give so much love to Erykah Badu, Jill Scott. Luckily, Erykah Badu was over here at Motown where they supported her. Jill Scott was over at Hidden Beach where they supported her. You know what I mean? And so she had neither of them got mainstream push, but they stood up and resisted enough to where they were able to etch out their own sound. And just this past last month, Erykah Badu sold out Staples Center, and Jill Scott sold out the Hollywood Bowl in the same week. So that
she just got it here too.
You know what I mean? So that goes to show you that the real music still lives no matter what that they do.
It's a craving for it. Like people,
it's a craving for it.
It's a craving for it.
I gotta cut out of here, y'all, because I gotta get to where I gotta go. I wish I could have stayed longer, but I got it. They calling me like, where you at, nigga?
Hey, salute to you, brother. Hey,
salute, Dwan B.
Yes, sir. I'll holler at you, all right?
Oh, all right. Peace out, brother.
Yeah.
Right,
yeah.
Y'all subscribe to my brother Dewan B, man. Y'all check him out. I'm gonna say it for him. Where y'all can find him is Dewan B on all platforms. Y'all make sure y'all check him out right here on YouTube, on Twitter as well. And y'all look out for his documentary, man, all the way.
Yeah.
I'm gonna show this. I'm gonna keep the block party moving. I want to show y'all this. Y'all tell me right now, have y'all seen any other artists of any genre of music put some people in their seats like this right here? That's a Michael Jackson.
That's Michael Jackson. I think it's the bad tour. That's definitely the bad tour.
Yeah.
Bad tour.
Yeah, that's the
Which
bad
basically
tour.
a lot of people believe is the best tour of all time.
It's a really good tour. Like you can watch it. You can actually watch the whole tour online, like on YouTube. They have like the whole tour on there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Michael Jackson's influence and power, because I remember it was a documentary they had with Michael Jackson. I think it was called Michael Jackson's like private home videos or something like that, and they were interviewing him, and he was saying that the fans, it was like festival seating. They say they didn't want chairs. They all wanted to stand. So literally they would be standing for hours. I know their feet were probably tired that I know mine. So I probably wouldn't have been able to go anywhere for like a week. You had people literally, he said that they would have hundreds of faints per night of both men and women, literally getting crowd surfed across the people just to get them to the stretcher so they could get medical attention. So yeah, Michael Jackson, they called it Michael Mania. That was the title that they gave it back then. It's called a Michael Mania. Now, and that's exactly what it was, because if you took the Michael Jackson out of the sign right there, and asked anybody what is this, they wouldn't even be able to tell you that it was a Michael Jackson concert. But that's just the kind of impact that he had, and to the point where all his shows looked like that. No matter what tour he did, they all look like this.
Did y'all see the live concert video? Because I mean, well, some of y'all too. Yeah. I think y'all might be before y'all time. I think it was around 1990.
From Bucharest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they had this big, and this was like a big TV event. So it was literally, I think it was on pay-per-view. So it was Michael Jackson on pay-per-view, and there's one of the moments where they pan over to the crowd. Right, there's a dude in a wheelchair, slumped, passed out. They're just over there. They're crowd surfing him over to the paramedics. He's just over there, just totally gone. I mean, so to say that anybody's the new Michael Jackson, if you haven't at least had at least 100 faints in your career, that man was having over 100 a night. I said, you're not even scratching the surface.
And not only that, Michael Jackson. It's funny you bring
HBO.
up that concert that he did with Bucharest, because that was his Dangerous tour, and that was when he first did the Toaster. That was the first time he did the Toaster, where he pops up out of the ground and he just stands there with the pyrotechnics in the back, and he's just standing there for like 5 minutes, just staring out into the crowd, and everybody is just screaming just at the presence of this man just standing there. He's like a statue. He hasn't said one word. He hasn't moved. Then after that, he turns his head very fast the other way, and they get even louder. And then he reaches up to grab his glasses, and they get even. It's like, how loud can you really get? Man. And then he pulls his glasses off, and then that's when the beat drops and he starts performing. But yeah, that's just the kind of presence he had. He even did the same thing when he performed at the Super Bowl in '93.
Yep.
He did the same thing, and them people was going crazy. I forgot one of the players who played in the Super Bowl that year, I forgot what team they were playing for, had said that while they was in the locker room while he was doing the Super Bowl, he had snuck out of the locker room. I don't know how they didn't see him, to come and look at him perform.
I think it was Michael Irvin.
Yeah, it was Michael Irvin. I think, Michael Irvin. He said he had snuck out of the locker room to come and, while they're supposed to be going over plays for the next half, he snuck out of the locker room to go and look at Michael Jackson perform in the Super Bowl, because he said, I may never get this opportunity again.
It's Michael Jackson.
So, he said, this is my shot. This is my opportunity. This is like a free concert, and I didn't have to pay for it. So all I had to do was, perform well in the season and get to the Super Bowl. I may never get this chance again. So he took the chance and he snuck out of the locker room to go watch his performance, or at least a piece of it.
I could dig it. It's Michael Jackson.
The thing that got me with Michael, a lot of people, it's one of those, you had to be there. You had to be there. When they compare these other artists, it's laughable to us. It's a joke. Like, you can't compare anybody to Mike, and his fan base was not regional. It was intercontinental.
It was global.
Yeah, everywhere. Like, you just couldn't really compare. I wanted to ask you, Brother Sage, because remember, we had that space. That's when the Congo guy showed up, if I'm not mistaken, brother. Yeah. You remember. I want to ask you, brother, in terms of Michael Jackson, everybody's influenced by Michael Jackson, whether it be performance, whether it be actual music, the way they carry themselves. Because remember, Mike also brought a lot of mystique. He's one of the artists that had mystique. You never really knew what was going on. What are some of the ways that Michael Jackson, just as a whole, the entertainment aspect, has actually influenced you in terms of making music, or motivated you to make music as a general, just a general statement?
Well, I'm be honest with you. I don't think no artist of today can reach the zenith of Michael Jackson. I think the closest that we have, the closest that the world has, would be Chris Brown, and that's the reason why they go after him so hard.
So midnight,
yeah. As far as the mystique of Michael Jackson was very creative, even from 6 years old. Michael Jackson was a damn
genius.
He was prodigy. He wasn't a prodigy. He was a foundational Black American. Because that's what we have, and that's the water that we drink. That's the way we are raised. That's what's growing in these females' wombs that we have, coming out. So Michael Jackson was just like the second coming of, in my opinion, James Brown. When it comes to my music, all of the inspiration is drawn off of past artists. So I would look at always like, Michael, and see how he pushed the line. Prince, see how he pushed the line, and see how he sorry y'all, and see how basically how they took it to another height. I want to say this because my brother Tony touched on this. When Michael did that Dangerous concert in Bucharest, they don't speak English out there, y'all.
Right.
You gotta understand the dynamic of, you don't even understand what this man is saying, but you rock with it. Michael still on stage for like what? Like it was like what, 10 minutes or something? Sorry about that. Michael stood on stage for like 10 minutes and did not do anything but just stand there. He didn't do anything. As far as that whole Jay-Z making a Harry Styles. First of all, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I've never heard a Harry Styles song in my life. I've never heard what was it? One Direction, One Republic, whatever. I've never heard one of their songs in my life. I'm gonna be honest with you. I was just looking it up when you guys were talking about them. I believe they're from the UK.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. That's why I said they were trying to make them like the modern Beatles.
Yeah. I think they were trying to go in that direction with the modern Beatles. But let me make this clear. Another Michael Jackson is not going to come from across seas.
No.
It's going to come from Flint, Michigan. It's going to come from Gary, Indiana. It's going to come from Cleveland, Ohio. It's going to come from Savannah, Georgia. It's going to come from Washington, D.C., Seattle, Washington. It's going to come from New York City. It's not going to come from London. I mean, it just hasn't.
No.
In all honesty, like your artists don't match up. And it doesn't matter how you want to slice that pie. Lady Gaga, Justin Timberlake, Adele, Justin Bieber. All of these people fell flat after like their third album. All of them fell flat. And some of them didn't even have a third album. You know what I mean? So again, Michael was that artist that kept on competing against himself. So when I like to make music, I like to compete against myself. I actually sent you a song in which I did, right, that was kind of, I want to say, stolen from me. And this is what taught me years ago, almost about 10 years ago, about be careful where you record your music at, because you don't necessarily own it, until you copyright it. So the person in the studio with me, it was a song that was recorded, and it had a dude that I work with a lot. He's a singer on it. But they took my vocals and then put it like on some pop thing.
The hell?
Took my boy off of it. And then it still gets played out in the UK today. It's like some type of disco pop thing. And it can be found on YouTube today. How did I find it? It's because it's an old name that I used to go by, music-wise, artist name that I used to go by, and they kept my name on it, but they took my boy's vocals all the way off of it. So
you should be getting a check from that.
So here's the thing with that. I went to court over that, and they said that technically it wasn't my property because I didn't copyright it in time that it was released. We'll talk on the back channel, brother.
Yeah, definitely.
But it's interesting. So yeah, you talking to a person firsthand that got, intellectual property stolen from them. But now, when I record a lot of music now, I want to say I kind of move like Prince. No one keeps anything. I have the masters, I have everything, and I keep it all on my hard drives. I don't allow the studios to keep anything that I do. So it's a lesson learned, but a hard lesson, but it's a lesson learned. It's something that I didn't know 10 years ago, because this happened like 10 years ago. This is something that I didn't know, and it really needed to be like, it's a lesson that I would teach to the new generation. So as far as like I said, Michael Jackson, I look at him as like when you Google music, a picture of Michael should pop up. And I don't believe no artist can technically reach that level. That's something that it can't be duplicated. As far as Jay-Z, who has Jay-Z made besides Jay-Z? Name one artist that he made.
Nobody.
And I dare you to say Kanye West.
No,
Absolutely not.
I feel Kanye did more for Jay than Jay did for Kanye.
Facts.
Correct. Kanye actually resurrected Jay-Z's career, if you ask, in my opinion. However we want to feel about it, I'm talking strictly music. I get the coonery. I mean, there's a lot of coons in music, but strictly music, Jay-Z has gotten his career resurrected by Kanye West. And I think that no one can redo that. My brother Torian touched up on the Bailey's twins, being Beyonce's being signed to Beyonce's label, and I think they are with what was it, Ivory Park or something like that.
It's called Ivy Park.
Now, if they're the ones that got a push, in my opinion, they didn't get much of a push anyway. Because Beyonce is a great artist, a generational artist, can't really be fucked with by any white artist, including Taylor Swift. Yeah, I heard that space yesterday. Yes,
heck yeah.
Beyonce can't be touched by Taylor Swift, but Beyonce, usually artists like that are not good at making the next one of them.
Nope.
Because Beyonce, is an artist at heart. She's not an exec at heart.
Right.
She's one of the best to ever do it, but she's not an exec. So it's very hard for her to make another Beyonce, So again, I think that the Bailey twins are very talented, but I don't think that they're not getting the push that they actually deserve for their talent.
And I agree. I totally agree. But then again, ain't Beyonce on tour? Why ain't the Bailey sisters with her?
Why don't they open up for her?
What's happening?
Every single time you see Beyonce, you should see them. Every single time. But Beyonce is still trying to be Beyonce, which is fine. But just allow someone else to take them under their wing then. Because you're not going to do it.
That's the thing that we always talk about. They're always trying to protect their spot, like we always saying. Y'all remember when we were younger, every time you would see a new artist, you come to find out that they were somebody else's backup singer. That was always, that's kind of what Dewan was saying earlier. It's like backup singer. They were
you'll be surprised when you find out who was backup singers for who before they emerged and got pushed out into the spotlight to where they are now.
It's like a rite of passage. It's just like in boxing. Yeah. A lot of boxers used to spar with let's say Errol Spence Jr. and Terrence Crawford. The people that are sparring with them behind the scenes that we don't know are the next Errol Spence Jr. The people because again, Errol Spence Jr. used to spar with the Mayweathers of the world. We didn't know who the hell he was. It didn't matter at the time. We were focused on Floyd Mayweather. So it's like a rite of passage. I would say, especially when it comes to like singing and boxing. You spar with the champ. Larry Holmes would spar with Muhammad Ali.
Yep.
Not to say that Larry Holmes was the next Ali. Damn sure wasn't. But he became a heavyweight champion. So it's like you pay your dues to get to the where you got to get to. I just don't see Beyonce pushing someone to become Beyonce because personally, Beyonce is Beyonce. She's just Beyonce, bro. Like she's not an exec. People don't you have to understand there's a difference between an artist and an exec.
Big time.
Jay-Z would not be Jay-Z if it was not for Dame and Dash. He just wouldn't be him. Facts. I don't give a fuck how you feel about Dame. Excuse my language, brother. Dame helped Jay-Z become Jay-Z. And a lot of them had execs behind them. I know my brother was talking about DMX earlier. DMX had the Irv Gottis behind him, pushing him, getting him to where he needed to get to. All DMX had to worry about was becoming an artist. That's all he had to worry about.
Yeah, like nowadays, like I forgot it was a video I was watching a couple years ago where they were talking about how there's not, at least today, there's not a lot of artist development. They just kind of push them right on out there. Like they don't develop them before they even record their first song. They just kind of like throw them out there. That's why back then, that's why you had like your true artists. When's the last time you heard of a singer that came out of the church? That's where back
Ooh.
then, that's where a lot of singers came out of.
Ooh,
Like your
great
Whitney,
point.
yeah, you like Whitney Houston's, your Brandys, all of them came out of church, and you can tell by the way that they sound and the way that they sing. I'm gonna use this person as an example. I'm gonna just say Mariah Carey. While she did not come out of the church, her mother was an opera singer.
Right.
And when you hear how Mariah Carey sings and how she's able to hit that high note, that was developed through her mother. And then when you hear like a lot of the difference, like if you listen to a lot of her old songs like back then, that woman was like to the point, she was singing to the point where like it's like, how is this big voice coming out of this tiny body? Yeah, you know, she was very petite back then. So it's like, how is this even like coming out of her? And it was also at that point too where people was questioning her race at the time, because they was like, is she white? Is she black? Is she mixed? Like what is she? Because she looks white, but she sounds black. So and then of course, you know, we eventually found out that her dad was black and her mom is white.
Right.
And then on top of it,
Mariah came out and cleared that up too.
And she used to be a backup singer. Like before she used to be a backup singer. But then they was like, wait a minute, your voice is too good for you just to be a backup singer. We need to find a way to get you out to the front. And then, you know, the rest is pretty much history. But it was in 1995 when she did something that was at the time considered controversial, but it ended up paying off because it almost kicked off a new kind of genre of music. And that was her combining pop music with rap when she did that fantasy remix with ODB, because everyone was like, what? They said that was a very unlikely collab, but it worked. It was a very unlikely collab.
And supposedly she requested that. She requested that.
She requested that. Even against the labels.
Yes, they did not want her
they did not want that to happen because they had an image for her. Yep. And it wasn't R&B and hip hop. It was pop.
And the damn show wasn't Wu-Tang. So it's like,
definitely not.
She worked with Bone Thugs too. Yeah, she did Bone and Breakdown right after that.
Yeah.
So
she did a lot. She was doing a lot of hip hop kind of collaborations back in the 90s. Yes,
because Mariah grew up a big fan of hip hop.
Yeah,
supposedly. I don't know her, but
like a lot of arms. Like she was inspired by a lot of R&B like music. Heavy back then.
You know, I got to give her credit, because you know, when you make a song with Bone Thugs and Harmony, you know, you dealing with the best rap group of all time. You know what I'm saying? Number one, straight out of Cleveland, Ohio. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Ryan for rocking with Bone.
And also too, a little unknown fact, because it's interesting that you have Pac in there too. Pac said that when Mariah Carey first came out with her first song, Vision of Love, he said when he heard that song, he said he would be in the studio playing that song on repeat over and over and over again. When he wasn't recording, he would turn that song on and just play it over and over and over again. He said he just liked how the song sounded. He had no idea who this woman was, but he just liked her voice. And then they said one time they had actually crossed paths at some kind of an award show or something like that. I personally think Pac had a thing for her. I personally think that if he had an opportunity, he would have snatched her up. But I think at the time she was messing with Tommy Mottola, so he couldn't really break that barrier. But he said if she was a single woman, he definitely would have shot a shot at her.
And think about and who wrote for her when she had her issues with Tommy Mottola? Who had that?
Michael Jackson.
Michael Jackson. Holding it down. I want to show y'all this, and a lot of people know this video right here. What we about to do, family? We're about to crank it up. I'm about to cut through a bunch of different things, and I want everybody to tell me, is this a culture vulture? And we're gonna break down, because a lot of culture vultures be getting passes and people be giving them little, you know, bullshit. What we're gonna do right here on the Black Alpha Network, we're gonna break down a bunch of different people. I'm gonna put up some pictures, and I want everybody in the chat, as well as my brothers right here, to tell me, are these culture vultures? Before I go there, I want to tell people something I always say. You have what I call the Negro escort. And the Negro escort is somebody who usually escorts a non-FBA into the community. It's kind of like the black guy who brings Becky or Karen to the barbecue, okay? And they know ain't got no reason doing that shit. And then what do they usually do after they escort them? They bodyguard them, right? And that happens a lot in our community. As we were just talking about a minute ago, Jay-Z has escorted a lot of people in the community. Oh, you're talking about earlier with Diddy escorting people into the community. This is something that we always see. I'm going to play a clip real quick, and I'm just going to frame it where LL Cool J was talking about Latinos and hip hop, and everybody knows that's been a big thing. A lot of folks right here have been blocked by Fat Joe. That's basically just Fat Joe.
I don't know if I've been blocked by him. I haven't checked.
The oversized telling. I'm going to play this real quick, and then I'm going to have the brothers comment on this, and then we're going to get to the name that vulture. Here we go.
Yeah. When you say hip hop and started in the parks, were Latinos there? Tell me, Latinos.
Absolutely,
we were
course,
there, right?
Of course. You had so many. You had Prince Whipper Whip, you know, from the Ruby D rather. You had Charlie Chase. You had Crazy Legs. I mean, so many different acts, so many artists. You know, when hip hop first started in the Bronx, man. I mean, Latinos and blacks together created a whole thing. You know what I'm saying? When
you say hip hop and started.
All right. First off, let me say this. I gotta say this for everybody out there. LL Cool J, I rock with LL Cool J. All right, me and LL Cool J, we got the same name. There's only like 3 black Todds on the whole goddamn planet. So I can't say nothing about LL. So us 3 black Todds, we gotta stick together. So I'm gonna let y'all do it. I'm gonna give them the Todd pass. Any of y'all want to go ahead and take that with LL Cool J?
Yeah, let me take this one first, because going back to the the time frame which he's referring to, I don't know if y'all remember like Beat Street. If y'all seen Beat Street, I'm old enough to remember when it came out. That and Crush Groovin'. Those movies are not the beginning of hip hop, and that's how they're trying to present the timeline for everybody now. Is as if like 1981 or 1982 was the beginning of hip hop. No, not at all. Matter of fact, like we were breakdancing in the early between 1979 and 80. And like right as disco's going out, because disco break beats were also being used by underground rappers. So before like we actually got mainstream music, there was all kind of underground hip hop going on. Out here out west, out on the east. So I'm sure the Midwest has something cracking, but for those of us who knew what hip hop was in, say, 1980, 1979, we knew that this art form had been around for at least 5 years. Now, what they keep doing is pushing this timeline back to where then when you look at Beat Street, you'll see Ramo. Ramo was the Puerto Rican partner of the rest of the group. And so they're really trying to push that notion heavy. But let me tell you, it was not like that. You might have one Puerto Rican along with a bunch of black folks, just like Brother Sage said earlier, that they're not all that integrated. So you're one Puerto Rican family in the midst of a project filled with Negroes. So this type of thing that they doing right now is just janky to me. With LL, I understand he's part of the machine, so he got to kind of play the game. But even still, brother, let's not rewrite history. Right. You know, so that wasn't true at all. The Crazy Legs came around like I said, the Beat Street era. That's when he was hot. Hip hop got 8 years on that. So what is he talking about? So yeah, that's just my little piece on that.
So sorry about that, fellas.
You go ahead.
So Prince Whip came in the 80s. I'm not gonna address Crazy Legs. Who else he said? Charlie Chase. Mm-hmm. That came later. Hip hop was coined hip hop in the 70s. Do we need to address this anymore? I understand that people try to pander to the Latinos when it comes to record sales and selling, tickets at a concert. I get it. I truly do. We're talking, this is the money game, and I truly do get the pandering somewhat, but tell the damn truth. Mm-hmm. Don't sit here and lie and make people feel good. You're naming people that came in the 80s, and a simple Google search will tell you these people, hip-hop was not coined in the 80s. A simple Google search will tell you that. Stop taking what these people say at face value. These people lie just like anyone else. They're trying, he's clearly on some type of Latino radio station or something, so he's trying to pander. Brother Jason Black always says, if you want to get the truth out of someone, have a white person do the questioning. Now, in this case, If you want to see someone pander, have someone from another race question them. He knows that 99% of the people that are listening to that radio station are of Hispanic descent.
Mm-hmm.
He's pandering to them. So I guess LL didn't have the courage to say, hey, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I mean, they wasn't really around like that. They called our music Jungle Bunny music. He's not gonna say all that, but that's the damn truth. So I understand, not everyone has the same heart, and I got much love. I had the opportunity of meeting, LL, very nice, man, but I see fear. I'm not going to say what 50 said, you know what I mean? But I see fear when he was talking, he was pandering. So you basically are lying and you're giving away our culture so that you don't offend anyone. Most of this stuff is about they don't want to offend people. Mm-hmm. Because you're on their platform. And I know Brother Tariq spoke about this. A lot of these radio stations are owned and operated by these Hispanics. So you're going to say what they want you to say for the most part. Or else you ain't going to come up there. You're not going to be able to promote anything that you're doing on their radio station. So, then just don't go. Come here. Go online. Promote your things in other ways. I mean, we make this stuff hot anyway. So, again, I understand the pandering that you're doing, but this ain't it, brother.
Right.
This ain't it. You don't want
to. Sage pretty much said what I was going to say. I said, didn't they at one point call it jungle music?
Yeah. Yep.
Like I was like if you are part of that culture you have created, why would you give it such a derogatory name like that? I don't know any black person who was a part of creating hip hop called it jungle music or even code named it that. Like that just sounds very offensive. And we know when you say jungle music and black people, the first thing they're gonna say is monkey or ape or something like that. So we know exactly what it is. And think about a lot of these even back then. When they would have various hip hop festivals, where were the Puerto Ricans at? What festival were they at? I'll probably tell you what parade they were probably at. Maybe the Dominican or Puerto Rican Day Parade. That's probably about as far as it went. But you didn't really see any Puerto Ricans at like a lot of the hip hop festivals, even to perform. Even you can go like Summer Jam, one of the biggest hip hop events ever.
Especially in New York.
Yeah, definitely, especially in New York. So I'm trying to figure out exactly where they were at and why are they now trying to claim that they had a hand in creating this genre of music when you were non-existent for years, like even in the inception of it. Where were you at?
I can answer that question for you, Brother Torian. Hip hop was supposed to die, and Brother B, stop me if I'm saying anything correct. They thought that hip hop would just be like a little fad that we would be on for about 3 to 4 years, and it was supposed to die off, like disco. Disco basically died off. Now when hip hop stood the test of time, that's when it became cool. Now everyone wants to say that they had a part in creating this billion-dollar conglomerate that we call hip hop. When I always told you, and I know Brother Torin, I know you do the Photoshop, make like a big tree.
Hey, you had it right the first time, brother. You on the Black Alpha Network.
Make like a big tree, right? And then like from the root of it would be like foundational Black Americans, right? That the stem of the tree would be like foundational Black Americans, and then all the leaves can be all the forms of music we've created, from grunge to country to rock and roll, to hip hop, to all of these are just leaves that kind of one thing led to the next thing. And I got something even better for you guys tonight. Not only did Puerto Ricans not create hip hop, what music form did they create? Because they didn't even create salsa, merengue, bachata. They didn't create any of that. Puerto Ricans did not create.
I couldn't tell you I would be like, what is Puerto Rican music? Like
they don't have a music form. They don't have one. So nothing was created. No, let's speak truth to power. Nothing was created on that damn island. Not one thing. Not one. So if we can attach ourselves to hip hop, yo, we made that 50-50. We got hip hop. You see how that works now? Do you see the mindset of these people now? It doesn't even make sense because hip hop comes from something else.
Right.
So how did you create it, sir?
Yeah, I had to Google. I had to actually just Google. I said, "What is Puerto Rican music called?" And the first thing it popped up, it said salsa, and it was like, "Well, it's not even theirs."
No, that's not there. Salsa was started in Cuba. That has nothing to do with Puerto Rico. So again, and it was started by the Black Cubans. All of these music forms, okay, you know, Cuba Vasquez, his people started that. Let's talk real. We're gonna hurt some feelings tonight. Right. Let's talk real for a second. They didn't create not a damn thing. Not one thing did they create. Right. Puerto Ricans didn't create anything. So my thing is, and again, this is not no hit piece on Puerto Rico. We just speaking truth. If I'm speaking, you want to talk about reggaeton, then they created that too? Or did Panamanians create that? The black ones had that. The black Panamanians create that. No, let's talk real for a second. And again, fact check us. If I'm saying anything wrong, y'all, I know y'all call me out in the chat if I'm saying anything wrong. They didn't create anything on that island. Nothing was created. Nothing. So again, you know, they attached themselves to hip hop as if they had some type of hand in that. You were sitting on the sidelines looking at the monkeys perform jungle music. That's how you looked at it. And y'all had the bongos, and we didn't have no bongos. We didn't do all that. No, we had break beats from James Brown. So that lets you know who created hip hop. That's why I always say hip hop was coined in New York. It was labeled hip hop in New York, but I never said it was created in New York because we was doing that all across the country. How do I know that? Again, because when hip hop branched out, the sounds changed. When it went down south, when it went out west, all of it changed. So if you created hip hop, there should be a form of it on the island of Puerto Rico. Where's the form of hip hop on the island of Puerto Rico? Specifically, hip hop, rapping. Where is that in Jamaica? Where is it in Jamaica?
Nowhere to be found.
So again, when you talk about who's creating these forms of music, okay, since you created that, I need to know exactly where these forms are practiced on your island.
Yeah, I had to look that up, and they said what is, and this is probably incorrect too, but it says what is Puerto Rican hip hop called, and it says reggaeton.
Okay.
Wow.
Now again, they didn't create that either. They didn't.
Even with it saying that, it said it didn't get popular or it didn't start until like the early 90s.
Oh, good.
Okay, like I said, listen.
Whoa.
If y'all want to play this game, here's the thing with that, and I was bringing this up too, because again, I live in New York, so I have friends, you know, that are Hispanic that speak Spanish, and they tell me that, you know, how our music, hip hop, has changed from where you can actually rap with something today, back in the 90s, to today it's all that you can't rap with, you know.
Yep.
Hispanic music sounds like that also today. So that lets you know they take from anything we do. They sound like Little Uzi over there today. They sound like Young Thug over there today. I know we don't understand their music, but they rap like that today.
Facts.
They sound like the drill music today. In reggaeton, they sound like that. So they take from us. They're just waiting on us to create a new sound. So that
you notice that all of our music, though it comes from the same genre, you can actually differentiate from it. Like Luther Vandross don't sound like Teddy Pendergrass. Teddy Pendergrass doesn't sound like Marvin Gaye. When you listen to reggaeton shit, that shit sound like one long song. Just one long song. I can't tell the art. Like you can put on 10 artists, I'm gonna think they either at the minimum brothers. Like I can't tell the difference. Like Tupac
Solo said Hispanic music sound like clown music. That's not the first time I've heard that.
Man, I didn't say
that's not the first time. That's not the first time I've heard that.
That's that Tejana you probably thinking of.
Now, hey, for everybody in the chat, we about to crank it up real quick. Since we talking about these thieves and we start talking about those tethers, Sage just threw me an alley-oop, a Los Angeles Lakers alley-oop. Not the Clippers. I'm gonna show y'all some people, and then I want our brothers right here to tell us, are these vultures? Now we already know the answer. Of course they vultures, because if not, I wouldn't put them up and we wouldn't roast their ass. But we got to be extra with it. I'm gonna put some extras on top.
Before you go there, brother, can I just? I want to present some receipts.
Get them.
It was a man by the name of El General Chico Man, and Black Apache, who are considered the first reggaeton artists from Panama. So they're not even from Puerto Rico.
Damn.
So if you want to, again, as you see, the name was Black Apache. So like I said, these people are black. So again, if you want to run
black
around,
again,
you want to be white, Hispanic, that's fine. But the people that created the music that's popular on your little island are black. And they're not even from there. You took that music from somewhere else and called it your own. Now, what that sound like, y'all? Go ahead, my brother.
Colonizer.
Oh, that sounds like hip hop to me.
Yeah.
Brother, I'm saying right now, they started off and they had a whole bunch of lines, and Sage, you just literally ripped back every goddamn layer.
Come on, man. Like, this shit is too easy now, man. Come on, man. It's too easy for me.
Take note of the thing that they keep doing. They keep asking old hip hop artists, were Puerto Ricans around? Being around doesn't make you a creator.
Right.
So
that just means you was there.
It just means you was there. You're a spectator. Okay, cool. Well, you're part of hip hop, but you're not a creator of it.
Correct. Just because you joined in and listened does not mean you created this. I love to listen to jazz. I don't say I created jazz. I didn't create jazz. My people did, absolutely. But I didn't create jazz, no. Right. But again, it's the sense of belonging. It's the sense of I contributed something to this billion-dollar conglomerate that you call hip hop. And again, where's the hip hop boulevard in Puerto Rico or in Jamaica? Don't worry, I'll wait.
We build and they steal. That's basically the simple bottom line. We create it and then they take it. That's just what they do. Like you said, Sage, they can't get nothing on their own, so they got to come over here and try to take from us. And they don't like it though, because the wrong black folks done showed up now because we ain't letting it happen. Speaking of the wrong black folks showing up, everybody in the chat right now, and as well as my brothers, y'all tell me right now, is this person that y'all see on the screen, is this right here a culture vulture? And if they are, let everybody know.
This cat is trying to jump in an American flag every time he gets the chance.
Right.
I'm just trying to figure out, when is he going to make a song that does not involve a foundation of Black American?
He can't. Because
he thinks that when he collabs with a foundation of Black American, that just means he's in. I mean, he's all the way locked in. That's not what that means. That just means they went to you because they wanted to use you for the song. They could have probably went to anybody, but they went to you.
He's hot at the moment.
Grill, man. Come on now. He know he ain't from Atlanta. Stop playing, bro. You ain't from Memphis, homie. You ain't from Texas.
They do that over there?
I don't know where he's from. I know he's from somewhere over there. I don't know where.
This is Burna Boy, right?
Yeah.
Burna Boy.
I think he's from the UK.
Oh, he's from the UK. Oh, so he's a double tether.
Let me see. Hold on. Let me see. Where is he? I'm looking at where he's from. No, he's from Nigeria. I'm sorry. He's from Nigeria.
They got different levels of tethers now. They got double and triple.
They got double tethers. Hey, Zilla, on a couple of stations, we had triple tethers call in, didn't we?
Yes,
this motherfucker
indeed.
He fled from Nigeria to goddamn Turkey to the goddamn UK to America. These tethers out here.
He's from a place called Port. He's from a place called Port Harcourt, Nigeria.
Damn, he acting like he's from Port Arthur, Texas.
For real.
Damn.
But then it says he was born in Nigeria. And then he spent some time in Brixton, which is in London, and then he returned to Nigeria.
There it is.
So that's where that UK part comes from.
He biting the whole style, brother.
Double tether.
They don't fade they shit. They don't lock they shit in the back. The grill. Stop playing, brother. All you are is creator FBA. You know when you get the fucking video games and they got creator player and shit like that, and you create your player on Madden, that's creative in FBA. They sit back, they watch every single thing that we do, and then they just mimic it. One thing that tethers can do, we know they can't build, we know they can't create, we know they cannot innovate, but one motherfucking thing a tether can do is they asses got good vision because they watch us so goddamn hard, from our style to our pockets, and the motherfuckers can mimic. They can mimic so goddamn good. That motherfucker does FBA shit like he got a PhD in it. Like this motherfucker went to how to be an FBA college. You see it.
Yeah, he got it down because I'm looking at even like his his facial hair. You know, we fade, you know, the side. You know what I mean? We fade the hair down. You know what I mean?
Right.
This dude got the fade and all that. Yeah, he studied us very well.
Yes.
Very good student. Now he'll come over here and say that he created that style, or they do that in Nigeria. Let me look, brother. When it comes to, go ahead, brother Black. I don't even want to. I don't want to. You know, I don't want to get on it. I don't want to do it, bro. I'm gonna leave it alone.
Hold on, I got it.
Hold on now.
Y'all check that out. He looked like DJ from Street Fighter. God damn, Burna Boy sound like a fucking a fighter on goddamn a video game, man. Get the fuck out of here.
No, I'm serious though. Has Burna Boy had a single that does not involve a sample from a Foundation of Black American?
Nope.
I'm not a big like. I'm be honest with you. I don't listen to a lot of these people's music, so I don't.
Me neither.
But from what I've heard from him, every single song he has a Foundation of Black American sample on it.
That's all I hear.
He's even got songs with Naughty by Nature. Oh, and the motherfucker on there rapping like he from fucking New Jersey. I mean, this motherfucker. Look, the only difference is he's got like he's like rapping. The only thing they can't hide is they tether accent. That's the only shit they can dress like us, put on hats, cock that shit to the motherfucking side, like you said, Sage, trim everything up, get the locks, get the gold grill. But when the motherfuckers start talking, and then the Jollof comes out of their voice in the foo-foo, they can't hide that shit. And then that's exactly what happened to his ass. Next motherfucking vulture. Y'all tell me right now, is this individual, both of these individuals, right here, we got a double tether alert. Y'all let me know right now, these vultures and are these tethers right here. Double tether alert. Oh, I know y'all don't listen to this motherfucking the music. That is some motherfucking named Sexy Red, and y'all know right there that's wannabe goddamn Uncle Luke. We call him goddamn Luke.
Hey, you know it's funny that he's standing there with her because last time that he said something slick about New Black Media, I remember saying something about this weirdo. Because again, two tethers, and because I don't know where she's from, but I would have to assume that she is not a FBA. But I also called him the father of these thoughts. He's the grandfather of these thoughts. This is how we got here with all this degeneracy. And guess what? Majority of them ain't Foundation of Black American. He's the thought father. He's the thought father. He needs to clean this mess up. Or all of them, you know what they need to do? He needs to get on a plane and take all of these chicks, Suki Hana and all of this, over to Dubai. Go run on the street and see how long that lasts.
It said that she's from St. Louis.
By way of goddamn Port-au-Prince.
Okay. I mean, this honestly, she doesn't even matter because I don't think 3 years from now we'll be talking about Sexy Red. Yeah. There'll be another Sexy Red that comes around. I don't think she'll.
Yeah, I don't think she has longevity.
You remember that Kaya chick? I think Sexy Red is.
Oh, my neck, my back.
Yeah. She's another reincarnation of her for the most part. They'll make short work of her. That they'll milk that single. You know what I'm talking about, Brother Zilla. They'll milk the single for whatever it's worth, and then they'll get her up out the paint, and then you won't see her no more.
Something else about this Sexy Red. Did she lighten her skin? I'm looking at some old pictures of her.
Oh, hey, send them to me. Hey, send them. Hey, throw them in the chat. We're gonna go ahead and expose the cake soap. And if she did, then y'all know goddamn well she non-FBA. That's the number one signal.
Nigga, hold on. Wait a minute.
She doing the cake. She doing the cake soap backstroke.
Let's see if I can get this in here. Where can I do that? Okay, hold on.
Luco, Bahamas, Jamaica, man. Fuck a Luke.
Oh, I can share my screen. There we go. I can share my screen.
She's standing on this red carpet more like she looks like a +1 rather than a person like a featured artist.
Damn. Oh, damn. Hold up. Whoa.
You see this chick?
Whoa.
Yeah. Yeah, what's really going on?
Oh, that's cake soap all day.
What's really going on?
Oh, she was jumping off the diving board and that shit.
I'm like, wait a minute. Has she lightened her skin? Yo. I'm done.
Oh, shit. Oh, yeah, brother. I think you got an answer on that one. Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
That motherfucker got the cake soap across the board. All right. We're not done. What on? We got another one, and we about to go there now. We about to get real because I need some brothers and sisters to enlighten me on this one. I'm sorry. We start talking about these folks. They start getting these goddamn passes in these streets, but we ain't giving out no motherfucking passes today. Y'all tell me right now, is this person a culture vulture? Because this person has been getting a lot of passes for some culture vulture shit, and we're gonna expose all of that right here, right now. Y'all tell me, is this a culture vulture?
Wheelchair. I wasn't expecting this picture, but I kind of knew who he was talking about. Wheelchair Jimmy.
Hey, I'm just watching the chat and I'm listening to y'all. Y'all tell me because
did he really do that to his
head? Passes.
That is insane. That is insane.
Somebody tell me, is this a culture vulture? Mind you, this is the person who ain't spoke on nothing about black society. He's not even soft with it. This motherfucker don't even talk like a soft Democrat. He don't even get on some Black Lives Matter shit. Now, this man's been big during the whole Trayvon Martin, Mike Brown, Tamir Rice, Sandra Bland, Rakia Boyd, Corinne Gaines. He's been around this whole motherfucking time. He's non-FBA. He don't write his own shit, and yet he says, nigga this, nigga that, left and right, and he's called women bitches. Now, let's be honest. When he says women bitches, he's not talking about Sally. He ain't talking about Suzanne. He's talking about says that because he wouldn't dare say that because his mama's one. So y'all know that. So when you start talking about indirectly saying that in regards to our sisters, you start talking about throwing the N-word around left and right. You're non-FBA. You don't write your own fucking lyrics, and you've never said a goddamn thing. You ain't made a motherfucking tweet about any black person. Is that?
And he wears pink fingernail polish.
Right.
Oh, I seen that. I seen that, brother.
I guess that was his way of promoting the new Barbie movie.
Oh. Go ahead, go with it.
The way I see it, brother.
Drake said he is a Barbie girl in a Barbie world.
Ain't he? And the thing about him, though, he a whole Canadian and then be coming over here. You know, he makes his money off of our music. And don't get me wrong. I mean, Canada has a scene up there, but he is another. I would think Dwan B would probably also lump him in the category of problems because Drake is a problem because, you know, for the way that he's moving, it works for the business side of it and the machine, but he is an absolute detriment to society as far as I'm concerned, because all he really represents is death and partying and then more death.
I was surprised. I'm gonna be honest. I remember that's the y'all know why I call him Wheelchair Jimmy.
Oh yeah,
tell everybody. I know why, but tell everybody.
Okay, so there was this show called Degrassi that was on back in the early 2000s. It was actually a pretty good show. Like it tackled on a lot of different things. And it used to come on this channel called The Inn, and it's based in Canada. And his character on the show name was Jimmy. His character was very popular. He was an athlete, like he was like the pretty boy and all types of stuff like that. And the reason why I call him Wheelchair Jimmy is because in one of the episodes, it was a guy who brought a gun to school who was getting bullied, and he got set up, and he ended up shooting Jimmy in the back. Now, I thought they was going to kill his character off with that, but he ended up getting paralyzed, and he ended up having to be in a wheelchair. So that's why I called him Wheelchair Jimmy. I'm going to be honest. I did not expect him to go further than that. I'm going to be quite honest with y'all. I thought after Degrassi was over, that was going to be the end of Aubrey Graham, because he wasn't called Drake. Right. He's called Aubrey Graham. That's his real name. For those of y'all who don't know,
check that picture,
Aubrey
Black.
Is his real name. Drake is his middle name. But then he started releasing like different songs, and I was like, wait a minute. That's Wheelchair Jimmy from Degrassi. What he doing out here? Like, because he never exuded doing hip hop even in the show. So I was kind of like taken aback when I saw him like doing hip hop. And like I said, honestly, I did not expect him to go that far and still have some type of relevancy here even today. Hey, I thought it was over. I thought it was over after like the mid 2000s.
Check that picture I just sent you.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna show it. I'm gonna show it. Y'all tell me this. So his dad is from Memphis, right? He just got the key to Memphis somehow. I don't know how the fuck they gave him the key to Memphis, but okay. His dad's from Memphis. All right. Now his dad didn't get the key to Memphis. He got the key to Memphis. His dad is FBA. His mother is non-FBA, obviously. She's non-black.
A little hack.
But he grew up with his mother in affluent Canada. Does that make him any down? Does that give him any clout or credentials or any cachet in the situation? To me, it don't. It don't matter.
It don't to me either.
I don't know many brothers that had bar mitzvahs.
It started from the bottom. It started from the bottom. Now they're here, right? Yeah. He started from the bottom. His ass ran into Pusha T. Then he stayed down there. Right here. There you go. Right there.
Yep, that's Wheelchair Jimmy. That's how I remember him, like from way back then.
Wheelchair Jimmy in the house.
Now you look at Aubrey Graham, because like I said, back then we didn't call him Drake. We didn't even know Drake was his middle name. Now, does that look like a person that would have gotten into hip hop?
No, hell no.
I thought he was just going to continue maybe doing acting. You know, I thought that's what he was going to do after his role in the show was done. That he was going to continue to do acting, but for him to do this 360, like this 180, and go into hip hop, I did not see it coming at all.
So did he ride the coattails of Lil Wayne to get into?
You know what?
They almost sounded like.
No, I'm gonna say this. He rode the coattails to Lil Wayne, but Lil Wayne was escorting his ass along because he's off code as a motherfucker. You know, with all y'all heard the lyrics that Lil Wayne used to say about sisters, which I don't never.
I think Lil Wayne's a 5-foot coon. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think that is filled up with all types of coon juice. He said detrimental things throughout the years about Trayvon, Mike Brown. Lil Wayne has said a lot of coonish,
a lot of off code stuff.
And that needs to be called out.
Big
I don't know, like for example, racism don't exist because that white man with a camera filming me.
Yeah, what about the cop? Remember the one about the cop?
Say it again.
Remember the one about the cop? Was that the one you talking about with the cop about the cop saved him or something like that? I forgot what it was.
Hey, look,
he also said he said when girls write him on the internet, he says he denies all the Keishas, replies to all the Kims.
And see, this is why when Lil Wayne had that medical emergency with that lean, nobody was really like feeling bad for him because first of all, you put yourself in that situation. It's not like you had a damn heart attack. So you literally OD'd. So I mean, like no one really felt bad for him in that moment.
Not at all.
Yeah, so
and think about it now. Somebody made a point. Is Drake? They said Drake's not a tether. He's a vulture. Now, since he's non-FBA, is he 50% tether? Let's tighten it up here. Is he? What is he here? Let's be real. Because you didn't grow up in the FBA culture. So I mean, what does that make?
Is it? Doesn't he come from that Sly and the Family Stone because of Larry Graham? So that is his family, whether we like it or not.
Yeah,
really, that's his uncle. Larry Graham is definitely his uncle. That's his father's brother. But does that give you right to the culture? No, you didn't grow up the same way that I did, or Brother Torian did. Brother Black did. Brother Beats did. You didn't grow up the same way we grew up. Now, as far as him saying the nigga thing, I mean, do they say nigga in Canada, or is that something that you took from us? Because again, in a lot of these countries, I want you to understand, whether they be black countries or not, they don't use that N word. They don't say that over there. So when
let me make a point. Let me say this. Tell me this. Now think about it. Is he FBA because of his daddy? Because he's not from America.
No.
Where does this go? You understand?
Right.
So, because he's not from America. He is from Canada. That motherfucker.
Yeah, he's from Canada. He's Canadian born.
Culturally, he's not us. Culturally, he's not us.
Absolutely.
His dad is FBA, but
his dad is us. Yeah, absolutely.
But culturally,
he is not. So that's where it gets. Where does nationality from where you actually live to your dad? By the way, your daddy. That let's be honest with you.
Genetically, he has FBA blood running through his veins through his dad, but he's not FBA born.
Correct.
No, so he does not have our culture.
Canada.
He's FBA with an asterisk.
And then on top of that, I'll take it a step further. His the FBA genetics that he has gone from his dad to him has gotten watered down even more because he got a white stripper pregnant. Y'all seen his son. His son looks very pale. Got the blonde hair and everything. Like if no one told you that, if nobody told you that was Drake's son, they would have just thought that was another white Gerber baby.
So basically, he's trying to breed out the black person.
Okay, hey, let me show you this.
Got the blonde hair, blue eyes, everything.
This is why we question people like this, because what real respected person who relates to the FBA culture would ever do something of this nature right here?
Yeah. I remember that. Man, yeah. Drake literally, this was almost this should have been a career ender right here.
Yep.
Correct.
This right here should have been the career ender.
For real.
That's why Pusha T brought that out. But the way hip hop is nowadays, y'all, the artist's name sells more than if their music is up to par. Drake, but he can come out with a song tomorrow and it could be about BS and it'll go platinum because of his name is attached to it. That's the way music is now. Unfortunately, it's not like it was back in the day. So, not to take away from this brother's past music, I'm not a big fan of Drake, but not to take away from him, but I know if Drake comes out with a song tomorrow, a lot of people are going to
flock to it. Yeah,
because of his name alone.
Because I heard that last album wasn't that good.
Like a lot of trash songs that he put out is trash, like Money to the Grave.
And that's the thing. And that's the thing. With the last album he did, he tried to do that house music, which of course started with FBA.
Correct.
And that didn't work for him.
No,
like it didn't work for him, and it's crazy
because he's not from that culture.
And it's crazy too because followed up, Beyonce released that Renaissance album, which was house music, and it worked for her because she's of that culture.
Right. And I'm gonna say this too now. I'm gonna say this: Beyonce has a lot of different fans, but Beyonce has a lot of black fans. Drake, the majority of his fans are white people.
Can I be honest with you?
And I know that for a fact because I worked a Drake concert and I was able to scope the landscape, and you ain't lying about that.
This is why when he ran into Pusha T, see, he thought what he was going to do is take all the benefits that the dominant society gives him, and he thought he was going to slide into an underground black cultural battle. And once you get judged by your peers and you start getting judged by people who are truly of the culture, you can't have Karen and Ken protecting you. Karen and Ken will do the Kiki on TikTok all day long. They'll go make you double, triple platinum all day long. But when you walked into that battle world, you're dealing with black Americans then. Now you in the real world. And he couldn't handle that. And that's why he got washed. Now, notice this about people like him. He'll run around and talk about how he's this and the king of rap. And by the way, when people tell him he's the next Michael Jackson, they always do that. Y'all notice he don't never come out and refute that. He don't never come out and be like, nah, I ain't, nope. He don't never do that. He just lets it slide. He let it ride. Now, notice, people like him, they never go around the dominant society and talk that double platinum, triple platinum, I'm the king of rap shit. Why don't you go on over to the CMAs and why don't you go on over to the goddamn W's and talk that talk? What Drake is he's the mulatto Eminem. And we have to be honest. Nobody wants
that
to
is
say it out there.
Pretty damn accurate.
Mulatto Eminem. He has been benefited with the same shit that Eminem was. Eminem had Dr. Dre. He got Lil Wayne. Eminem was not of the culture. He's not of the culture. As a matter of fact, Eminem is from Detroit, 8 Mile, and by way of Kansas City. And I'll go as far as say that's more of a rough upbringing than what Drake had to go through with his swimming pool and his goddamn, bar mitzvah.
Drake ain't go through nothing.
But we'll leave that on the table. Drake is the mulatto Eminem, and if you watch, he duplicates our culture all the time. But when it comes to settling down, he go get him a W. All his real friends that he grew up with, Eminem had proof. At least he had proof, right? Where's his proof? Where is he? Crickets. He ain't got none. I'll tell you who he does have. He's got a bunch of W friends. He grew up doing W television shows. He's got a W baby mama. His mama is a W, and he's non-FBA. So, I mean, if this motherfucker is of the culture, we got to put a big ass asterisk by that. Take your ass to them W's and talk all that talk. Go battle Taylor Swift. Don't come trying to battle Pusha T, because when you battle Pusha T, you in the FBA world. And
that's another person I can't stand is that damn Taylor Swift.
I would say that about Drake too. Drake, they treat Drake as if he's like some type of androgynous kind of being. Drake is very race neutral when it comes to like situations that going on in the world. And let's not act like he didn't hear about George Floyd. He heard about it. He was
heard about
it. The world knew about that.
Act like he didn't hear about, Trayvon or these.
Think about it, bro. Drake's been big since about 08, 09.
Correct.
Before Trayvon Martin was still around for another 2-3 years.
Correct.
Right.
But he didn't say anything.
Bigger left and right though.
Correct. But here's my thing. I mean, like I say, you mimic the culture and you benefit from that culture, but you don't do anything to like help that culture, to like give back to that culture. You don't lend your voice where it's needed to be lended.
Sage, is that a vulture by definition?
Oh yes.
What about Zilla? Is that a vulture by definition?
Absolutely, by definition.
What about
they serve no other purpose?
Definitely.
So can we say he's a half FBA? Full?
Well, he is half FBA. I can't take that away from him. He is half because of his father, but you still didn't grow up in that culture. You can be, FBA and not know about the damn culture. You understand? Because he's not even from this damn country. He's not. You understand?
He's from Toronto, Canada, the 6.
Right.
Right. You're not from this country. So yes, you are FBA, but you don't know about our culture. The only time, I mean, did you even grow up with your father in the house, like around you? How many times did you see your father? How many times?
And I find it interesting too that he comes from, I guess you can say, a music background. But has he ever sampled their music or used it in any of his songs?
Fly in the Family Stone, that music.
Yes.
Brother Beats. I mean, that's your field.
Now. Well, as far as I don't think he sampled any of Sly. Not that I could think of. I'm not really into Drake, so I couldn't really tell you if he sampled them or not. But what's very interesting is how see, I look at Drake a different type of way. I'm looking at this picture right here, and I just see how no one understanding the business. I'm just seeing something here that, okay, so you kind of juiced in already. So I'm looking at Drake as being more or less one of those people who are covered by the powers that be. And when you talk about Larry Graham, legend, absolutely. I don't know if he was so much around this, because when you think about it, we talked about Prince earlier. Larry Graham in his later years was playing with Prince. You know what I'm saying? And it was for Sly, he just recently was able to get his rights back years ago. I would have, if Drake being so close to that whole movement and you did nothing to make sure these people got their money, he's a super duper vulture. And so much so that he don't even look out for his own uncle. Industry plant, Miss D. There you go.
See, I think that Drake is being pushed by the industry. They're telling you to like when they push something, and to be honest, that's our fault too as a consumer, because we eat this up. We don't push back on that, We don't say, again, like Marcel brings up all the time, we don't put someone of our own there to represent us. Right. So if the industry puts them there, like they did with Obama, why do you expect he's going to do something for you or speak out for your issues if you didn't put him there? We need to bring our own homegrown artists there and then hold them accountable for speaking up. You can benefit off the culture as long as you're creative and pushing, the culture forward. But when it's time to speak up, you better do so. You better make your voice heard the same way like you make your voice heard when you have these hits. But again, it's up to us also to support those artists. You know what I mean? Like when they do come out, with their, the same way. Like I say, it applies the same thing all around. Brother Claude Anderson taught us this. Entertainers. Entertainers are the same thing. Politicians, bring them up from the grassroots and then support them. Don't support the fakes. Don't support the phonies, like Pac always says. Support someone that is speaking on your behalf. That's the only way we're gonna get move forward. But Drake was put here. I truly feel that Drake is, and he's always put in front of you. You like Drake, right?
Yes.
Because Drake is this type of, again, he's this type of androgynous character. Is he white? Is he black? Oh, he's neutral. And he's very, very neutral when it comes to like stuff that goes on in the world. There's no way you could have missed Trayvon. There's no way you could have missed Mike Brown. There's no way you could have missed Sandra Bland. There's no way you could have missed George Floyd. But all of a sudden, this one man misses everything. He doesn't address it on his lyrics. He doesn't address it nowhere. That tells you something. What is that telling you?
Facts. And you know, that's for me looking at a dude like Drake, he has to be a plan, like we're saying, because we don't, I don't go looking for Drake, but yet I can't shake Drake. That tells you that the machine is behind it. Because I don't even go looking for him, and he's always there. And I couldn't tell you the first song the first.
Correct. Like when Drake releases a single, it could be like a 2-song EP that it's going to be at the top of iTunes, the top of Spotify. It's going to be right there as soon as you open the damn app. That should tell you something. You got artists like, you know, like J. Cole, you know, that don't get the same type of love, you know, that Drake gets. And again, that's our fault as a consumer, because J. Cole has spoken up. He has, absolutely he has. J. Cole has thrown on a Kaepernick, you know, jersey. He's done things like that. Absolutely. You got artists out here that have spoken up. But this one guy, you know, he just maybe I don't know. Maybe he's in another country when these things. I don't know. I don't know how you missed George Floyd when it was rioting in every country. I don't know how you missed it, but maybe maybe he was on Mars. I got it. He probably was on Mars, so he missed it. And you know what? We can't blame him. You know?
He would. So I'm sure his fans would like to say that. Man, y'all hating on Drake. Man, y'all sound like some haters.
Point out something that Drake has done that has been for the people, that wasn't for Drake.
We'll wait.
And I'll wait. Point out something. Because I can tell you a numerous amount of artists that have done things that are not specifically just for them, or they have spoken up when it needed to be spoken up for. I can tell you artists, and they're not as big of a name as Drake, or they haven't sold as much records as Drake. You know, but again, we still reward him. We still stream his music. We still go to his concert. We still watch his videos. We still do that. Some people follow this dude online. For what? I don't know. What is he? How can, in all honesty, no, honesty. The people in the chat, no, let's talk real for a second. How could you support a person like Jason Black and Tariq Nasheed and then listen to Drake? Let's be honest here. How could you support the two? Because he doesn't speak up anything for the black community. And if you're, you know, black first, what's black first about that man? The fact that he had braids? Dorian got braids too. Like, you know, and again, this is no hate. I think Drake is very talented. The only thing I get on Drake about is that he doesn't do enough. He doesn't do enough for the black community. And I'm not saying that you got to be Malcolm X. You don't have to do that. But anytime you see any type of injustice, you need to speak up. You have a very loud microphone. Say something. You know what I mean? We rap, bro. You can put anything in your raps, bro. Facts. You can get it through subliminally. You don't have to come out and just say it. Facts. You can say something subliminally. You don't.
That was a lot of content that he could have put out there within like all that stuff that was going on, especially in 2020. That people would have gravitated to us, so they already gravitate to you right now.
Correct.
But you know what it is. But you know what it is. You know what it is though. You know why he didn't do it. Because if he would have did it, he would have been scared that the media machine would have called him woke.
Yep.
And that's what he didn't want to get called.
Yep. And I said it. Fans would have been gone.
And he would have lost. And that's what he was scared of. So y'all know how much I hate how they bastardized that word. But I think that's the direction. I think that's probably that's my assumption of it.
That makes sense.
I think that can be applied. I think that can be applied to a lot of celebrities, honestly.
And let's say this as well. Drake is he's slightly a little different because typically that's what a black artist that has a lot of W support, right?
Mhm.
Drake comes from the W community.
Correct.
So not only does he want to protect his market base with his fans, Drake also is going to have to go home to these people because we know that's his family. He's not like a black person who's been around no W's. He just wants your money. All that Michael Jordan, Republicans buy sneakers too type shit. That's why Michael Jordan was hush hush for so long, because he didn't want to upset his pockets. Drake not only doesn't want to upset his pockets, Drake don't want to upset his family members.
Facts.
Because he's going to have to go home and his mom and them is going to be looking at him and they're going to want to know, why you out here supporting George Floyd? Why you out here supporting Rakia Boyd? Why you out here supporting Korean gangs? They're going to be in his mix saying, come on. And what you're seeing is that what we talk about, where this dual allegiance. Y'all know Brother Tariq always talks about that dual allegiance, where whenever it's somebody with an allegiance to his FBA father and then his W side that way,
Gefilte fish.
By his actions, he supports the other side. You know, in terms of waiting for Drake to really, it's sad. Typically, we want somebody to do more. We wait for this motherfucker to do one. He ain't done what we're talking about. What Michael Jordan has came out and did. Michael Jordan gave money to the Malcolm X movie, Spike Lee in 1991-92. And we get on Michael Jordan, of course, because Michael Jordan.
But Spike Lee's his man.
But
right.
Drake,
right.
Did you do it for Malcolm, or did you do it because Spike Lee's your man?
Drake is a quadruple platinum artist. You ain't tweeted.
Right.
I don't remember Drake saying anything about that, and that's my issue with Drake. I don't necessarily have an issue with the man. You know, look, he's creative. You know, he's done some things. Great, that's cool. But you have a huge microphone, a huge platform.
Absolutely.
Why don't you use that to do something empowering? I understand you want to fuck porn stars. That's all cool and all that. Do your thing, brother. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, man, like, you know, what is your purpose? What have you done? What have you done to change the game of music before you and after you? What have you done? You know, you don't have to be Tupac Shakur. I'm not asking him to be that. I'm not asking him to be Nas. I'm not asking him to be that. I'm asking you to be a person that something happens in the world. Have some type of conscience with yourself, brother. Have some type of courage to say something. Fucking Beyonce said something, bro. You got Beyonce saying something, bro. And if you look, here's my thing to these brothers, bro. If the sisters are out here saying something, and y'all brothers ain't saying nothing, bro, you a waste, homie. Like, I'm sorry, bro. No comment.
Hey, Drake ain't even took the Black Lives Matter path. Y'all know Black Lives Matter.
No,
right? They softened in Carnival Cotton Candy. All right.
Facts.
He ain't even did that. He ain't even did Democratic Shield. Motherfucking Democratic Shield act like they pretend they give a fuck. This motherfucker don't even pretend to be down with the black community. So what we're gonna have to do as a community is either we're gonna have a code or we're not. Right. We cannot allow these people no more to come into the community, make money off us, braid your motherfucking hair, throw the nigga word around left and right like a goddamn football pass.
Get pink fingernail polish.
Fingernail, put your fingernail polish on.
I'm not letting that one go.
Pink fingernail polish. This motherfucker 40 years old doing the goddamn kiki. Okay. We can't allow people to come into the community. And it's not about people calling out Drake now. People should have called out Drake 10 fucking years ago. You know what I'm saying? Brothers and sisters out here getting hurt, harmed, and deleted for 10 years. Drake, at the end of the day, is somebody where we're going to have to put in that code of punishment to where we got to let motherfuckers like him know either you're going to be down or you're going to be out. You cannot straddle. The days of straddling the fence are over. Like I say, what happens now with Michael Jordan? People call out Michael Jordan. I remember motherfuckers used to not say nothing about Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan went his whole career, black folks didn't say nothing. And now we call out Michael Jordan. You start looking at people, like we said, Eminem is trash. Eminem's terrible. And people always get on Eminem, who is garbage. But at the same time, Drake's doing the same shit Eminem did. The same exact thing in terms of vulturing off the community. People at this point with Drake, I don't give a fuck if your daddy is 54 and the third FBA. If you ain't FBA up here and you don't mentally hold us down, then your ass got to hit the goddamn door. You got to get the fuck on out. Because at the end of the day, if we trying to get real justice, Drake is the motherfucker that's going to be telling Master that y'all ran away. He's gonna be telling Master Zilla, Sage, Torian, and the whole goddamn chat. They went that way, and he's gonna be telling Mass on us. We know that.
Already know.
Let me say, Drake ain't nothing new. Drake been around on the plantation. Drake been that same character, nothing new under the sun. Drake was on the plantation telling motherfuckers out way back in the 1700s. And it's now he's the modern day version where he eats off of our culture and then he never tweets nothing, don't speak nothing. Motherfucker ain't did sign language. Motherfucker learn sign language and say goddamn Tamir Rice. Goddamn, say somebody's goddamn name. Draw it on the goddamn picture, please. But if you don't, then what we got to do what I always say. We got to put them on the corner like the trash. If you a Democratic shield and you off code, we got to G-check your ass. If you are a Republican and you off code, we got to G-check your ass. If you a foreigner, you a goddamn op. Or if you are half FBA from Canada with a W mama and you don't say shit about our community, but yet you eat off our community, we got to call your ass out. Period.
Facts. Facts. And you know, just like I see this dude in the chat, which is obvious, he's going with such a like the opposite name of a Pan-Africanist. But I mean, the tone of a Pan-Africanist is so crazy. Here's the point, though. You know, because I'm seeing what he's talking about. Man, we kicking mixed people out the race. Number one, you can't kick anybody out of the race. Number two, we already acknowledged that he's a foundational Black American by way of his father. He is not of our culture because he's Canadian, raised in a different religion and different culture. And that culture typically has been known to be very extremely anti-Black. Even more so, all Drake represents is being the ultimate safe Negro.
Correct.
Nothing more, nothing less.
Yeah, pretty much. That's what it boils down to.
That's it. And so,
hey,
you know,
let me say this: that dude talking about it ain't got nothing to do with people. It's where your mind at.
Facts.
Where's your brain? Where's your brain? You know what I mean?
On his money, that's where it's at.
About him being mixed and all that. No one even is talking about that. What we're saying is that his mentality is that of somebody who is either opposition or a vulture. I don't care what his mother is, his father is, none of that. At the end of the day, if you don't have the mentality that you rock with foundational Black Americans, or you look at us as some type of meal ticket and you're silent on our issues, that's what we're going at. It's the mind frame. Yep. If somebody's going to ride, they're going to ride. If they ain't going to ride, they ain't going to ride. It's simple. What Malcolm X say, make it plain. And we could just look at Drake and it's like, based on this man been around damn near for 20 years now. Drake's not a new artist. You've been around for 20 years and you haven't said anything, you're not going to say something on the 21st year. So it's not a figuring out process no more. He is not really supportive of the culture, not of the culture, even though genetically, but not mentally. And if a mental mind with the genetics and you don't do nothing, it doesn't mean anything to us. Now, with that said, we got somebody else in here and I want to hear his motherfucking opinion on this. First off, he need to take off. He need to take off that goddamn NWO shirt.
Oh, why? You don't like it? Should I go put on the red one?
Go put on the Wolfpack. Don't count either, brother.
I had to rush out of work. I had to rush to work today, so I just picked whatever was clean.
Let me ask you a question. What do you feel about Drake?
Yes, sir.
What's your opinion? Not if he's a good father or if he can rap good or he can ride over a beat good. Socially, where do you put this man at? Is he a vulture in your opinion?
He goes where the buzzards are. I don't look to Drake to talk for me. I don't. Just like I don't look at no entertainer or sports athlete to talk for me. Because I don't know who's paying you behind the scenes to say that. So Drake can advocate for maple syrup and, you know, snow all day. That's fine. But when you talk about Black issues, stay your ass in LA. You know, do your thing. Have fun making waves, you know, making nice googly eyes to goddamn Steph Curry and his wife is hating on it. Yeah, y'all can do that. That's a beautiful thing, but I don't want to hear nothing from you. Because like y'all were saying, if you ain't say something about Tamir Rice when you came out, you ain't say something about Trayvon, don't say nothing about the next person they're gonna go after. I don't want to hear it. But you know, wheelchair gang, you know.
Wheelchair Jimmy.
Wheelchair gang. That's what I'm saying.
All right, now I got we're not done yet now. Hold on now.
Yes, sir.
We're not done. We're not done. Tell me y'all remember this. This is what happens when you don't gatekeep your culture. This was just a few years ago. A lot of people forget about this. This I want to say 2011, 2012. Do y'all remember when these two people were running around here masquerading with our culture? And by the way, neither one of them have a career anymore. Y'all remember them?
Oh, Igloo Australia.
Igloo Australia and Whack-A-Mole. Let's go, Whack-A-Mole.
Hey, y'all see what the caption says, right? By the way, she tweeted that out back then.
The king and queen of rap.
Does that say Atlanta Kilos? Wait, that's somebody else.
I think that's somebody else that just has her name on it. But I think that's someone else. But either way, that's very false. More like the king and queen of Saran wrap, if you want to call it that.
Facts.
Now, notice they tried to credential this dude, and that was the very last year that I watched the Grammys when Macklemore won over Kendrick Lamar.
Insane.
Like that since. But they try to credential. They bring people like this to us, and then they credential them. So they throw Grammys on them. They say, "Hey, this person has been on the charts longer than Michael." Magic. Wow, Michael. I'm going through the whole. I'm sorry, my bad. They try to throw credentials on these people to try to make them legit in our eyes, but these people are talentless. You know, where have they been? Where has Macklemore been? Where has Iggy Azalea been? You know, I know she got her ass done. You know, like I think she got pregnant by like somebody. I don't know exactly, but you know, she been out the game ever since she got kicked out the game when she disrespected A Tribe Called Quest. She said something slick about them, and then you know they made fast work of her. I ain't seen her since.
She should have just stayed with Nick Young. It would have been a great career move.
Was that the dude that got her pregnant? Was it Nick Young?
No. They were dating, but remember they were the toast of LA until allegedly he cheated. And then
she got.
And then she went full Karen.
Oh,
she went Karen. Yeah, she did.
Remember that time? Remember that time she had got exposed? I think it was some kind of performance she did, and it was live, and she was like, I guess, mumble rapping, but no one understood what she was saying. I don't know if she forgot the words or whatever the case was, but it sounded horrible, and that was the beginning of the end for her.
Okay, so her baby father name is Playboy Cardi. I don't know anything about him. By the way.
Oh, he
has a baby by Playboy Cardi.
He one of them new rappers.
He's one of them Satan lovers. He got Satan written all over him and stuff. I mean, for real, like he's a real, true Satan lover.
Shout out to Nick Young for dodging that, though.
And I'm gonna be honest with y'all. A lot of these people that got the black people that got that Satan stuff on them, that rock that emo, a lot of them are coons, by the way. A lot of those black people that that they got the black finger painted nails that you see. Yes. A lot of them with the high boots. A lot of them be cool. To be honest with you, man. Real
and he's a tether too, by the way. Playboy Cardi is a full blown tether. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Not with us. Not even close.
The black alpha trying to find a good one. Look at him. Look at that face. He trying to find a good one.
I got one.
Oh no.
Y'all tell me now. Y'all tell me right now. This right here. Now, this ain't no question no more. The is it a vulture and all that? That shit's over with. Y'all tell me right now what y'all feel about this motherfucker. I think a lot of y'all saw this, but we're gonna do it any goddamn way. Y'all tell me right now. Is this the type of bullshit that we be seeing? Matter of fact, let me ask y'all before I go there. Y'all heard of that dude named China Mac?
Oh God.
Okay. Yeah. All right. China Mac is one of these people who, once again, just like Drake, who throws around the N-word all the time, left and right. Only difference is when you say something about China Mac community, at least Drake just is quiet, right? China Mac, one of the motherfuckers, he gonna get those, that fake courage and shit. Well, anyway, there's a motherfucker that came out from his same community, and this person, I think a lot of y'all seen this video, was going reckless. This is what happens when you do not gatekeep or G-check your community. Listen to this right here, and we're gonna go ahead and run the whole gambit. Here we go.
Well, there's been mad controversy about my voice.
Oh my God.
This shit.
the last time I'm gonna fucking say this shit. My voice is how the fuck I fucking sound. I'm not gonna fake some shit for 19 fucking years. That don't make no fucking sense. Bitch, if I grew up around the fucking hood, if I grew up in the projects, I'm gonna speak how the people around me speak. If I go to school with people who speak like this, I'm gonna speak how I speak. That's not faking or nothing like that. You a part of your environment. Y'all bitches should know that shit. And bitch, if I live in China, I won't be speaking mad Chinese. Like, come on, this is fucking science, bro. Like, not even science. It's ABC, motherfucker. Like, come on. You telling me I should?
Man, oh man. All right, listen. I'm gonna let Sage. I want Sage. I want to hear your opinion on this one, brother.
Okay,
brother. Tell me what happens when those type of individuals come around your type of FBAs when y'all see them in real life. Do they talk like that? Do they got the same energy, or do they change that shit up real quick?
So no. These Chinese people do not live amongst us in New York City, and she's saying New York slang, like, you know. But my thing is, I think that
I don't put that on.
I speak, you know, I pronunciate my words. I don't speak like this motherfucker. You know, we don't speak like that. Bro.
Thank you.
So again, I don't know where you're getting that from. And I grew up in Fort Greene Projects in Brooklyn, New York. I didn't speak like that. I don't speak like that. So I don't know where you're getting this from, ma'am. But again, they take the worst of our society and try to, you know, blow that up as if that represents the whole of us. And that just shows your racism.
Thank
now,
you.
if I spoke, you know, like Chinese people spoke, you know, it will be all types of hate crimes. So again, you're trying to mimic something that you don't fully understand because we don't speak like that.
I'm from the hood, yo.
And I grew up in Brooklyn, New York, and I don't speak like that, man.
But you know what it is, brother Sage? It's the 90s. They still, you know, everybody else is behind us, bro. That's 90s slang all day. I heard a lot of that shit in Queens. You know, go ahead, get your Queens jokes out of the way. Go ahead.
No, it's all love with Queens, man. You know, now if it was the Bronx, I'll have to get on you. But
there you go. They all want to talk like they're either from Queens, Brooklyn, or Harlem. And like I said, they're always 20 years behind. This is how they sounded in the 90s when they wanted, like, yo, tell me a New York black person. That's exactly how
I don't know one that sounds like that. I'm gonna be completely honest with you.
I bet you if she kept going, she would have said Herb or Buns.
Yeah.
That's making fun of people, but she wouldn't have that energy. Again, notice how she took that to online.
Right.
Wouldn't have that energy. So they're not like that. These Asians, I don't know how they do it across.
That's fine.
Put in some of the projects. And let us say
that's fine because you know this is them quote unquote taking something away from us. Meanwhile, the government is taking something away from them, and they actually gave it away, and that was affirmative action.
Say it again.
And they're going to be taking something else from them too.
What is it you said? What did you say the other day, Torian? What they got to do?
Oh, hold their own wontons.
Oh, man. Hold their own wonton. We don't care if it's fried or in the soup. Hold that shit.
Hey, leave it to Torian to come up with an ill way of saying it.
I meant to tell you about that, brother. That shit is hilarious, brother.
And I made sure to make the thumbnail all nice because I wanted to put a picture of the wonton soup right there, you know? But yeah, I remember seeing this video and just like cringe, and like someone said in the chat, Aquafina, come get your sister.
For real,
I know this shit. I couldn't think it couldn't got worse than her. We got worse, and that's crazy because I remember seeing a video back in like 07 or something like that, where it was I think it was in Japan or something like that, and it was showing it was two Japanese girls who literally got makeup that was was darker than their skin tone to apply, and put like the braids in their hair and everything like that because they were mimicking black culture and black women and black American culture because they liked it more than their own culture. I keep telling people we are the trendsetters of the world. I will stand firmly on that square, and I will go to my grave with that sense,
sir. You know they got trap Japanese hip hop now, right?
They got what?
Trap Japanese hip hop.
Listen,
you got that video, brother.
Like I said,
I wish
Indian trap.
I could go find it.
K-pop is nothing more than watered down R&B and hip hop.
Oh man!
Black
Like when
Alpha
you
need
listen
see
to
this
the
video.
like when
He
you
laugh his
listen
ass off.
like when you listen
man,
to
you
them
got it?
sing, they're
I think
trying
I
to
got it.
mimic artists up from back in the day.
I think I have.
Big-
Not even
big
up
time.
today, but back then.
Right. The old art. They still trying to copy folks from the 60s and 70s.
Right. I remember seeing a video where it was this Asian guy. He went to the barbershop owned by another Asian person, and he got his hair done to look more like a fro. But the way that they did it, it's like it was a whole process. I said, you know what? I'm so glad that my hair grows naturally the way that it does. Because I don't know, it was a whole process that he did, and he was using aluminum foil pieces. I'm like, what? Like, how are you doing this? Like, to make it's if you ever find the video, it's hard to explain, but it was so weird to watch.
Wow.
Oh, the dude that was getting his hair done, the Asian dude.
Yeah, Asian dude, like, you know, their hair is kind of on the stringy side too, but he did something, manipulated it so it could be thick and coarse, like a black person's hair.
I want you to remember what I said earlier today. Like I said about the Hispanic music, they follow our trends. So if y'all talking about K-pop sounding exactly like, you know, our music, we set the trend for the world.
Yeah.
So when you listen to reggaeton, you know that, you know, that music is just, it sounds just like contemporary hip hop today. They copy our sound and then put their own, you know, language onto it. Well, that's not their language, but they put the Spanish language onto it. It's all it just sounds like. It sounds like Little Uzi.
And K-pop has a huge global following.
It's a lot of people.
And it's a lot of people. They have a huge fan base. It is very astronomically big, especially amongst a lot of teenagers, because that's like their target audience right there. But it is some adults that entertain it as well, but it's mainly teenagers that gravitate towards them.
All right, we're not done. Hold on, let's keep it moving. Y'all already know what time it is. We got motherfucking time today. Hold on, y'all. Now this once again, this is gonna go into the hip hop world. I know this video has already been spoke about, but I want to hear y'all opinion. I want to hear everybody in here. Bun B from UGK. Bun B came out and he had this whole thing about how we need to celebrate other people, and it caused like a 50-50 thing. Some people, kind of like the Drake issue. It's kind of it's real, you know, both sides. I'm gonna play it real quick, and then I'm gonna show y'all some pictures of Bun B. And y'all tell me, when it comes to gatekeeping, is this the type of way we should operate, or should we operate in a different way? Here we go.
Something to the public, 9 times out of 10, Mexican Americans are going to be not only your biggest customer base, but also your most consistent customer base. You know what I'm saying? That's just math. That's just basic math. And to not acknowledge that when we're talking about hip hop, look, if you make Houston rap music, nobody buys more of your music than Mexicans. No one comes to your shows more than Mexicans. No one buys more of your merch more than Mexicans play your music. It's a numbers thing. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And it's important that we acknowledge their participation and their love of the culture. So I wanted to make sure that when Houston hip hop was on that stage at the rodeo, that a Mexican American can look at that stage and see themselves on that stage too.
All right.
What in the we are the world was that?
Wow.
Go ahead, Torian. Hey, jump that, Torian. Go ahead, brother. Tell me how you feel about that, brother.
Okay, so you're just acknowledging that it's a lot of Mexican Americans who are purchasing and consuming hip hop nowadays. Okay, fine, whatever. But don't go out there trying to extend no damn olive branch. Why? Just say, okay, they have become a huge consumer base. It is what it is. My thing is this, Bun B, if it was still just black people that was consuming it, would you have pulled a black person up on stage the way you just stuck that hand out like how you just did? Okay, whatever. Fine, it is what it is. Next case. Like, you didn't have to do all of this and saying, you know, we just have to acknowledge how much part of the culture they are. Because they buy the music? My goodness.
I have a question about this too. Black people consume, not myself, but other black people consume a lot of anime. Do we have representation there too?
Damn.
Negative.
And that was a question I produced to somebody else. I said, well, it's a lot of black people that consume anime,
negative as hell.
but you rarely, if you ever, see a lot of black, not only black characters in anime, but a lot of black anime artists. Because we know that's a market that's heavily cornered, of course, by the Japanese.
Big facts.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys remember this? Y'all remember in the early 2000s and 90s? Remember when black folks was buying all that Tommy Hilfiger?
Yep. Of course, I know where you headed with that one.
You remember when they was drinking all that Cristal champagne and all the rappers were blowing that up?
Yeah.
Y'all remember that Tommy Hilfiger and the Cristal people came out and openly said they don't want black folks fucking with they shit.
And black people stopped messing with them for a while, and we know what Tommy
Don't
ended
forget
up having
about Cadillac
to go do.
too.
Cadillac.
And we know what Tommy ended up going to do. He ended up going to a lot of R&B and hip hop artists to go and promote his clothing line because he had to do some serious damage control after them comments because he knew he was about to break the bank in a bad way by losing a big base that he didn't know he had. Like you literally, like it's like, did you not get the demographic breakdown in your papers? I know you had to have seen it, so why would you disrespect the people that was buying your stuff the most and think that they were still going to buy it? But he had to do that turnaround real quick. And to go back to what Sage was talking about with anime, not only is there a lack of black anime characters and a lot of black anime artists, but what they'll do is they'll create characters in a likeness of a black person, but they're not black. Such as with the characters in Dragon Ball Z. Like, you know, Piccolo was, come on now. We know Piccolo was definitely a black man, but he wasn't black in the show. When's the last time you saw a black Saiyan?
No, remember Dragon Ball, they had that one black guy in the Red Ribbon Army, but of course he had the stereotypical dark skin and big ass red lips.
Oh yeah, I know you. Was that Mr. Popo?
No, not Popo. It was a regular black guy, bald head, but he had the stereotypical black white lips. I mean, red lips.
I remember seeing that.
And dark skin.
Yeah, what the hell was that? Mr. Popo?
No, not Popo. It was a guy in this thing called the Red Ribbon Army.
Got it.
What was funny too about I think it was Ralph Lauren or something. If you guys watched Hidden Colors 3 when Tariq was interviewing Nas. And I think it was Ralph Lauren. And then Nas says something like he was on a boat with Ralph Lauren, and Ralph Lauren came up to him and he was like, "Yo, Nas, what you doing here? You about to perform for us?" As if he didn't belong. Like, why are you here? Are you in the entertainment? Because you're not here on business, or you're not here, you know, to just chill with us. You don't belong here. So, you know, that Ralph Lauren, that Tommy Hilfiger, that type of clothing, we need to just stay away from. Let them do, you know, sell that to your own people.
Yeah.
And we'll go to, again, let's go to black owned clothing. Because we make clothing hot. What was it? Adidas. Adidas was made hot by Run DMC. Let's be honest here, bro. Nobody was fucking with it when it was Adidas in Germany. No. When Run DMC came out in the 80s, that's when people, and they was rapping about their Adidas, because people were wearing Adidas in the hood up here in New York. But when Run DMC brought it to the world stage, that's when Adidas even thanked them, but they wouldn't give them a check. Because Run DMC said, you know, like, let me get a check for all that. No, you did your work. Thank you. But that's how, you know, we need to have that relationship where we promote only ourselves. Stop promoting others, you know, like let's stop promoting other people's clothing. Let's promote ourselves. Let's make something out of nothing.
Shout out to Dapper Dan.
Shout out to Dapper Dan. Yes, sir. Shout out to Dapper Dan. Yep.
He had black people in New York in the hood looking like they was in the suburbs.
Yes, sir.
And it took them, and I was looking up like stories about him, and he went through a lot in the fashion industry before he finally got some recognition.
And they rated him too.
Yeah, they didn't like that this was this black guy in New York in the hood selling these nice looking clothes, having black people who look like who probably couldn't afford the stuff in these nicer upscale stores, something that they look like could have been bought off the rack, and had them looking nice. And they were like, we need to go down and investigate this because we need to find out who this dude is.
Yeah. Whatever happened to Carl Kanai? What happened to that too? That was a black
Carl Kanai. Yeah.
What happened to that too?
Good question.
Yo, Black Alpha, who you be pissing off? So you got trolls up in here up the ass, boy.
You don't know, man. I'm Black Alpha, man. I pissed all my NBAs off. Man.
Jesus.
Hey, if you non-FBA, trust me, you don't like Black Alpha. Good. I don't like
I
you either.
guess. Jesus, you got Africans up in here lying. You got white people up in here lying. I need to get on your level. Jesus.
Hey, it's FBA energy, man. Hey, y'all, ain't it indicative when FBA step out, the whole world start hating? That's good.
I guess.
So, keep it coming. Speaking of that, this was last night, so I got some strange suspicions on why Mr. Bumby had made that comment, and he said that, you know, kind of funny style stuff, because just last night,
this has something to do with the restaurant.
Well, kind of.
Okay.
But I do think it's all tied in. He came
I
out.
told you, all of this is money driven. All of these guys and these pandering, it's all money driven.
I was thinking about you, Sage, when I had seen this, because I saw this last night. I was like, this is what Sage was talking about right here. This is who he was out there kikiing ha-han with. Somebody we talked about earlier.
Taylor Swift.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Did he call her queen or something?
Yes, and he
queen of what? Yeah, for real. Queen of
I
what?
think he said, I don't know. I think I saw somebody put up a post. He said he called her like the queen of music or some shit.
Queen
like
of
he wanted
music.
he met this queen or something. I don't know if they were being facetious, but I was like, this is what we're doing nowadays. Wow. You mean this is the chick who's remixing and remastering her music because she can't get paid off the old shit that she recorded?
Wow.
And she's a queen. All right. I guess. All right. You got it.
Bumby, hey, but it ties in what you all was saying. Bumby trying to sell them burgers, man. He trying to make them goddamn affiliations.
Yep.
I guess.
Yep.
I mean, Miss Praying Mantis Crumpin, I guess. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, again, this is one of them things when you start seeing certain things. All right, okay, I get it. You're doing it for the money. And understanding he has a business. It ain't just about records. He also trying to sell them burgers and get the crossover appeal. And you got to understand the demographic of Texas. So he's not going to be able to survive.
Hold on, let me read to y'all what he posted up on his Instagram account, because that's where that picture came from. It says, about last night, got a call in the middle of dinner to meet Matt from Astor Club, New York City at a Uno game. Random. Turns out it's Questlove's party with food from cannabis chef educator, the chef Nikki, which was amazing. Quest calls Jazz Beezy, who I hadn't seen in years. On my way out, he says I have to have a picture with you and Taylor, who turns out to be and he put in all caps, Taylor as in Taylor Swift, who couldn't have been more kind and personable. I've only met two other people who make you feel this seen and heard in interaction before, and that's Barack Obama and Beyonce. My question is, does this make me a Swiftie?
Brother, it is making you something, but gee, dude,
he got all tingly inside meeting Taylor Swift.
Oh, come on, fam, no.
He feeling himself. Allegedly he made $1 million off his burgers. He's feeling himself.
Yeah, that's why I thought it was about the restaurant, because I had know that he had made like $1 million off of his burgers at his joint down in Texas.
He's selling them for $20 a pop. So if you selling $20 burgers,
that's 50,000 burgers.
Man, he is not. I was like, $20. You got to be out your mind for a fast food burger. Sorry, bro. It ain't that serious.
Might as well go to In-N-Out, right, Tori? Let's go to In-N-Out. At least you get some animal fries with it.
Wow.
Boy. I'm out here in the West Coast. We got In-N-Out.
Y'all got it in Portland? I did not know this.
It's down in Kaiser. And there is one actually. It's not open yet, but it's getting built. We also got a Shake Shack too.
Speaking of expansion, they now have literally expanded Raising Cane's. Like we have one now in Waldorf, Maryland, which is like about 20 minutes from me, and I think they're about to open up another one closer to me. So
do we thank Angel Reese for this?
That's an interesting thing, and shout out to her, by the way, because She and rightfully so, she won best breakthrough female athlete at the ESPYs. Got a standing ovation and everything. So definitely well.
But
deserved.
weren't they hating her? And notice
Yes.
white media didn't say a damn word.
Like, they
didn't
was
say a damn word about that.
They still salty.
I honestly think too that at next year's ESPYs, well, I mean, it's gonna still be going on at the time of the Olympics. But I said to myself, there's no other candidate for best comeback than Sha'Carri Richardson.
Oh yes.
I was gonna wait. I want to speak about her later.
I feel like she's having the best comeback season ever right now.
Yeah, I gotta get at the Jamaicans after Sage is done. Tripe and Bean Twitter.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what Sage gotta say about that.
Tripe and Bean Twitter.
Tripe and Bean Twitter pissing me off right now.
All right, hold on now. We ain't done. Y'all tell me right now. This person right here. I'm gonna quit saying y'all tell me because y'all know I already selected some goddamn vultures. Basically, I'm gonna show the goddamn picture and then y'all roast them. How about this one right here? Torian, I know you know about this one, brother. Y'all speak on this individual.
Oh God.
Who the hell is that?
That's
Cynthia Erivo.
Oh God. Damn, man, you could have found a worse picture than her. Jesus.
She ain't got no good pictures.
Man, she looked like she on her way to meet this.
She got them bat wing eyelashes.
Dude, she looked like she about to bite the fuck out of a coconut.
Zaddy, where's Zaddy? Zaddy, where are you, Zaddy?
Now she's an individual that been off code, and you can't tell me that we wasn't getting at her because of her playing Harriet Tubman in that whack. And I hate to have to say whack and Harriet Tubman in the same name, considering we know that she's like an icon amongst us. But that movie, didn't need to watch it. I said that could have been one of the things that they could have spoiled for me, and I would have been completely okay with that. I said, that's why I was so mad, because did any of y'all watch that show Underground? Or ever heard of the show called Underground?
No, I didn't.
I watched
it. Was on what used to be WG, and I said I don't give John Legend, that one note singer, credit for much, but I will give him credit for that show, because in the second season of the show, they introduced the Harriet Tubman character, and I forgot the name of the actress that played her, but she did a whole better job as Harriet Tubman in the episode she was in that second season than Cynthia Erivo did for a whole movie that was supposed to be about her.
Wow. Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on.
Wow.
Time out. Can somebody, please, FBA family, I love y'all.
Did you see that asshole? I was about to get him.
Can somebody translate that for me? Because I don't read tether.
That is retard tether talk.
Yeah, that person was all throughout this chat for like a good hour now. I kept seeing the comments, but I never understood what they were saying.
I think he told you to be Gullah Geechee Rice. I think that's what that means.
Thank you, TNT. Aisha Hines. Yeah, that was the name of the actress. I couldn't think of her name.
Wow, I'm reading that, and I swear I hear like a fucked up accent when I'm reading that.
I mean, for real.
And it pertains to elder. So y'all too young to dig.
He said, "Brother boy is my nigga."
Queen Alpha, Queen Alpha, get this person out. Get him out the chat.
Dig me. What? Yeah.
How is it that you said Jollof right here and it say Jollof in the next sentence?
Jollof are lacking it. What are you doing, Black Alpha Network? What network do you have? Do you think you are Tyler?
This reminds me of when them trolls be calling into Sariq on the spaces.
We gotta do it right.
Right.
Wait a minute, Black Alpha Network. What network do you have? You are not Oprah, nigga.
The sad part about that situation is that, I mean, you referring to us as apes, sir. What do you think they look at you as? So
oh my God, no, you know what they are? They're the caged apes.
Like, I don't understand.
At least white people give them peanuts.
These people think of them as the same. So you can portray that all you want, but you're not them. So you know.
No, he wants to be Sage. Remember, they want to be Rafiki from Lion King. That's the ape they want to be. At least he got to talk and hold the lion. We just the dumb apes over here who fall victim to white supremacy. They shoot you in the streets, you niggas. And they colonize y'all.
They
still.
talk like they're
glitching.
Like, you know, but they colonize you, sir.
Exactly.
So, you know, okay. You don't even own.
Anyway. Go look up the video of Patriot Front in Philadelphia, and when they try to go to the hood and see what happened to them.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Not the best idea.
I saw white people running faster than Shikari did on Saturday.
Man, they was out of there.
Oh my God.
They thought they was going to go to that area and do there what they did downtown. And they found they fucking found out.
and here's the thing, man. If you're gonna, you know, talk smack about us, man, make sure your home country is straight, bro. Because we're gonna just
you hear that ramen noodles where you're outside looks like a latrine.
He's still ducking me.
And if you're gonna say something, bro, make sure it makes sense. Because I can't even read that, bro. It's hard to diss a dude when you can't even understand him, bro.
Hey, you know what you do, Sage, tomorrow?
Bro?
Take a screenshot of that.
Writing that you couldn't even write.
Man.
Go ahead,
Yo, Sage, take a screenshot of that and go down to Fulton Street tomorrow, right by the C train. See if one of them Africans over there can translate it.
Hey, he fucked up. I'm gonna tell you right now. Out of all of the chats you want to go in talking that bullshit,
man.
Black Alpha Network, Certified Black Society, it's the wrong one. There's too many motherfucking FBAs in here. And they don't need to worry about me. They better worry about the
And
chat.
I'm non-FBA, but
yeah.
he might have been tweeting that from a pool party with all men up in Dallas.
Oh.
You gotta give it to him. Somebody must have grabbed his pussy while he was writing that. That's why he spelled. You know, a Nigerian will not spell Joel off wrong.
Right.
Hey, now y'all tell me about this person. Was this picture any better than the other one? Who's that?
Who is that?
I know that's the isn't that the actress that they got to play Whitney Houston?
That's not Naomi Aki. Don't do that. Is that her?
That is her.
Ain't it?
That's her.
Yeah, that's her.
That's the actress they got to play the late great, the voice herself.
Yikes.
Whitney Houston.
Bruh.
No, you serious?
Yikes.
Yeah, that's her.
Now y'all trolling.
I've never seen that movie. But that's
no, that
movie.
Well, you don't have to.
That movie was terrible, bro.
Just go listen to
either white
Whitney
people
songs
on it,
and you'll be good. Wow. But yeah, when I was like, that's who they cast to play Whitney Houston.
That cannot be her.
That's her.
Is this an AI picture?
Like, where did you? Who thought that she was the best person to play Whitney Houston?
Black Alpha, can you pull up a picture of Whitney Houston?
Oh, brother. See, that's why I rock with Torian. A1, brother. I got one right here locked and loaded.
Insane.
I got one right here. It's so funny.
Because
I'll do that.
I was like, who was in charge of casting?
Dude.
When
that is the ultimate
her.
definition of fake up.
Bruh.
I'm so glad you brought that up. Here we go.
Because I did two at-length videos about that and my disdain for the casting of her to play Whitney Houston.
Oh,
now you tell me.
Oh man, much night and
how
day.
the hell did what was just on the screen play what you see on the screen right now?
I have a question for the brothers. Would you have watched the Whitney Houston movie if they just kept showing the back of her head, but they just had the vocals? Would that have been a better movie?
Oh, it would have been a better movie because we wouldn't have had to look at her face. But I'd rather just listen to a Whitney Houston album and just get all around that.
There you go.
Mm-hmm. Why didn't they get Jennifer Hudson to play Whitney?
Now, Jennifer Hudson playing Aretha Franklin was perfect casting.
Right.
Unlike them picking Cynthia Erivo again to do that Nat Geo crap that they did with Aretha Franklin.
Right.
A thought just popped up in my head too. I want to ask y'all too. Has Bun B ever met Beyonce, and has he had that same reaction to when he met Beyonce that he did for Taylor Swift?
He said that he did have the same kind of reaction when he met Beyonce.
Because they
did a song together.
Yeah, they did a song together.
So I mean, I'd like to see a picture of him all giddy with all teeth showing, you know, looking like Nori.
He was cheesing.
I got it.
Oh, you got it?
I got a picture.
Oh, let's get it popping.
I got a picture. Let me. We got it. It don't look too bad.
I need to see all teeth.
There you go, Black Alpha.
Where we go? I got you. Got it all in.
Okay.
I think he was still a little more excited for Taylor.
I think he was a little more excited for Taylor Swift.
He called himself a fucking Swiftie. Hell
But
yeah.
my thing, yeah, he didn't say he was a member of the Beehive.
I got another one. Let me hit you with this one. Let me hit y'all with that one. Go ahead, Alpha. I got another one.
It's like, oh, I like Nicki Minaj. I'm a Barb. Bruh, what? This ain't what we do.
Okay. The one thing about Jay-Z too that we know now, Jay-Z does a lot of fake laugh video photos.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So that might be another fake laugh. So I'm not taking that serious. Jay-Z has been caught doing fake laughs just for cameras. So yeah, that might be staged. So I'm not taking that serious.
Wait a minute.
Ain't nobody that damn funny.
Tifus.
No. Hey, now let's show somebody who's a little on code. I want to talk about a brother right here who's on code and mention some of those UK actors that come over here. Let me say this first off.
Yeah. Oh, I think I know you're talking about.
Black American actors and actresses with UK actors and actresses. What does that tell you they feel about them not being on code? The same way they bring in all of these Africans to try to replace us. What does that say that the dominant society feels about them? Does it mean that they're docile? Yup. Does it mean that they're submissive? As a matter of fact, Sage, you brought this up in the space the other day, brother. I listened to that shit again, man. That shit was funny as hell. Remember I said they got all those terms for us? Yeah, I'm going there. They got all those terms for us. Whenever we go over there, they call cicada, so on and so forth, right? What terms do they have for the dominant society? I asked you that, Sage.
Oh, I don't know. That's what I would like to know. Why don't they have terms for them? Because they look at themselves as one of them. You think that you're in the in crowd with them. So that's why you have a term for us, because we're different. So we're, Akadas or Jareers or whatever the hell y'all call us.
Yep.
Because we're different. Now, again, I was talking to my brother about this. Shout out to my brother. I know he's probably in the chat. We're late to the game with this whole delineation thing. We used to look at everyone as one big black thing. FBA, we're very late to the game, to be honest with you. So don't let no one tell you, oh, you're wrong for doing this, you're wrong for doing that. I live in New York, Brooklyn. A week ago, they had like a Haitian Day parade. I didn't see no RBG flags there. Where were the RBG flags? And there's nothing wrong. Shout out to the Haitian brothers. My Haitian brothers should have their parade. Do your thing. That's cool. Had it all down, Flatbush. Cool. But I didn't see no RBG flags. So when the African American Day parade comes up, I better not see that either.
Talk to them.
Because it needs to be the same energy. All I'm asking for is let's have the same energy that these people have for us. That's it.
I'm going to play y'all a brother that we all know. I think he says the MF word more than I do.
That's how I knew you was talking about. I knew it.
He's the only person who beats me out. Watch how he starts talking about these actors and actresses who come from over there. And then, by the way, after he said this, they was mad at him. But here's the point.
Well, we know who hates it. But the thing in my mind is, I know the young brother is in the movie, and he's British. So there are a lot of black British actors that work
all
in
the
this country.
time.
All the time. So I tend to wonder, what would that movie have been with an American brother who really understands that in a way? Because Daniel grew up in a country where they've been interracial dating for 100 years. Britain's there's only about like 8 real white people left in Britain. The rest of them mixed. So what would a brother from America have made of that role? And I'm sure the director helped, and some things are universal, but everything ain't.
That's right.
Which is one of the things about Selma and some other things. I go, well, there's some brothers from America that could have been in that movie that would have had a different idea about how that works, or about how King thinks. Or about
what
how
is that
King
casting thing where you get the British black actor versus the American black actor to play the black? What is that?
It's cheaper than us one day. They don't cost us much.
Oh, wow.
Fair use, by the way. That man said they are cheaper than us. So I gotta ask,
Yeah.
when we say cheaper, is it not just financially, but it's also mentality wise too? They got a cheap way of thinking. They basic. They don't fight supremacy. They're more subservient and docile to it. So when we say they're cheaper than us, I don't want people just to think about the finances part of that. I want people to also think about in terms of mentality. We tear shit up. They don't. How y'all feel about that?
And
It's like
also
the Drake
too,
effect.
and also too, going back because I know he was talking about that Judas and the Black Messiah movie, you know, the one about Fred Hampton. And I thought it was very interesting how they had Daniel Kaluuya, who is born over in the UK, play Fred Hampton, but they got Lakeith Stanfield, who is FBA, to play William O'Neill, the criminal. I was like, I side-eyed that day one, like immediately. And it's crazy too, because they both got nominated for Oscars for those roles, and Daniel Kaluuya won over Lakeith Stanfield, which I'm kind of, in a way, I'm glad that Lakeith did not win, because that would have pissed me off even more.
Right.
Even though his performance was good, I mean, William O'Neill, he can ride in hell. So shout out to the car that hit him. But you know, but yeah, I always side-eyed that casting. To me, and I think a lot of people did, and I think a lot of people probably didn't even question it until after Samuel Jackson brought that up. Like, some people didn't really see it because a lot of people were enamored by the trailer that they didn't really peep that. But I picked that up early on, when I saw that he was going to be playing Fred Hampton. And then I looked at it and I was like, he doesn't even have a likeness to Fred Hampton. Like, he does not look like Fred Hampton at all. So I mean, all they did was they had him, like, I can tell they had him physically to like gain a little bit more weight, because Fred Hampton was a more bigger guy. He wasn't frail by any measure, but face wise, they look like two different people.
Right.
Now the actress they got to play his wife. That was very good casting, because she looked just like his wife.
And I got this question for my brother K Gravity too. The new Bob Marley movie coming out.
Oh Lord. Let me get off on that, please.
So,
please let me go.
He set up. So
no, because I was gonna do a video on that, but I watched the trailer 3 times, and every time I watch it, it pisses me off. Let me get my
question out for you, brother.
Go
ahead. So that's the same brother that played Malcolm X in
One Night in Miami.
In Miami. One Night in Miami. You know what I mean? So how do you feel being of Jamaican lineage, brother? Right? This person being from Britain, portraying one of the most iconic Jamaicans of all time, if not the most. How do you feel about that, bro?
Like I said, I watched the trailer 3 times and I got pissed off every time I watched it. Number one, you don't feel Marley in this dude. Number 2, the accent is terrible. He might as well sounded like he was from Britain. Like, even in the trailer, I heard him trying to do the accent. The British come out and then he damn near almost spoke like an American. But we know what they're going to do in this movie. I already saw it. They're going to hype up the white woman. Because the white woman had Damien. And we all know Damien's career. We all know that.
Yes, indeed.
They're going to play... Lashana Lynch don't even realize she about to get played in that movie hard. I'm not going to go see it. I'm not even going to bootleg it. And it's even worse because after that movie comes out, they're going to start work on the Marcus Garvey movie. And they're using Winston Duke, a Trinidadian, to be Garvey.
Oh, they didn't get Dr. Umar?
No, Umar's going to be in the background.
First, initially, when I heard that they was going to do a Marcus Garvey movie, initially they were going to use Delroy Lindo, but that was so long ago to the point where they kind of scrapped that.
Winston Duke, after he did the first Black Panther, they were like, "This is the guy that's going to be Garvey." It's supposed to come out in 2 years. Lord.
We got some real trolls in the chat tonight, huh?
Oh, well, it looks like the Jamaicans are dealing with the same things we've been dealing with here as FBA.
Y'all can't tell me I haven't told them for
when
a
it
year.
came to the casting decisions for a lot of these movies.
I told them for a year, stop tolerating disrespect, but they let.
That's why I said when the trailer dropped and people was asking what do Black people think, I said no, not what we think. what do they think? What do Jamaicans think? Because that's
I'm
Bob
about
Marley. That's his lineage. So what do they think?
Torian, can I have permission to steal your thing for a second and remix it? Because you know that's what Jamaicans do. Jamaica, since y'all allowed this because y'all keep tolerating disrespect, hold your own tamarind balls.
I thought the curry and jerk chicken was coming, brother.
No, tamarind balls. Nah, they like jerk chicken too much. Nah, that movie's gonna flop.
Yeah, I don't see it like I don't see it's gonna be how it's gonna be really that successful. Honestly, to me,
it might be in the UK.
Yeah,
it was big over there. Maybe the UK, because you know the UK Jamaicans they don't know no better.
So y'all said that dude Winston Duke, that's M'Baku, right?
Yes,
sir. Yeah.
Now ain't he like tall as hell? Marcus Garvey won that damn title, bro.
Yeah, that's what I see in the chat. Said
but think about this, brother.
He was 5'7".
They got the Napoleon movie coming out.
Oh they do got the Napoleon movie coming out
with Joaquin Phoenix. Joaquin Phoenix is taller than Napoleon.
Wait, hold on. Joaquin Phoenix is playing Napoleon?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Napoleon was like 4'10".
But
they're using camera angle and technology to make him look small. Like I saw because when I saw the trailer, I was like, Joaquin Phoenix is playing Napoleon. I said Joaquin has some height to him. Napoleon, as we all know, was like very short. What do you think? Where do you think Napoleon complex came from? But but it's a shot in the trailer where his troops are standing around him. And he's the shortest one there, and all of them are tall, like literally towering him. So they did something probably with like the technology to make him appear short than Joaquin Phoenix actually is.
Hey, so they can do all of that and fuck with the goddamn technology, but they can't go get an FBA sister to play Whitney Houston.
No,
they can't get an FBA sister to play Harry Styles. These motherfuckers is pulling out technology tricks. But they can't just go get it.
Did you see when she did they had the scene when she did the Super Bowl performance and how bad that green screen was?
Oh, terrible! That motherfucker arm was popping through it and shit.
I swear to God, I thought they filmed that in Africa.
I thought it was a fucking a Game Gear from 1995.
Shit.
Listen now, I got some stuff right here. Since we was talking about people out there that be stealing stuff, I got a brother, you know what I'm saying, and he's good with the flow, man. He be putting it down and stuff, man. He be rapping real good. He left some stuff in the studio one time, and some people came and they took the music, you know what I'm saying, and they running around here trying to take my brother's vocals and send them over there overseas, across the pond, and do all this type of stuff right there. So I'm gonna let my brother tell y'all the story, and then we gonna run it all the way back. But before we go there, y'all get them likes up. Y'all subscribe to the Black Alpha Network. Y'all subscribe to my brother Torian Reigns, my brother B-Zilla, my brother Kid Gravity. Dewan B was in here. Y'all subscribe to him. Y'all follow my brother Sage. Y'all get them likes up and make sure you smash it. And definitely subscribe to the Black Alpha Network. And to all the trolls, keep on coming back because my FBA is going to roast you and send you back home every single time. Now, Sage, tell us what happened, man. Because, I heard they out here trying to steal your vocals, bro.
It was like 10 years ago in the studio. Me and my boy recorded. It was in the studio in Brooklyn, right off of Fulton Street. Me and my boy recorded like some song, whatever the case is. And my vocals, I found out through another friend that my vocals were actually taken and put to like some type of, I want to say, I don't even know, like up-tempo, kind of like poppy kind of music. And they completely took my boy off of the song and left my vocals on it because they wanted like a rap, like some type of rap on the song. And then they actually named the song after one, like a line in the lyrics. So yeah, again, I didn't know any of this, until like later on. And it was a song in which I didn't even release because I know Brother Dwan was talking about that earlier. There's a lot of songs from artists that they record and do not get released. Brother Beats, you know what I'm talking about. Black Alpha, you make beats. How many beats did you make? And they might be one of the hottest things out, but you just threw it to the side. Like, I don't give a damn. So this happens all the time, where people take your likeness and take your I want to say creativity and use it to something like not necessarily nefarious, but they use it to their own personal gain. So I found this online. It has like 70,000 views. So please don't add, y'all. Do not add more views to this shit because I don't get no type of monetization, no type of compensation off of this at all. But it's just interesting. And my old rapping name was Nice, NYCE, New York City Entertainer. That's what I used to go by. Yeah, that's how someone found it. But again, I don't know who brothers are. I don't know who any of these people, because it says them featuring me. I don't know who any of these people are. You know, it just is what it is at this point.
Brother.
This is like 10 years ago.
Boy, they some slime bags, ain't they? God damn.
I move a lot different now. I keep everything that I do, every single thing. No type of studio is kept. No type of session is kept. Everything goes back with me when I leave.
Here we go, brother. I'm about to play it right now. Y'all tap in.
Interesting. Because this is your boy Sage 10 years ago. This is very interesting.
Here we go.
And again, I have nothing to do with this. So this, yeah.
Hey, what this is what they tell technically is they stole it and they basically bootlegged the vocals.
Correct.
Damn, boy. Here we go. This for the family. Oh, hold on. I ain't even turned the damn volume up. Hold on, brother. Hey, you see in my queue, I got Biggie right there. So hold on.
And my thing is that they stole the vocals, but they have the original vocals, so they were able to put it at their what's the word I'm looking for, Brother Beats? Was it BPI? The tempo. They could put it at their
BPMs.
BPM, yes, sorry. BPM. They could put it at the correct tempo to their music.
Damn. Oh, so
I don't know who any of these white people are, by the way.
They was putting an extra word.
Yeah, they was.
Here we go.
Mary, quite contrary. All eyes on me now, it's type scary, type wary, type Larry. When you stare at girl, it's type scary. So stand me out, don't compare me. Feeling is mutual, so don't share me. Don't stand there, approach me. Say something, they get to know me. Console me, roll with me. Let me be myself, don't control me. Just watch me, don't clock me. Let the body rock on, non stopping. Tick-tock, rock on to the clock in. Clock in, so the club popping. Knocking, walls start dropping. Shocking, we just get started.
Speakers screaming in my soul. In the last dance, I lose control. I'm not playing, but I mean you.
Bro, I know exactly what you be talking about, brother. That over there in Europe, that type of music is like their number one genre. That's their shit over there.
Club, I don't know what this is. Club banger all day.
It's like a techno kind of. It's like a techno hip hop kind of that house music type shit.
Yeah, they probably been playing this all over in them clubs all over there.
How in the hell did they take that shit and get that overseas? Damn. That FBA soul, I'm telling y'all, they trying to find. What do y'all say, Azilla? They try to make synthetic FBA soul.
Synthetic soul, brother. I mean, this is so.
They can't do it, so they went to go steal it.
It's so clearly Sage. Like it's so clearly y'all can hear him speaking in this live. You are hearing the same man on this record. I mean, it's so clearly you.
Hey, is there another verse to it?
Yes.
Oh, hold on, let's go.
They took both of the damn verses. I had 2 verses to this song, and they took my boy. So this is not. I don't know what that hook is. I don't know whatever. But my boy was on this, and they just took him completely off.
Damn. Wow. This some culture vultures shit. We talk about culture vultures. This some culture vultures. Here we go.
Who can you crowd to it for, huh? Give me new sounds every for, huh? Consistent, we get this. Party like nightlife, we live this. Club scene, bright lights, we pick this. Legendary status, you witness. Dance with me to the beat now, feet down, beat now, tearing up scene now. Club buzzing, shuffling. Yeah, girl, I'm working you out. Try to really see what you're all about. Bass on max, we vibing out. Fit bump in the club, turn the ground. Stand up now, let me say it all loud.
Speakers screaming in my soul. In the
brother, what did you think when you first heard this? Where were you when you first found out, brother? I got to get the whole 9.
Oh, I wanted to fight someone when I first found this. I'm like, first of all, why do I sound like a damn robot?
Man,
why they got me, like what kind of? Come on, man, like there's no soul in that at all. It's like I wanted to fight someone. To be honest, I was extremely upset because again, I was so young and naive to a lot of things, and you trust people, and shit like that happens. You know, I mean, you know, like I said, you charge it to the game and you keep it pushing, but you know, if you're gonna use someone's likeness or something like that, at least compensate them and let them know. Don't have me find out through a third party.
True.
You got my vocals on some type of techno thing, and you know, and I have no issue doing that, but let me control it. Let me be the one that's creative. I don't know nothing about nothing like that. That's
damn
theft.
That is theft.
That just shows you they will go to any lengths to steal from foundational Black America. That's one of the craziest stories I've ever heard, brother.
Jeez.
And I'm not shocked. I'm not motherfucking shocked by that because they can't duplicate that where they're from. They can't. We got Black people who cannot duplicate that from the Caribbean or throughout the diaspora. So you know damn well the dominant society. Oh man. And I only think about it, bro. I'm like, damn, they was probably all plotting and they put out the goddamn microscope and the binoculars to catch that one, brother.
I mean, for real. Like, yo, I'm really, really, really surprised that they did all of that. I mean, they didn't, and you must have been like, you must have recorded that in a good studio because they got a really good solid audio on your vocals.
Well,
and
they had the original recordings,
so they had the hard files.
Yeah.
So they could manipulate all. I mean, so if you got a real good engineer, which obviously they did, a whole lot of work could be done with somebody's vocals sitting off up in the studio. Yeah, a whole lot of work to be done right here.
And now with the advent with the AI, they about to ramp it up even more.
Oh man.
Yeah, man.
Hey Sage, you know I gotta battle you one day, right?
Listen, man. Listen, man. Here we go. We're gonna do it on Black Alpha Beats.
Oh, let's get
it. Fine. Let's get it. Yeah. I'll do it.
We're gonna do it on Black Alpha Beats, man.
I ain't rapped in 10 years. I think I can catch you. I think I could get a round off of you.
That was me 10 years ago.
Hey,
because that's when they stole that shit.
You might be a hit in Estonia. You never know.
Oh my lord.
In Estonia. Hey, question. All right, since we there real quick, y'all know we freestyle. We say whatever the hell we want to say. Who the best battle rapper ever? In the battle world. In the battle world.
Ever. That's a hell of a
not,
question.
not in like actual hip hop with music and stuff, but actually in the battle world. Like who y'all got? We got to pick. We going tough questions. You got to pick one.
Well,
ever.
You know who I thought was? You know, I'm gonna tell you who I thought was real hard, bro. He got locked up or whatever. I thought that Surf dude was cold.
Surf was only cold because he went through like 3 years of losing or having debated.
There ain't no only because in battling, brother. You win or you
dude,
don't.
he was getting beat. Dude, he was either losing or having debatables. He was either losing or having debatables.
Holla was laying niggas down. Surf was cold. I like
Surf was cold, but Surf could not get out of the street.
What they got to do with battling?
He in jail right now.
and that affects his previous battles, how?
They not. You look what URL is doing right now. Everything is on the app. Most of these kids don't even know that Surf battled.
Okay, that's another convo. No, like that's.
Right. I know we can have that convo.
An intelligent man outside of battle rap conversation.
Right.
But okay.
On that stage, he was cold. He was, and he could actually make music. And you know they couldn't really.
I can't let the jerseys go. I can't. I have him in my top 5, but the jerseys, I can't do that. He be choking too much.
Yeah, choking. I can't do that, brother. I fuck with A-Verb too, man. Well, a lot of dudes fell off, man, but A-Verb was nice.
Oh my god, A-Verb.
A-Verb was cold. Boy, A-Verb destroyed Math Hoffa when Math was at the peak.
Oh yeah,
he destroyed him.
I need y'all to explain what Math was doing when he channeled Biggie.
But that was corny as hell. That was the wackest shit.
Doing.
Terrible.
Wow. But ever the best battle rapper ever. That is I can't even say Lux because Lux fell off.
He fell off horrible.
Oh hell yeah.
Mook is like Mook remind me of a Hotep. He just be talking. He just be talking and he don't. He lost to the white boy Big K.
Oh yeah, that was bad news.
How you? I don't know.
Mook beat himself when he signed the Young Money.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell he was thinking. You stay in your lane. And then that song he was on, it was like, what was it, Bedrock or some shit like?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Best one ever. That's a very tough question right now.
Just pick them at their peak, just at their prime. Like if you had to pick one person at their peak, like they
At
best
their peak. Probably Daylight.
There was a couple of good ones. I mean, Cassidy was good when he was battling.
Yeah.
What about what was his name? Sirius
Jones.
Oh, you know what? I don't know, man. Sirius was cold.
He was cold, but
he fucked Jen up.
But that was meant.
That's easy, bro. Jen was easy, man. Come on, man.
But you know, people had a hard time figuring out Jen until Sirius came. You know, it was like Jen
you're an Asian dude on BET. You're an anomaly right there. You can't. Nobody expected what they got.
Yeah,
wasn't Jen signed with Rough Riders?
Yeah, he signed with Rough Riders.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that Jen was protected until he got out of that whole 106 in Park limelight, and he entered into the professional. I want to say, like, you know,
the real professional
league.
Yeah,
bro, he got eaten up, bro. Like, I'm sorry.
He went to MTV and got cooked.
Yeah, bro.
Hey, Sirius used to make jokes about people. That shit was funny as hell.
You presented a hell of a question, Black Alpha, and that's funny because that you brought that up. That's funny you brought that up because I'm actually going to interview ARP in a couple weeks.
Oh, solid.
Yeah, so I might ask him that who he thinks is the greatest battle rapper ever.
I'll say this: when Lux got on old boy from Michigan,
Calico,
another loss.
Right. Yeah, but I still say Calico 2-1.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, because you never know.
You never know, but if I had to pick right now, I'd have to say Daylight.
Now, do you want to know who the best rapper to battle is?
Who?
Like, you know, who the best battle rapper is? That's like
that's in the industry.
In the industry, yeah.
Now I want to hear who you got.
At their peak or now?
Let's do both since we're on the subject. So now, who would it be?
I think a lot of people should stay clear of like Pusha T. He's very dangerous when he wants to be. Jadakiss is very dangerous now. These are my nows. Now, who I think is the greatest of all time, probably, to be honest. And maybe I'm being biased here. Nas.
Definitely biased, but but I would say this. I mean, I still can pick a New Yorker, but I would go in the realms because we're talking about all time. I would give you 3. KRS.
Oh no! You can't give 3.
No.
Okay,
get 1.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll give you KRS 1 with an honorable mention for Ludacris.
Okay, Beatzilla, let me ask you a question. Did he beat Nelly?
Who?
KRS.
I never heard that.
Okay.
See, here's my thing. The reason why I give Nas, because I'm gonna be honest with y'all, whether we like this man or not, Jay-Z is talented like a motherfucker. Jay-Z is a very lyrical dude. And my thing is that Nas defeated him handily. There wasn't to the point where Jay-Z admitted that he lost. And a rapper of that status to have admitted that, because there's been a lot of rappers that have been reluctant to even go at Jay-Z, you know, and for Nas and him to engage in a battle, like a lot of people say that, you know, DMX and Jay-Z battle with no distinct winner. A lot of people say that Big L and Jay-Z battle, no distinct winner. Some people say that Biggie and Jay-Z battle with no distinct winner. For Nas to have battled this man on a public forum in 2000, I think it was 1. The temperature of New York was as such that Jay-Z lost. And a lot of people was like, yo, this dude can be touched. You know, it's like Floyd Mayweather getting hit for the first time. You know, he can't be touched because he was coming out with platinum after platinum after platinum, 40 million this year, 80 million this year. And this little man from Queens that don't make 40, 80 million dollars defeated you. So that was big for the damn city because you got to understand, y'all got to understand during that time, Jay-Z ran the radios. So Nas wasn't getting no play at all. Jay-Z ran the damn radios.
Facts.
So it was like on Hot 97, you play Nas, I'm not giving y'all no interview ever again. So Nas wasn't getting played on Hot.
I remember that.
Right.
You know what I mean? Flex, they wasn't even touching Nas because they know that, you know, that's why Jay-Z did what he did on Summer Jam. Summer Jam is owned and operated by Hot 97. So Nas couldn't even perform there. So it was like he was getting bullied, but he let the music speak for him, you know, for itself. And that speaks volumes to me because it's like everything, the system was against you and you still won. How ugly. Do that? You know, how do you do that? To the fact where Jay-Z put out 4 songs and Nas put out 1.
What was the 4? What was the other 2?
It was Super Ugly. It
Got
was
that.
Blueprint 2. It was Blueprint and then Blueprint 2. And then it was the freestyle.
What about Takeover?
Takeover. Sorry, I forgot about Takeover.
I didn't even realize Blueprint 2 were diss records. I didn't remember that.
Absolutely. Go back and listen to absolutely. You know, he got at this man for so long, and Nas put out 1 song with an honorable mention for a 2nd song. Come on, bro. And then Nas didn't feel the need to respond. He's like, I said all I need to say about you. I'm done. Now, as far as that Nelly and KRS One, that was about record sales. Nelly went immediately to the sales. You know, that was corny. Okay, right. Tell you that ain't got shit to do with nothing, bro. And that's what Drake does a lot nowadays. Drake, when people come at Drake will bring up record sales, and I got this money, and I'm chilling in, you know, San Tropez, and I'm okay, but we talking about lyricism here. What we doing? You know, and that's where Pusha got him. Pusha exposed things that he didn't want exposed.
Ain't that the truth? Hey fam, I gotta run.
Same here.
I gotta shout y'all out, man. Thank you again, brother, for holding this live, man. We've been rolling for a minute, and you know what I'm saying. But man, shout out to the family, man. You already know. Follow me right here on YouTube, Bzilla PDX Official. And man, make sure you already should be subscribed to my brother Black Alpha. So and all of my brothers here on this stage. So salute to all of y'all, man. And hey man, stay black, stay vigilant, and stay alive. Black salute, first. Brother. Salute, y'all. Have a great night.
All right,
yeah, I'm about to cut out too because I got this 5 a.m. workout.
Man, salute to you, brother Torian. Hey, tell everybody what you got, brother.
Tomorrow will be episode 29 of the Black Massacre series. Only got 1 more episode left after tomorrow. That's crazy. Like, you know, 30 weeks. That's insane. But yep, that'll be episode 29 tomorrow, and it will be on the Charleston mass murder done by Dylan Roof.
Now, let me say this to you, brother Torian. I pray, because I love your series, but I pray that's the last one that you ever do. And y'all know why I'm saying that, because we don't need we don't need no more Black Massacres. It's very informative, and I love it. I love listening to it. Make sure y'all go like all 30 of those, real talk, because the brother does good work on that. But I pray that he doesn't have a 31st one. We don't need that as a people.
Right. Yeah. Definitely understandable. But yep, that's I
know what you got next after those, though, Torian.
Yeah, I'm not gonna like. Yeah, you know what I have coming. Like I plan to have after that. It's gonna be. I would say it's a refresher from this one, but I felt compelled to have to want to touch on these because a lot of people didn't know about them. Like, you know, you need like the earlier ones, and then of course everyone's gonna know about the one tomorrow, and everyone's definitely gonna know about the last one too. But yeah, that's pretty much what I have going on as far as the uploads go tomorrow. But I'm glad that you had this stream, Black Alpha. I'm glad that you was able to bring up all of us. Shout out to even Dewambi, even though I had to cut out a little early. You know, Bzilla Sage, Kid Gravity. Shout out to everybody in the chat who was active for almost 4 hours. That's crazy. That's crazy. But yeah, but y'all be safe out there. Y'all enjoy the rest of your evening. Make sure y'all tune into the Black Massacre Series episode tomorrow. It's an hour long. Tomorrow's episode is an hour long.
Man, I'm locked in, brother.
And I love it. But again, that's sad that it's an hour long. And you know why I'm saying that's sad.
Yeah. With that being said, y'all be good, and I'm gonna talk to y'all later.
Salute, brother Torian.
Salute, brother. Much love.
All right, y'all. It's battle time. Come on, let's go. I got the beat.
He said it's battle time.
Let's go.
He said it's battle time. Listen, man. Bring out the steel pen.
Man, y'all know.
Oh,
Right,
there we go. There you go.
We're gonna chop it up.
Listen, I'll have your picture hanging in every Jamaican spot in the city.
Now you pulling the Jay-Z.
Hey, we're gonna chop it up for a couple minutes. I gotta ask y'all this. Y'all gotta give me this now. Since we're here, so you know we've been cooking for a minute. We still got 275 people. Let's go. Who's the best? Give me y'all top 2 hip hop groups of all time. Since Billboard makes their little bullshit list, let's give some real lists. Okay, who do y'all believe is the top 2 hip hop groups of all time? I'm gonna give y'all mine first. Okay.
Okay.
This is mine. It's not because I'm from Georgia and Ohio.
Outkast.
And
I want to say that before you even say, because I know you're gonna say, "Oh no, Outkast is #1 groups of all time." Now you can go. Let's go ahead. I'll tell you that.
Give me a group from Ohio.
Oh come on, man! You want Bone Thugs?
Bone,
I'm not giving you Bone Thugs. No,
and
no.
Outkast, Georgia and Ohio. Even though I got the Florida on, Georgia and Ohio. Yes, Outkast, and I'm not being biased. Who y'all got?
I definitely got Outkast, and I have and this is just my opinion. Wu-Tang.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I gotta say Outkast, and I'm gonna be biased because it's New York. I'm gonna have to say the Locks.
Ooh,
that longevity. That verses, because it solidified it for me. The fact that it's been what is it, 30 years they've been in the game, and they still went and put on a show. They had Dipset huffing and puffing.
Ooh. You know what's disrespectful too, by the way?
What's that?
The fact that they came out with that BS list and the Locks was so low on that list. That's disrespectful to me, man. Like, come on, man. Come on, dog. Like the Locks is the quintessential kind of group. You know, where was a Tribe Called Quest? You know, where was like why wasn't the Locks like no disrespect, bro?
They should have been at least top.
The Beastie Boys. All right, bro.
Come on, we know why the Beastie Boys. Come on.
Now you go ahead, bro. Before I say something, go ahead, bro.
Now I'm gonna say this too. Now it's funny because I typically hear Outkast. That's who I typically hear. Outkast.
They are the best. I think that Andre is extremely underrated. I think Andre as a rapper, as a musician, Andre is he's so overlooked and underrated. That dude is amazing. Like Andre is one of the dudes that I think is the most underrated hip hop artist of all time. There's a reason. Yeah, okay. People don't understand. People think of the 95 Source Awards and they think of Suge Knight, which is right. Okay. But Andre came up on that award stage and said some shit and started some shit before Suge and all of them came up there. Because no one said anything about him. I noticed that because, you know, when you got to understand, when Outkast was running out here and they was doing their thing, the South wasn't popping. It was not popping to be from the South. I understand later people, you know, they rode the coattails of Outkast, but when Outkast first came out, niggas was like, yo, who these country niggas? You know, they wasn't, you know, but when Outkast said what he said amongst like a hostile crowd, there were no diss songs. Always remember that. Nas was out, Jay, Big, Pac, name who. Nobody said anything about them.
True. Hey,
so
was that maybe the most impactful? I mean, I know the East Coast, West Coast. You're right, bro. Like in terms of the future where hip hop was heading, that statement was the big. Because people in Georgia swear by that. You know, really the whole South. The South got something to say. It became literally a rally cry.
And he was not lying. As we see, he was not lying. Took a few years, but the South has something to say.
I'm making sure to support his album that he got coming out.
I heard that wasn't true. Is that true?
I heard it's true. He working on it right
Shout
now.
out Gangstar. R.I.P. the Guru.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
R.I.P. I think his birthday was yesterday. My brother told me. I talked to my brother. It might have been a day or so ago. My brother called me. He's like, "Yeah, Gangstar Guru's birthday. So rest in peace and happy heavenly birthday to Guru." And DJ Premier is cold. I didn't know DJ Premier's from California. I didn't know that. Yeah, he's from Cali, man. Yeah, and you know who else? Shop G is from New York, from Digital Underground. He's not from, he's from New York. He's from New York.
We always give him the Bay. We always give it up, give it to the Bay, for that. I didn't know that either.
Shout out to that's hold on. What was I saying? Okay. Yeah, right there. Outkast kicked off the whole now. I grew, I'm from Georgia. So Outkast, you can listen to their music and it sounds like Georgia. It sounds like the South. It's just the whole nine. I'm gonna say another group too that a lot of people be forgetting. A lot of people forget about it. 8Ball and MJG. They was cold. They was the Memphis before Memphis. Memphis blew up later. They was really the first dudes from Memphis that really had blew up before 3 6 Mafia. 8Ball and 8Ball, he do cold. It's dope. UGK, the South got a whole lot. Mobb Deep, rest in peace, Prodigy.
Mobb Deep.
You got them dudes. What the hell on earth?
The only thing with Mobb Deep is that's another group that got demolished by Jay-Z. Jay-Z was on a demolishing spree until he met that man. You know what I mean? He was demolishing people up in New York. He was killing people until he met him.
Okay, and Shout G from New Jersey. Shout out. Yep. Thanks for that. Shout G from New Jersey. Yep.
Caribbean folks have more influence in hip hop than you Southern niggas. Man.
Who said that? Who said that? Somebody said that?
Hold on. Hold on.
What?
I'm sorry, man. Boy, these people are afraid of books.
Anybody, y'all come up with the best roast for that person right now, and I'm gonna post it up.
Oh my
here.
God. I need, dude, where are the steel drums in early hip hop? I need to hear this. Where are the steel drums? Where is the parrots in the background? Where is the palm tree swaying? I never heard none of this.
Okay, brother.
Oh God.
Where are the rappers in Jamaica?
They ain't none. I'm finna tell you that right now. They ain't. Oh my God. They doing trap reggae right now,
brother. The Jamaican brother. Listen to the Jamaican brother. Y'all have reggae. Be very proud of that, bro.
Thank you.
I don't understand why
revive reggae.
Stop.
Y'all let Coffee Brown. She was supposed to be the next up. Y'all let her come up here like Shabba Ranks said. Y'all did not support her. How she get on Wild 'N Out? How she go to award shows? Y'all did not support her.
Okay,
y'all didn't sell her to the cousins, and the cousins like, who the fuck is this? We gotta go. Why I'm gonna listen to Coffee Brown? I could just go listen to well, I don't know who the hot rapping chick.
Okay, so this dude said Kool Herc research, bro. Okay, brother.
Oh God, Kool Herc.
You clearly don't know your history, brother. So I'm gonna just take it at face value. But I'm gonna say this, brother. Kool Herc learned from a lot of people. All Kool Herc is known for is throwing that party at 1520 Sedgwick. Okay, that's it. That's all he's known for, sir. So again, if you're gonna comment on hip hop, sir, if you're from New York and you're talking about where they coined the term hip hop, brother, know what you're talking about. Know again what you're talking about. Right. Don't just hear some shit that some Caribbean done told you and then take that as law. Really know what you're talking about, because it was a lot of people before Kool Herc. And
where are the Jamaican samples in the 80s?
Music from Foundational Black Americans, sir.
Where are the Jamaican samples in the 80s? Where was hip hop sampling Bob Marley in the 80s? Please explain this to me.
Oh, Bob Marley was out by then. He was.
That's what I'm saying. Where was this? Where was the sampling? Where were y'all sampling Jimmy Cliff?
Bob Marley was the shit.
Where were y'all sampling Jimmy Cliff? Where were y'all sampling Garnett Silver? Embarrassing them. Toots and the Maytals. Where were y'all sampling them? Tell me these records, please.
No, that's why I don't shit on. I love Jimmy Cliff. I think these artists are
fuck with Jimmy Cliff, but y'all make the Caribbeans look bad when y'all keep saying that thing, man, because you got documented history.
And you should be proud of that, bro. You know what I mean? Be proud of that, bro.
Hey,
you hear us
FBA.
saying, yo, 1804, you know that was
FBA, y'all might as well say y'all created reggae.
Like,
y'all might as well just do it now. Y'all say y'all created reggae and dancehall, and culture reggae. Just do it. You might as well, because they never gonna learn. They got Mexicans in Jamaica now. They're gonna claim that they created reggae in 20 years.
No, that Asian girl, she gonna claim she created. I don't, that one that be on there saying Jamaicans ain't really Jamaican unless you got a passport.
Oh, Lord,
y'all need to worry about her. Don't worry about rap,
man.
I be telling them that she be insulting black people on her threads, and they just let it ride. I'm like, and then I tell you, oh, you wasn't born in Jamaica, so you ain't Jamaican. Okay, when y'all ain't got no advocates, you know what? Don't even worry about her. Danielle Rowe, that 8-year-old girl, y'all still ain't found her killer yet. It's been over a month. Worry about that.
Whoa.
Worry about that.
Whoa, sir. I grew up 5 blocks away from where Biggie lives at. Okay?
Talk that talk.
Biggie's father's 100% foundational Black American.
Thank you.
Biggie's father, I'm not going to give away my block, but Biggie's father was from the block that I lived on. Okay. Biggie's mom is from Jamaica. Yes. But Biggie's father and the person that taught Biggie music, the person that taught brother. Oh my! Like I said, do your research, bro.
Hey,
do
listen,
your research, bro.
Hey, bro, they're now trying to run and say LL Cool J Bajan.
Oh my Lord. Okay.
You can't win, bro. You can't win. LL Cool J been on the earth almost 60 years and never said he was from.
You're talking to
he was a Bajan. Never.
5 blocks away from Biggie Smalls. Now, granted, when Biggie was running around where I was growing up at, I was very young. I'm not gonna lie. But again, growing up in that area, I lived in that area from, I'm not gonna give away my age, but 1990 to about 2016. So I know the area.
Yes, more ones. FBA created reggae. Yes, they did.
Yes,
the
we created ska music. Yes, we created the modern ska and reggae sound. Yes. Roscoe Gordon. I said that on the space. Roscoe Gordon created the modern sound of reggae and ska. Yes. But like I said, I'll give you reggae. I'll give you that.
Bob Marley admitted it. He listened to Fast Domino.
Yes. But this dude right here is saying, I mean, I don't know who the dude's name is, but he's saying stuff about Biggie's parents, as in both. No, sir, they both were not Jamaican. No, if that was the case, she would have had Biggie in Jamaica because Biggie's mom was born there, sir.
Thank you. She emigrated.
She had him up here, sir. What are you talking about, man? Come on, bro. Why? Why do y'all get up here and just lie? What's the point of that?
Because I'll tell you why, Sage, and I don't care. Jamaica, get mad at me.
They're gonna say you off code.
I don't give a goddamn. They've been off code for years. I said it. They ain't got nothing to hold on to right now. Dancehall is dead. Vibes Cartel. He was supposed to be the guy that is supposed to take dancehall music. Yes, Mr. White's. Yes, he was supposed to take dancehall into the next 20 years, but he got locked up. All artists now, they can't travel because they got charges. They can't travel. So who's gonna listen? Where can they make their music? Internet radio.
She says that Heavy D is half FBA. Absolutely.
Shout out to Mary. Hey, much love to Heavy D. Much love to Heavy D.
Much love to Heavy D. We love Heavy D. But I want to point this out too. Until Heavy D died, they never really brought up the fact that he was only half. When it became, I want y'all to understand, in New York with these artists, until it became popular to say you again, Busta Rhymes is having like a rebirth, and there's nothing wrong with being Jamaican, but come on out and be that in the beginning.
Trevor,
you know what I mean? Like Wayne Wonder, we knew he was Jamaican from the beginning. You know what I mean?
Right.
Barrington.
And a lot of these artists go through that. Busta Rhymes, Noriega.
He said FBA rap is dead.
I'm Puerto Rican now. You know, he had the Reggae Thong album. You know, these people have like a resurgence of, okay, now I'm gonna go, you know, my lineage route, and that's fine. Do your thing, be proud. But that's not what made you who you are. You know what I mean? Like Busta Rhymes was full Jamaican. And even if you say Biggie's mom is Jamaican, his father's full foundational. So Biggie's half and half. You're right.
Look at them.
Who made Biggie? Was Biggie
His-
making reggae music?
No.
So okay, so stop. That's a moot point, bro.
And that's
Like,
not even. And that's not
bullshit,
even his
bro.
name.
Stop with the bullshit, bro.
Somebody
Did
gave
you
him
ever
his
make
name.
Biggie speaking patois? Come on,
I
man.
never heard him speak patois on a record ever.
Did you ever see Biggie with a Jamaican flag?
No.
So let's not play these games.
He didn't even
here,
want to
man.
rep
Come
his
on,
mama's
man.
country.
What's wrong with y'all? I'm like, come on, all that stuff is a moot point, man. Like, come on, man, stop.
Biggie didn't sell drugs in Jamaica. He sold it in Virginia.
And I'm not
Ain't
gonna
got-
win the block.
Nah, don't
And
do
on
that.
Fulton Street. I was about to give away my block.
Nah, don't do that. He got locked up in Virginia, not Kingston.
Correct.
God damn.
Come on, man. Don't let
Y'all,
that little,
look, I
know
get
that
it.
little
I
documentary
get it.
they put out. They had his Jamaican grandmother, and that's great.
Yeah.
That's great. But Biggie identified as FBA. I can almost
Right.
guarantee that.
And look, I get it. Y'all want to bring back the late 90s, early 2000s dancehall surge. I get that. Now you want to claim everybody. I get it. If the artists don't say something, it ain't our job to say something. Let them say it, and then you can legislate it. LL Cool J never said he was Bajan. Y'all running around with that now. Let that man come out and say he Bajan. Biggie acknowledged that he was half Jamaican. Cool. That don't mean that's higher than one person. He's half. He's a half. Let him enjoy his music, except the one song where he said that suspect line, but we're not gonna repeat it here.
And my thing is, has Biggie ever done like a Jamaican kind of fusion with rap song?
I don't think so.
I don't think so neither.
I mean, he did a song with Michael Jackson. He could have did a song with Barrington Levy. He didn't do it. And it was presented. The opportunity was there. He didn't do it.
It's like people see what they want to see, because I know they're getting that from that documentary. They think that Biggie, both of his parents was Jamaican, and nowhere in that documentary did it say anything about his father being Jamaican. Secondly, you glanced over the part where who's the man that introduced Biggie to music as a whole? It was a foundational Black American brother that lived on St. James up the block. So again, he introduced him to jazz because again, rap was a thing, but it wasn't a thing like that when Biggie was born. You got to understand, Biggie was born in what, 71? Rap was a thing, but it wasn't coined yet until like 73. So when Biggie was very, very young, cool.
Wow, he said your troll said that y'all lying on that man. Now we lying on Biggie.
Lying on who? So
he said y'all FBA can't be trusted. Y'all lie about everything. Now y'all lying on these men's parents.
Sir.
What?
Sir,
oh my God!
Sir.
Like you mean like how y'all lied on 50's lineage? Y'all swore up and down he was Jamaican.
Did you see that recently?
Yeah, they say he was Jamaican. I'm like, how? Because he was from Jamaica, Queens.
Jamaica, Queens. They can't even get that right.
I'm from Jamaica, Queens, but I am not Jamaican. Next question.
Hey, Sage. I guess Noriega's from Iraq too, right?
Shit.
You see again with Nori. See with Nori's having like a whole resurgence of his ethnic, background. Now he's Puerto Rican, but when he was running around with Nas, he was Black American. So which one is it, Nori? You know what I mean? Like which one? It's cool now to be the Puerto Rican in hip hop.
Oh my God!
But when it wasn't cool, you was black.
Okay, Reese Anderson, go on my Twitter, the Kid Gravity. Please send me this proof that Biggie's father was Jamaican. Please send me this proof. Please send it to me. Biggie's father was a Jamaican politician.
Hey, look at the new one, kid. Look at Biggie's father was a Jamaican politician.
What was his name?
What?
What was his name?
What?
What was his name? Because I love how you know this, and when he died, nobody brought that up. You don't think a politician's son who dies, you don't think the news would bring that up? Come on, please.
Tell me this, sir. Tell me this, since you know so much.
I guess you're gonna be telling me next that Biggie Smalls, he just made that name up on the street, right? He didn't get that from a 70s black exploitation movie. Right? That's gonna be the next thing you're gonna tell me, right?
Tell me this about Biggie, since you know so much about Biggie, right? Tell me this about Biggie. What's his address when he lived with his mom?
Facts.
Oh, damn.
Don't give us the neighborhood. We want the exact address and the apartment number. Go ahead.
I know the neighborhood. And it wasn't Bed-Stuy, so you probably think Biggie lived in Bed-Stuy. He did.
He probably gonna say Marcy Projects.
Tell me where Biggie lived at, bro.
Matter of fact, tell me what train he was closest to.
But I'm just saying.
Tell me the train he was closest to. And what stop? Tell me the stop.
There you go.
Oh, we stop texting.
George Latour. Okay. His father's name was George Latour. Again, you're gonna tell me that a politician's son dies and they don't say nothing? George Latour was his name. That was Biggie's name. What the hell are you talking about? You're gonna tell me his dad? Why is he not a junior, sir?
Oh my God.
His name was Christopher George Latour Wallace. Where's the junior, sir? And I just Googled that. You were on Bed-Stuy on Biggie's block this year for his birthday celebration. Whoop-dee-dee.
What? He said where he was at?
He said he was on Biggie's block for his birthday celebration.
He said he
this
was in
year.
Bed-Stuy?
That's what he said.
Okay, Biggie didn't live in Bed-Stuy, sir. Like I said, if
You see how they lie. You see how they lie.
Biggie did not live in Bed-Stuy.
You know what he's trying to say, Sage?
But that's not Bed-Stuy,
He went to the corner store that's not the corner store anymore. He was in front of there where he did the legendary freestyle.
That's
and
not
now y'all gonna
Bed-Stuy,
say
sir. If you're on Fulton and St. James, look,
that's not Bed-Stuy.
So Franklin Avenue, sir.
Will you tell him what that is?
I was born and raised there, bro.
Fulton and St. James is where?
I don't live in Bed-Stuy, bro.
Fulton and St. James is Fort Greene.
Well, I didn't live in Bed-Stuy. I never lived in Bed-Stuy in my life, bro. I understand Biggie's. Let me explain something to y'all. Let's break this down. Let me sit back in my chair.
So dumb, man.
Right, so, if you want to talk about New York, no, because we're gonna talk about Brooklyn, specifically Brooklyn. It's cool to say that you're from certain sections of Brooklyn. You know what I mean? Like when people say, "Oh, I'm from Brownsville. I'm from, Bed-Stuy. I'm from, I don't know, Bay Ridge." There's certain sections that just get like a lot of notoriety, and Bed-Stuy was one of those places where a lot of people were from, because Bed-Stuy was popping because of Black American culture, such as Spike Lee's. You saw all of that was in Bed-Stuy. Spike Lee's from Bed-Stuy, absolutely. Biggie, where Biggie lived at, was not Bedford-Stuyvesant. Let's get away with this damn myth. I understand Biggie was screaming out Bed-Stuy. Biggie's not from Bed-Stuy. If Biggie's from Bed-Stuy, so am I. And I'm not from Bed-Stuy. I never lived in Bed-Stuy. Bed-Stuy starts at Franklin Avenue. After Franklin, that's where Bed-Stuy starts. It does not start before. I don't know where this dude is. You're clearly not from Brooklyn because you would know that. But again, Jay-Z's from Bed-Stuy. Jay-Z's from Marcy Projects. That's in Bedford-Stuyvesant. Biggie is not from Bedford-Stuyvesant. He said it because it was cool. I hope I enlightened you tonight, brother. But again, you're clearly not from Brooklyn.
Okay, if it's okay, let's ask, since he knows everything. So since Biggie's father was a politician, what party was he part of?
Damn.
Answer me that. Which part of Jamaica's party was he which one was he a member of? Tell me.
You got the wrong dude up on stage today, bro. You got Kid Gravity up on stage.
I don't understand it. No, because these Jamaicans keep saying this stupid shit. Y'all got problems on the island. Y'all worried about what the hell somebody come from. Y'all got an 8-year-old that's dead and they have no suspects. It's been over a month. You got the goddamn prime minister out there talking about he building homes. The country ain't getting better. People are still leaving. There's a brain drain down there. Y'all need to worry about that. Y'all are still on a level 3 travel advisory. That, you know what that means? Don't go there. Or if you do, exercise extreme caution, meaning they will rob you at the ATM in broad daylight. And the embassy ain't going to do nothing for you. That's what y'all need to be worrying about. And the racism that's coming down there. Y'all are still under the crown and you worrying about who's Jamaican in hip hop and who created it. That's what y'all worried about. Okay, fine.
Hey, Gravity, don't forget the lady on TikTok that be cussing their ass out.
Oh yeah, Lorna Chin on Instagram, who admitted to me, I showed the proof that she's a troll paid by Mark Zuckerberg to say what she's saying. Y'all still giving her views. Hell, she got called out for lying when people said, hey, the Chinese are down there mining bauxite. And then she admitted, I didn't do enough research on it, but she said that after she was cursing black people out. But y'all don't care about that. Y'all care about who y'all can claim in hip hop, so y'all can go lie and say y'all created it.
Hey, check this out. FBA isn't even a real thing.
Doesn't matter if it is. So is Jamaican ain't a real thing either, sir.
Check this out. FBA isn't a real thing, and either is your girlfriend.
Well, it's his hand. It's his hand. It's real. His hand is real.
Homie, Taylor's out here tap dancing. All right, bro. I'm about to get up, man. I'm gonna let everybody roll out, man. Y'all know what a motherfucking ending.
Oh,
God damn.
Let me ask you this question too. Kid Gravity.
Yes, sir.
That infamous picture of that dude that's supposed to be Biggie's father, right?
Mm-hmm.
That picture was taken in Brooklyn. I could show you the exact building tomorrow. My question is, can Jamaicans travel up to New York?
Without a visa? Hell no.
I rest my case, Your Honor.
Are you crazy? You get caught. If you a Jamaican get caught in New York with a visa, you will get banned from this country for life.
I'm gonna tell y'all what that is. That right there was what you call some motherfucking receipts. That's what you call Tether's doing the goddamn moonwalk. Because y'all noticed they was typing quick, right? And then they slowly, them tether fingers was going slow as hell. So
hey, more ones. You the slow one. You can't even spell more right. Somebody slow. Hey, you got a problem with what I said? I'm live tomorrow morning. You can tell me everything you want to say to me.
Pull up.
He ain't gonna pull up.
He ain't gonna pull up, brother.
He like Vivek Ramaswamy. He ain't gonna pull up.
They afraid of that smoke because the receipts come with it. Man, family. All right, y'all. It's been good. It's been a motherfucking block party, and I think we broke down foundational Black American excellence. We broke down what it's like to be thorough. We broke down all the culture vultures who came through. We went all the way from Burner Boy, Buster. We went all the way to goddamn, what's the girl name that played Harriet Tubman in Gravity?
Oh, Cynthia Erivo.
Buster, broke her down. Buster Rhymes, Buster. Fat Joe, Buster. Drake, Super Buster. We broke down everybody. We let everybody know what time it is. So now there is no dispute about it. And that is that we are as thorough and as tight as ever. We also broke down some of these culture vultures that was trying to steal my brother Sage music, man. So if y'all listening, fuck y'all. That's what it is. You can't create an FBA. You can only try to take from FBA, but today ain't your day. Brother Sage, tell everybody where they can find you, family.
You can find me on Twitter at Sage Station. Find me on Instagram at callhim.sage. Yeah, that's where I'll be posting. And you can find me, tearing down a coon next to you or white supremacist. You can also find me saluting my brothers when needed.
Mm-hmm.
That's my brother right there, man. Y'all make sure y'all follow my brother all the way to the motherfucking bank. Listen, let me say this as well. We've been going for 4 hours, man. So when I say that we've had so much, salute to our brother Dewan B who came through. We put this together because y'all know every summer, really every season, but particularly in the summer, man, the tethers start popping up out of nowhere, the goddamn vultures that come out the woodwork. So I was like, man, let me get all my brothers and sisters from all throughout this country so we can break down what's going on. And I'm telling everybody out there, and let's go to all the tethers, the new ones, let's go to all the ops, the old ones. If you come to a Black Alpha Network Live and you want to get in the chat, you're going to get your ass embarrassed. You're going to get your ass roasted. You're going to get your ass steam rolled. This is the wrong chat. You better slide on over to Taylor Swift or Bumbees, okay?
This man, Biggie's father was a politician. I can't find no information on this man.
Hey, kid, the person can't find information on their own daddy because they can't find their own birth certificate neither.
He don't even tell you what party he was a part of. It just says welder and politician. What you politicking? You a street politician.
Hey, and that's a tether and a troll, and they got their ass lit. Tell everybody where they can find you, kid, and what you got next, bro.
I am on here on YouTube under K Gravity Beyond. I do politics and social commentary. Tomorrow morning, I am going to be talking about religion because this Vivek Ramaswamy want to run around and talk about God all day. We're going to talk about God in the aspect of politics. Then I'm going to be interviewing. Have you ever heard of Misha Maynor?
Oh, that's the no, brother. No, you ain't.
Huh?
No, you're not gonna interview her.
Oh yeah, she coming.
Salute.
I'm not gonna do it live. That's gonna be a recorded
That's okay.
thing.
That's all right. Salute to you, bro. That's the lady who left the Democratic Party, right? In GA. Salute to you for putting that together, my brother.
Yes, sir. So I get to interview her, and then whatever else comes up, maybe I'll go live spontaneously. It's a Wednesday, and I'm off. I'm bored. Who knows?
Salute to you, brother, for putting that together, man. Y'all make sure y'all follow my brother Kid Gravity. Make sure y'all follow my brother Sage. My brother Torian Reigns was through here. Beatzilla, Dewan B. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Y'all stay right there. I'm gonna be right back, y'all. Family. It's been another good one. Y'all make sure that you follow the Black Alpha Network. Everybody who's just tapped in, we do this all the time. This ain't nothing new. This is what we do, these FBA roasts. I appreciate everybody who's came through. If you came through and you listened the whole way, and I know my riders been doing that, or if you popped in and you left and you came back, it don't matter. It's been 4 hours of FBA energy. Like I promised, we're going to continue to bring this heat. We're going to continue to bring the fire. We're going to continue to let everybody know that it's foundational Black Americans up here and everybody else is beneath us, and we don't bow down for nobody. So y'all make sure y'all subscribe to the Black Alpha Network. Y'all get them likes up, man. I appreciate y'all. Fuck that. I love y'all with the passion. We're going to continue to bring that heat. We're going to continue to bring that smoke. All 50 states, wherever you see FBA, you see us, and wherever you see Black Alpha Network, you're going to see the whole Certified Hunter. So with that said, y'all all have a good night. I appreciate you. Let's continue to do what we do. And what we do, we're the best lineage, heritage, and culture of all time. So I send y'all a certified salute. Y'all stay good, y'all stay safe, and y'all stay dangerous. One love.